Chapter 483 of Reasoning, that God at least could create a right-angled triangle with the square on its hypotenuse not equal to the sum of the squares on the other sides. The only possible reply to this that I can see is to say that the man in this example doesn't vividly and clearly perceive that the triangle is right-angled. But how is my perception of the nature of my mind any clearer than his perception of the nature of the triangle? Now, although the man in the example vividly and clearly knows that the triangle is right-angled, he is wrong in thinking that property P doesn't belong to the nature or essence of the triangle. Similarly, although I vividly and clearly know my nature to be something that thinks, mightn't I also be wrong in thinking that nothing else belongs to my nature apart from my being a thinking thing? Perhaps my being an extended thing also belongs to my nature. 1. Which premise of the sixth meditation argument for the real distinction does Arnold challenge? What is the problem with it? Descartes. Although we can vividly and clearly understand that a triangle in a semicircle is right-angled without being aware of its having property P, we cannot have a clear understanding of a triangle's having property P without at the same time taking in that it is right-angled. In contrast with that, we can vividly and clearly perceive the mind without the body and the body without the mind, and although it is possible to have a concept of triangle inscribed in a semicircle that doesn't include the triangles having property P, i.e., equality between the square on the hypotenuse and the sum of the squares on the other sides, it is not possible to have a concept of triangle inscribed in a semicircle that does include there being no ratio at all between the square on the hypotenuse and the squares on the other sides. Hence, though we may be unaware of what the ratio is, we can't rule out any candidate unless we clearly understand that it is wrong for the triangle, and we can't clearly understand this for the ratio equality, because it is right for the triangle. So the concept in question must, in an indirect and oblique way, involve the property P. It must involve a thought of some ratio or other which could take the value equality. In contrast with this, the concept of body doesn't include, or even indirectly and obliquely involve, anything at all that belongs to the mind, and the concept of mind doesn't include, or even indirectly and obliquely involve, anything at all that belongs to the body. 4.4.8.2 Arnold's circularity objection and Descartes' reply. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Arnold. I have one further worry, namely how Descartes avoids reasoning in a circle. When he says that it's only because we know that God exists that we are sure that whatever we vividly and clearly perceive is true, but we can be sure that God exists only because we vividly and clearly perceive this, so before we can be sure that God exists we need to be able to be sure that whatever we perceive clearly and evidently is true. Descartes clearly argues for the epistemic principle, everything I clearly and distinctly perceive is true, which is not to be confused with the conceivability principle, everything I 84 clearly and distinctly conceive is possible. Arnold's argument is that he candidates the existence of God to prove the EP, since he must rely on the EP to prove ______________. Descartes lastly, as to my not being guilty of circularity when I said that our only reason for being sure that what we vividly and clearly perceive is true is the fact that we know for sure that God exists, and that we are sure that God exists only because we perceive this clearly. I have already given an adequate explanation of this point in the second reply, where I distinguished perceiving something clearly from remembering having perceived it clearly at an earlier time. At first we are sure that God exists because we are attending to the arguments that prove this, but afterwards, all we need to be certain that God exists is our memory that we did earlier perceive this clearly. This memory wouldn't be sufficient if we didn't know that God exists and isn't a deceiver. 1. One of the most controversial areas of Descartes' scholarship concerns this Cartesian circle. What exactly do you think Descartes is saying in his reply to Arnold? Why does Descartes think he is not guilty of committing himself to a vicious circle? Chapter 485. Chapter 5 Baruch Spinoza 1632–1677 5.1 Baruch Spinoza 1632–1677 Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0 Spinoza was born into a community of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam who had fled the Inquisition. In 1656, Spinoza was excommunicated. In part, the deed of excommunication reads thus: having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Spinoza, this said Spinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. By decree of the angels, and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse and damn Baruch de Spinoza, with the consent of God. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night, cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall smoke against that man, and all the curses that are written in this book shall lie upon him. And the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. No one shall communicate with him neither in writing nor accord him any favor nor stay with him under the same roof nor within 4 cubits in his vicinity, nor shall he read any treatise composed or written by him. One helpful way to think about Spinoza is to ask how he could both be excommunicated and called, by Coleridge, that God intoxicate man. Textual note: the standard edition of the Ethics is to be found in a Spinoza Reader, edited by Edwin Curley. Samuel Shirley's translations in Hackett's edition of Spinoza's complete works is also useful. 5.2 Spinoza's Ethics, Part 1, Concerning God, 1677. 5.2.1 Definitions. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0 1. By that which is self-caused, I mean that of which the essence involves existence, or that of which the nature is only conceivable as existent. 2. A thing is called finite after its kind, when it can be limited by another thing of the same nature. For instance, a body is called finite because we always conceive another greater body. So, also, a thought is limited by another thought, but a body is not limited by thought, nor a thought by body. 86. 3. By substance, I mean that which is in itself, and is conceived through itself, in other words, that of which a conception can be formed independently of any other conception. 4. By attribute, I mean that which the intellect perceives as constituting the essence of substance. 5. By mode, I mean the modifications of substance, or that which exists in, and is conceived through, something other than itself. 6. By God, I mean a being absolutely infinite, that is, a substance consisting in infinite attributes, of which each expresses eternal and infinite essentiality. Explanation: I say absolutely infinite, not infinite after its kind, for, of a thing infinite only after its kind, infinite attributes may be denied, but that which is absolutely infinite, contains in its essence whatever expresses reality, and involves no negation. 7. That thing is called free, which exists solely by the necessity of its own nature, and of which the action is determined by itself alone. On the other hand, that thing is necessary, or rather constrained, which is determined by something external to itself, to a fixed and definite method of existence or action. 8. By eternity, I mean existence itself, insofar as it is conceived necessarily to follow solely from the definition of that which is eternal. Explanation: existence of this kind is conceived as an eternal truth, like the essence of a thing, and, therefore, cannot be explained by means of continuance or time, though continuance may be conceived without a beginning or end. 5.2.2 Axioms. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0 1. Everything which exists, exists either in itself or in something else. 2. That which cannot be conceived through anything else must be conceived through itself. 3. From a given definite cause an effect necessarily follows, and, on the other hand, if no definite cause be granted, it is impossible that an effect can follow. 4. The knowledge of an effect depends on and involves the knowledge of a cause. 5. Things which have nothing in common cannot be understood, the one by means of the other. The conception of one does not involve the conception of the other. 6. A true idea must correspond with its ideate or object. 7. If a thing can be conceived as non-existing, its essence does not involve existence. 5.2.3 Propositions. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. 1. Substance is by nature prior to its modifications. Proof this is clear from definitions 3 and 5. 2. Two substances, whose attributes are different, have nothing in common. Proof also evident from definition 3. For each must exist in itself, and be. Chapter 587. Conceived through itself, in other words, the conception of one does not imply the conception of the other. 3. Things which have nothing in common cannot be one the cause of the other. Proof if they have nothing in common, it follows that one cannot be apprehended by means of the other. Axiom 5, and, therefore, one cannot be the cause of the other. Axiom 4. QED 4. Two or more distinct things are distinguished one from the other, either by the difference of the attributes of the substances, or by the difference of their modifications. Proof: everything which exists, exists either in itself or in something else. Axiom 1, that is, by definitions 3 and 5, nothing is granted in addition to the understanding except substance and its modifications. Nothing is, therefore, given besides the understanding, by which several things may be distinguished one from the other, except the substances, or, in other words, see Axiom 4, their attributes and modifications. QED 5. There cannot exist in the universe two or more substances having the same nature or attribute. Proof: if several distinct substances be granted, they must be distinguished one from the other, either by the difference of their attributes, or by the difference of their modifications. Proposition 4. If only by the difference of their attributes, it will be granted that there cannot be more than one with an identical attribute. If by the difference of their modifications, a substance is naturally prior to its modifications. Proposition 1, it follows that setting the modifications aside, and considering substance in itself, that is truly, definitions 3 and 6, there cannot be conceived one substance different from another, that is, by proposition 4, there cannot be granted several substances, but one substance only. QED 6. One substance cannot be produced by another substance. Proof: it is impossible that there should be in the universe two substances with an identical attribute, i.e., which have anything common to them both. Proposition 2, and, therefore, proposition 3, one cannot be the cause of the other, neither can one be produced by the other. QED Corollary: hence it follows that a substance cannot be produced by anything external to itself. For in the universe nothing is granted, save substances and their modifications, as appears from Axiom 1 and definitions 3 and 5. Now, by the last proposition, substance cannot be produced by another substance, therefore it cannot be produced by anything external to itself. QED. This is shown still more readily by the absurdity of the contradictory. For, if substance be produced by an external cause, the knowledge of it would depend on the knowledge of its cause, axiom 4, and, by definition 3, it would itself not be substance. 7. Existence belongs to the nature of substances. Proof substance cannot be produced by anything external. Corollary, Proposition 6. 88. It must, therefore, be its own cause, that is, its essence necessarily involves existence, or existence belongs to its nature. 8. Every substance is necessarily infinite. Proof: there can only be one substance with an identical attribute, an existence. Follows from its nature, Proposition 7, its nature, therefore, involves existence, either as finite or infinite. It does not exist as finite, for, by definition 2, it would then be limited by something else of the same kind, which would also necessarily exist. Proposition 7, and there would be two substances with an identical attribute, which is absurd. Proposition 5. It therefore exists as infinite. QED. Note 1. As finite existence involves a partial negation, an infinite existence is the absolute affirmation of the given nature. It follows, solely from Proposition 7, that every substance is necessarily infinite. Note 2. No doubt it will be difficult for those who think about things loosely, and have not been accustomed to know them by their primary causes, to comprehend the demonstration of Proposition 7, for such persons make no distinction between the modifications of substances and the substances themselves, and are ignorant of the manner in which things are produced. Hence they may attribute to substances the beginning which they observe in natural objects. Those who are ignorant of true causes make complete confusion, think that trees might talk just as well as men, that men might be formed from stones as well as from seed, and imagine that any form might be changed into any other. So, also, those who confuse the two natures, divine and human, readily attribute human passions to the deity, especially so long as they do not know how passions originate in the mind. But, if people would consider the nature of substance, they would have no doubt about the truth of Proposition 7. In fact, this proposition would be a universal axiom, and accounted a truism. For, by substance, would be understood that which is in itself, and is conceived through itself, that is, something of which the conception requires not the conception of anything else, whereas modifications exist in something external to themselves, and a conception of them is formed by means of a conception of the thing in which they exist. Therefore, we may have true ideas of non-existent modifications, for, although they may have no actual existence apart from the conceiving intellect, yet their essence is so involved in something external to themselves that they may through it be conceived. Whereas the only truth substances can have, external to the intellect, must consist in their existence, because they are conceived through themselves. Therefore, for a person to say that he has a clear and distinct, that is, a true idea of a substance, but that he is not sure whether such substance exists, would be the same as if he said that he had a true idea, but was not sure whether or no it was false. A little consideration will make this plain, or if anyone affirmed that substance is created, it would be the same as saying that a false idea was true. In short, the height of absurdity. It must, then, necessarily be admitted that the existence of substance as its essence is an eternal truth. And we can hence conclude by another process of reasoning that there is but one such substance. I think that this may profitably be done at once, and, in order to proceed regularly with the demonstration, we must premise. Chapter 589. 1. The true definition of a thing neither involves nor expresses anything beyond the nature of the thing defined. From this it follows that 2. No definition implies or expresses a certain number of individuals, inasmuch as it expresses nothing beyond the nature of the thing defined. For instance, the definition of a triangle expresses nothing beyond the actual nature of a triangle. It does not imply any fixed number of triangles. 3. There is necessarily for each individual existent thing a cause why it should exist. 4. This cause of existence must either be contained in the nature and definition of the thing defined, or must be postulated apart from such definition. It therefore follows that, if a given number of individual things exist in nature, there must be some cause for the existence of exactly that number, neither more nor less. For example, if 20 men exist in the universe, for simplicity's sake, I will suppose them existing simultaneously, and to have had no predecessors, and we want to account for the existence of these 20 men, it will not be enough to show the cause of human existence in general, we must also show why there are exactly 20 men. Neither more nor less, for a cause must be assigned for the existence of each individual. Now this cause cannot be contained in the actual nature of man, for the true definition of man does not involve any consideration of the number 20. Consequently, the cause for the existence of these 20 men, and, consequently, of each of them, must necessarily be sought externally to each individual. Hence we may lay down the absolute rule, that everything which may consist of several individuals must have an external cause. And, as it has been shown already that existence appertains to the nature of substance, existence must necessarily be included in its definition, and from its definition alone existence must be deducible. But from its definition, as we have shown, notes 2 and 3, we cannot infer the existence of several substances, therefore it follows that there is only one substance of the same nature. QED 9. The more reality or being a thing has, the greater the number of its attributes. Definition 4. 10. Each particular attribute of the one substance must be conceived through itself. Proof: an attribute is that which the intellect perceives of substance, as constituting its essence. Definition 4, and, therefore, must be conceived through itself. Definition 3, QED. Note: it is thus evident that, though two attributes are, in fact, conceived as distinct, that is, one without the help of the other, yet we cannot, therefore, conclude that they constitute two entities, or two different substances. For it is the nature of substance that each of its attributes is conceived through itself, inasmuch as all the attributes it has have always existed simultaneously in it, and none could be produced by any other, but each expresses the reality or being of substance. It is, then, far from an absurdity to ascribe several attributes to one substance, for nothing in nature is more clear than that each and every entity must be conceived under some attribute, and that its reality or being is in proportion to the number of its attributes expressing necessity or eternity and infinity. Consequently, it is abundantly clear that an 90 absolutely infinite being must necessarily be defined as consisting in infinite attributes, each of which expresses a certain eternal and infinite essence. If anyone now ask, by what sign shall he be able to distinguish different substances? Let him read the following propositions, which show that there is but one substance in the universe, and that it is absolutely infinite, wherefore such a sign would be sought in vain. 11. God, or substance, consisting of infinite attributes, of which each expresses eternal and infinite essentiality, necessarily exists. Proof: if this be denied, conceive, if possible, that God does not exist, then his essence does not involve existence. But this, proposition 7, is absurd. Therefore God necessarily exists. Another proof: of everything whatsoever a cause or reason must be assigned, either for its existence, or for its non-existence. For example, if a triangle exist, a reason or cause must be granted for its existence. If, on the contrary, it does not exist, a cause must also be granted, which prevents it from existing, or annuls its existence. This reason or cause must either be contained in the nature of the thing in question, or be external to it. For instance, the reason for the non-existence of a square circle is indicated in its nature, namely, because it would involve a contradiction. On the other hand, the existence of substance follows also solely from its nature, inasmuch as its nature involves existence. See proposition 7. But the reason for the existence of a triangle or a circle does not follow from the nature of those figures, but from the order of universal nature in extension. From the latter it must follow, either that a triangle necessarily exists, or that it is impossible that it should exist. So much is self-evident. It follows therefrom that a thing necessarily exists, if no cause or reason be granted which prevents its existence. If, then, no cause or reason can be given, which prevents the existence of God, or which destroys his existence, we must certainly conclude that he necessarily does exist. If such a reason or cause should be given, it must either be drawn from the very nature of God, or be external to him, that is, drawn from another substance of another nature. For if it were of the same nature, God, by that very fact, would be admitted to exist. but substance of another nature could have nothing in common with God, by proposition 2, and therefore would be unable either to cause or to destroy his existence. As, then, a reason or cause which would annul the divine existence cannot be drawn from anything external to the divine nature, such cause must perforce, if God does not exist, be drawn from God's own nature, which would involve a contradiction. To make such an affirmation about a being absolutely infinite and supremely perfect is absurd. Therefore, neither in the nature of God, nor externally to his nature, can a cause or reason be assigned which would annul his existence. Therefore, God necessarily exists. QED. Another proof, the potentiality of non-existence is a negation of power, and contrariwise the potentiality of existence is a power, as is obvious. If, then, that which necessarily exists is nothing but finite beings, such finite beings are more powerful than a being absolutely infinite, which is obviously absurd. Therefore, either nothing. Chapter 591 exists, or else a being absolutely infinite necessarily exists also. Now we exist either in ourselves, or in something else which necessarily exists. See Axiom 1 and Proposition 7. Therefore a being absolutely infinite, in other words, God, definition 6, necessarily exists. QED. Note, in this last proof, I have purposely shown God's existence a posteriori, so that the proof might be more easily followed, not because, from the same premises, God's existence does not follow a priori. For, as the potentiality of existence is a power, it follows that, in proportion as reality increases in the nature of a thing, so also will it increase its strength for existence. Therefore a being absolutely infinite, such as God, has from himself an absolutely infinite power of existence, and hence he does absolutely exist. Perhaps there will be many who will be unable to see the force of this proof, inasmuch as they are accustomed only to consider those things which flow from external causes. Of such things, they see that those which quickly come to pass, that is, quickly come into existence, quickly also disappear, whereas they regard as more difficult of accomplishment, that is, not so easily brought into existence, those things which they conceive as more complicated. However, to do away with this misconception, I need not here show the measure of truth in the proverb, "What comes quickly, goes quickly," nor discuss whether, from the point of view of universal nature, all things are equally easy, or otherwise. I need only remark that I am not here speaking of things which come to pass through causes external to themselves, but only of substances which, by Proposition 6, cannot be produced by any external cause. Things which are produced by external causes, whether they consist of many parts or few, a whatsoever perfection or reality they possess solely to the efficacy of their external cause, and therefore their existence arises solely from the perfection of their external cause, not from their own. Contrariwise, whatsoever perfection is possessed by substance is due to no external cause, wherefore the existence of substance must arise solely from its own nature, which is nothing else but its essence. Thus, the perfection of a thing does not annul its existence, but, on the contrary, asserts it. Imperfection, on the other hand, does annul it. Therefore we cannot be more certain of the existence of anything, than of the existence of a being absolutely infinite, or perfect, that is, of God. For inasmuch as his essence excludes all imperfection, and involves absolute perfection, all cause for doubt concerning his existence is done away, and the utmost certainty on the question is given. This, I think, will be evident to every moderately attentive reader. 12. No attribute of substance can be conceived from which it would follow that substance can be divided. Proof: the parts into which substance as thus conceived would be divided either will retain the nature of substance, or they will not. If the former, then, by proposition 8, each part will necessarily be infinite, and, by proposition 6, self-caused, and, by proposition 5, will perforce consist of a different attribute, so that, in that case, several substances could be formed out of one substance, which, by proposition 6, is absurd. Moreover, the parts, by proposition 2, would have nothing in common with their whole, and the whole, by definition 4 and proposition 10, could both exist and be conceived without its parts, which everyone will admit to be absurd. If we adopt the 92 second alternative, namely, that the parts will not retain the nature of substance, then, if the whole substance were divided into equal parts, it would lose the nature of substance, and would cease to exist, which, by proposition 7, is absurd. 13. Substance absolutely infinite is indivisible. Proof: if it could be divided, the parts into which it was divided would either retain the nature of absolutely infinite substance, or they would not. If the former, we should have several substances of the same nature, which, by proposition 5, is absurd. If the latter, then, by proposition 7, substance absolutely infinite could cease to exist, which, by proposition 11, is also absurd. Corollary: it follows, that no substance, and consequently no extended substance, in so far as it is substance, is divisible. Note: the indivisibility of substance may be more easily understood as follows. The nature of substance can only be conceived as infinite, and by a part of substance. Nothing else can be understood than finite substance, which, by proposition 8, involves a manifest contradiction. 14. Besides God, no substance can be granted or conceived. Proof: as God is a being absolutely infinite, of whom no attribute that expresses the essence of substance can be denied, by definition 6, and he necessarily exists, by proposition 11, if any substance besides God were granted, it would have to be explained by some attribute of God, and thus two substances with the same attribute would exist, which, by proposition 5, is absurd. Therefore, besides God no substance can be granted, or, consequently, be conceived. If it could be conceived, it would necessarily have to be conceived as existent, but this, by the first part of this proof, is absurd. Therefore, besides God, no substance can be granted or conceived. QED. Corollary 1. Clearly, therefore, God is one, that is, by definition 6, only one. Substance can be granted in the universe, and that substance is absolutely infinite, as we have already indicated, in the note to Proposition 10. Corollary 2. It follows, second, that extension and thought are either attributes of God, or, by axiom 1, accidents, affections, of the attributes of God. 15. Whatsoever is in God, and without God nothing can be, or be conceived. Proof. Besides God, no substance is granted or can be conceived, by Proposition 14, that is, by definition 3, nothing which is in itself and is conceived through itself. But modes, by definition 5, can neither be, nor be conceived without substance. Wherefore they can only be in the divine nature, and can only through it be conceived. But substances and modes form the sum total of existence, by axiom 1, therefore, without God nothing can be, or be conceived. QED. Spinoza now faces an objection. Many will claim that God cannot be an extended thing, since extended things are divisible and God is supposed to be a unity. Note, some assert that God, like a man, consists of body and mind, and is susceptible of passions. How far such persons have strayed from the truth is sufficiently evident. Chapter 593. From what has been said. But these I pass over. For all who have in any wise reflected on the divine nature deny that God has a body. Of this they find excellent proof in the fact that we understand by body a definite quantity, so long, so broad, so deep, bounded by a certain shape, and it is the height of absurdity to predicate such a thing. Of God, a being absolutely infinite. But meanwhile by other reasons with which they try to prove their point, they show that they think corporeal, or extended substance, wholly apart from the divine nature, and say it was created by God. Wherefrom the divine nature can have been created, they are wholly ignorant, thus they clearly show that they do not know the meaning of their own words. I myself have proved sufficiently clearly, at any rate in my own judgment, corollary to Proposition 6 and Note 2 of Proposition 8, that no substance can be produced or created by anything other than itself. Further, I showed, in Proposition 14, that besides God no substance can be granted or conceived. Hence we drew the conclusion that extended substance is one of the infinite attributes of God. However, in order to explain more fully, I will refute the arguments of my adversaries, which all start from the following points. Extended substance, insofar as it is substance, consists, as they think, in parts. Wherefore they deny that it can be infinite, or consequently, that it can appertain to God. Spinoza discusses two versions of this objection. We'll look at the second of these. The second argument is also drawn from God's supreme perfection. God, it is said, inasmuch as he is a supremely perfect being, cannot be passive, but extended substance, insofar as it is divisible, is passive. It follows, therefore, that extended substance does not appertain to the essence of God. Such are the arguments I find on the subject in writers, who by them try to prove that extended substance is unworthy of the divine nature, and cannot possibly appertain thereto. However, I think an attentive reader will see that I have already answered their own objections, for all their arguments are founded on the hypothesis that extended substance is composed of parts, and such a hypothesis I have shown. Proposition 12 and corollary to Proposition 8, to be absurd. Moreover, anyone who reflects will see that all these absurdities, if absurdities they be, which I am not now discussing, do not at all follow from the notion of an infinite quantity, but merely from the notion that an infinite quantity is measurable, and composed of finite parts. Therefore, the only fair conclusion to be drawn is that infinite quantity is not measurable, and cannot be composed of finite parts. This is exactly what we have already proved, in Proposition 12. Thus the weapon which they aimed at us has in reality recoiled upon themselves. Spinoza now argues that extended substance is not in fact divisible. We can see this argument as aimed especially at Descartes. On some readings, anyway, Descartes thinks that there are multiple extended substances. But this seems to be at odds with his denial of vacuum, which follows from his identification of extension with space. See if you can reconstruct Spinoza's argument. Suppose the contrary were true, suppose that extended substance were divisible. What would go wrong? 94. This must be admitted by all who know clear reason to be infallible, and most of all by those who deny the possibility of a vacuum. For if extended substance could be so divided that its parts were really separate, why should not one part admit of being destroyed, the others remaining joined together as before? And why should all be so fitted into one another as to leave no vacuum? Surely in the case of things, which are really distinct one from the other, one can exist without the other, and can remain in its original condition. As, then, there does not exist a vacuum in nature, but all parts are bound to come together to prevent it, it follows from this that the parts cannot really be distinguished, and that extended substance in so far as it is substance cannot be divided. If anyone asks me the further question, why are we naturally so prone to divide quantity? I answer, that quantity is conceived by us in two ways, in the abstract, and superficially, as we imagine it, or as substance, as we conceive it solely by the intellect. If, then, we regard quantity as it is represented in our imagination, which we often, and more easily do, we shall find that it is finite, divisible, and compounded of parts, but if we regard it as it is represented in our intellect, and conceive it as substance, which it is very difficult to do, we shall then, as I have sufficiently proved, find that it is infinite, one, and indivisible. This will be plain enough to all who make a distinction between the intellect and the imagination, especially if it be remembered, that matter is everywhere the same, that its parts are not distinguishable, except in so far as we conceive matter as diversely modified, whence its parts are distinguished, not really, but modally. For instance, water, in so far as it is water, we conceive to be divided, and its parts to be separated one from the other, but not in so far as it is extended. Substance, from this point of view it is neither separated nor divisible. Further, water, in so far as it is water, is produced and corrupted, but, in so far as it is substance, it is neither produced nor corrupted. I think I have now answered the second argument. It is, in fact, founded on the assumption that matter, in so far as it is substance, is divisible, and composed of parts. Even if it were so, I do not know why it should be considered unworthy of the divine nature, inasmuch as besides God, by Proposition 14, no substance can be granted, wherefrom it could receive its modifications. All things, I repeat, are in God. And all things which come to pass solely through the laws of the infinite nature of God, and follow, as I will shortly show, from the necessity of his essence. Wherefore it can in no wise be said, that God is passive in respect to anything other than himself, or that extended substance is unworthy of the divine nature, even if it be supposed divisible, so long as it is granted to be infinite and eternal. But enough of this for the present. 1. What would Spinoza make of Descartes' argument for the real distinction between mind and body? Is there some premise or assumption he would reject? 2. Complete this sketch of Spinoza's argument for monism by filling in the relevant propositions or axiom, for example, P5 for proposition 5. Note that this is only one way to reconstruct the argument. Proposition 3, no substance can act on or create a substance with a different attribute. Chapter 595. Argument: substances with different attributes have nothing in common with each other and so cannot be understood through each other, but, by axiom __, they cannot then be causally connected. Proposition 5, no two substances can share an attribute. For any given attribute, there is only one instance. If there are multiple substances, then, they must each have a different attribute. Argument: if there were more than one instance of a given attribute, there would have to be an explanation for why there are exactly that number of beings sharing the attribute and no more, by axiom 3, the principle of sufficient reason. Suppose there were 20 minds. There would have to be an explanation for why there are 20 and not 21 or 19 or 666. Dilemma: does this explanation, A, come from the attribute itself, or, B, from outside the substance altogether? Not, A, since it's no part of the attribute of thought that there be 20 instances of it. Not, B, by ______. So our supposition is false. There is only one mind, and only one instance for any given attribute. Proposition 6, one substance cannot be created, or destroyed, by another. Argument: suppose one substance creates another. They will either a. share an attribute or b. not a. by underscore 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 not b. by underscore 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 underscore. Proposition 7. Each substance exists necessarily. Proposition 8. Each substance is infinite. Argument: suppose a given substance is finite. This means it is limited by something else. For example, my hand is finite in space, since it has spatial boundaries, beyond which there are other objects. They will either a. share an attribute or b. not a. by underscore 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 not b. since it does not make sense for a substance to be limited by something underscore 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 underscore. How could thought be limited by extension, or vice versa? Proposition 9. The more attributes something has, the more reality it has. Spinoza denies the Cartesian claim that distinct attributes entail distinct substances. He might mean reality here in an almost quantitative sense, something that is both. Thought and extension is more real than a substance whose only attribute is thought. Proposition 11. God, by definition a substance possessing infinite attributes, exists. God is by definition a being who is absolutely infinite. He is not merely infinite after his kind, as the series of positive integers is, or as mental substance might be. He is infinite in every possible way, which means he is a single substance that contains all 96 attributes. There are an infinity of these, but we only know two: thought and extension. Argument: suppose God didn't exist. The explanation for this would have to come either from a. within God or b. outside him. Not a. because that would hold only if he were logically self-contradictory. Not b. by underscore 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 underscore. Proposition 14. Only God exists. If there were a substance other than God, it would either a. share an attribute or b. not a. by underscore 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 not b. if it doesn't share an attribute. If it's a different kind of thing, then God would not be absolutely infinite, i.e., possessing an infinity of attributes. 3. Objection: Spinoza's God is material, among other things. But matter is divisible. To be divided is to be imperfect, subject to destruction. Reply: matter isn't divisible, although it is presented to our imagination as if it were. This means that no substance is divisible. If it were, it would be divided into underscore 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 underscore, which is impossible, given underscore 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 underscore. 1. From the necessity of the divine nature must follow an infinite number of things. In infinite ways, that is, all things which can fall within the sphere of infinite intellect. Proof: this proposition will be clear to everyone who remembers that from the given definition of anything the intellect infers several properties, which really necessarily follow therefrom, that is, from the actual essence of the thing defined, and it infers more properties in proportion as the definition of the thing expresses more reality, that is, in proportion as the essence of the thing defined involves more reality. Now, as the divine nature has absolutely infinite attributes, by definition 6, of which each expresses infinite essence after its kind, it follows that from the necessity of its nature an infinite number of things, that is, everything which can fall within the sphere of an infinite intellect, must necessarily follow. QED. Corollary 1. Hence it follows that God is the efficient cause of all that can fall within the sphere of an infinite intellect. Corollary 2. It also follows that God is a cause in himself, and not through an accident of his nature. Corollary 3. It follows, thirdly, that God is the absolutely first cause. 2. God acts solely by the laws of his own nature, and is not constrained by anyone. Proof: we have just shown, in proposition 16, that solely from the necessity of the divine nature, or, what is the same thing, solely from the laws of his nature, an infinite number of things absolutely follow in an infinite number of ways, and we proved, in proposition 15, that without God nothing can be nor be conceived, but that all things are in God. Wherefore nothing can exist outside himself, whereby he can be conditioned or constrained to act. Wherefore God acts solely by the laws of his own. Chapter 597. Nature, and is not constrained by anyone. QED. Corollary 1. It follows, first, that there can be no cause which, either extrinsically or intrinsically, besides the perfection of his own nature, moves God to act. Corollary 2. It follows, second, that God is the sole free cause. For God alone exists by the sole necessity of his nature, by proposition 11 and corollary 1 of proposition 14, and acts by the sole necessity of his own nature, wherefore God is, by definition 7, the sole free cause. QED. Note: others think that God is a free cause, because he can, as they think, bring it about, that those things which we have said follow from his nature, that is, which are in his power, should not come to pass, or should not be produced by him. But this is the same as if they said, that God could bring it about, that it should follow from the nature of a triangle that its 3 interior angles should not be equal to 2 right angles, or that from a given cause no effect should follow, which is absurd. Moreover, I will show below, without the aid of this proposition, that neither intellect nor will appertain to God's nature. I know that there are many who think that they can show that supreme intellect and free will do appertain to God's nature, for they say they know of nothing more perfect, which they can attribute to God, than that which is the highest perfection in ourselves. Further, although they conceive God as actually supremely intelligent, they yet do not believe that he can bring into existence everything which he actually understands, for they think that they would thus destroy God's power. If, they contend, God had created everything which is in his intellect, he would not be able to create anything more, and this, they think, would clash with God's omnipotence. Therefore, they prefer to assert that God is indifferent to all things, and that he creates nothing except that which he has decided, by some absolute exercise of will, to create. However, I think I have shown sufficiently clearly, by Proposition 16, that from God's supreme power, or infinite nature, an infinite number of things, that is, all things have necessarily flowed forth in an infinite number of ways, or always flow from the same necessity, in the same way as from the nature of a triangle it follows from eternity, and for eternity, that its three interior angles are equal to two right angles. Wherefore the omnipotence of God has been displayed from all eternity, and will for all eternity remain in the same state of activity. This manner of treating the question attributes to God an omnipotence, in my opinion, far more perfect. For, otherwise, we are compelled to confess that God understands an infinite number of creatable things, which he will never be able to create, for, if he created all that he understands, he would, according to this showing, exhaust his omnipotence, and render himself imperfect. Wherefore, in order to establish that God is perfect, we should be reduced to establishing at the same time, that he cannot bring to pass everything over which his power extends. This seems to be a hypothesis most absurd, and most repugnant to God's omnipotence. Further, to say a word here concerning the intellect and the will which we attribute to God. If intellect and will appertain to the eternal essence of God, we must take these words in some significance quite different from those they usually bear. For intellect and will, which should constitute the essence of God, would perforce be as far apart as the poles from the human intellect and will, in fact, would have nothing in common with them but the name. There would be about as much correspondence between the two as there is between the dog, the heavenly constellation, and a dog, an animal 98 that barks. This I will prove as follows. If intellect belongs to the divine nature, it cannot be in nature, as ours is generally thought to be, posterior to, or simultaneous with the things understood, inasmuch as God is prior to all things by reason of his causality. Corollary 1 of Proposition 16. On the contrary, the truth and formal essence of things is as it is, because it exists by representation as such in the intellect of God. Wherefore the intellect of God, in so far as it is conceived to constitute God's essence, is, in reality, the cause of things, both of their essence and of their existence. This seems to have been recognized by those who have asserted that God's intellect, God's will, and God's power are one and the same. As, therefore, God's intellect is the sole cause of things, namely, both of their essence and existence, it must necessarily differ from them in respect to its essence, and in respect to its existence. For a cause differs from a thing it causes, precisely in the quality which the latter gains from the former. For example, a man is the cause of another man's existence, but not of his essence. For the latter is an eternal truth, and, therefore, the two men may be entirely similar in essence, but must be different in existence, and hence if the existence of one of them cease, the existence of the other will not necessarily cease also, but if the essence of one could be destroyed, and be made false, the essence of the other would be destroyed also. Wherefore, a thing which is the cause both of the essence and of the existence of a given effect, must differ from such effect both in respect to its essence, and also in respect to its existence. Now the intellect of God is the cause both of the essence and the existence of our intellect, therefore, the intellect of God in so far as it is conceived to constitute the divine essence, differs from our intellect both in respect to essence and in respect to existence, nor can it in any wise agree therewith save in name, as we said before. The reasoning would be identical in the case of the will, as anyone can easily see. 1. Will cannot be called a free cause, but only a necessary cause. Proof will is only a particular mode of thinking, like intellect, therefore, by Proposition 28, no volition can exist, nor be conditioned to act, unless it be conditioned by some cause other than itself, which cause is conditioned by a third cause, and so on to infinity. But if will be supposed infinite, it must also be conditioned to exist and act by God, not by virtue of his being substance absolutely infinite, but by virtue of his possessing an attribute which expresses the infinite and eternal essence of thought, by Proposition 23. Thus, however it be conceived, whether as finite or infinite, it requires a cause by which it should be conditioned to exist and act. Thus, Definition 7, it cannot be called a free cause, but only a necessary or constrained cause. QED. Corollary 1. Hence it follows, first, that God does not act according to freedom of the will. Corollary 2. It follows, second, that will and intellect stand in the same relation to the nature of God as do motion and rest and absolutely all natural phenomena, which must be conditioned by God, Proposition 29, to exist and act in a particular manner. For will, like the rest, stands in need of a cause, by which it is conditioned to exist and act in a particular manner. And although, when will or intellect be granted, an infinite Chapter 599 number of results may follow, yet God cannot on that account be said to act from freedom of the will, any more than the infinite number of results from motion and rest would justify us in saying that motion and rest act by free will. Wherefore will no more appertains to God than does anything else in nature, but stands in the same relation to him as motion, rest, and the like, which we have shown to follow from the necessity of the divine nature, and to be conditioned by it to exist and act in a particular manner. 2. Things could not have been brought into being by God in any manner or in any order different from that which has in fact obtained. Proof. All things necessarily follow from the nature of God, Proposition 16, and by the nature of God are conditioned to exist and act in a particular way, Proposition 29. If things, therefore, could have been of a different nature, or have been conditioned to act in a different way, so that the order of nature would have been different, God's nature would also have been able to be different from what it now is, and therefore, by Proposition 11, that different nature also would have perforce existed, and consequently there would have been able to be two or more gods. This, by Corollary 1 of Proposition 14, is absurd. Therefore things could not have been brought into being by God in any other manner, and cqed. Note 1. As I have thus shown, more clearly than the sun at noonday, that there is nothing to justify us in calling things contingent, I wish to explain briefly what meaning we shall attach to the word contingent, but I will first explain the words necessary and impossible. A thing is called necessary either in respect to its essence or in respect to its cause, for the existence of a thing necessarily follows, either from its essence and definition, or from a given efficient cause. For similar reasons a thing is said to be impossible, namely, inasmuch as its essence or definition involves a contradiction, or because no external cause is granted, which is conditioned to produce such an effect, but a thing can in no respect be called contingent, save in relation to the imperfection of our knowledge. A thing of which we do not know whether the essence does or does not involve a contradiction, or of which, knowing that it does not involve a contradiction, we are still in doubt concerning the existence, because the order of causes escapes us. Such a thing, I say, cannot appear to us either necessary or impossible. Wherefore we call it contingent or possible. Note 2. It clearly follows from what we have said, that things have been brought into being by God in the highest perfection, inasmuch as they have necessarily followed from a most perfect nature. Nor does this prove any imperfection in God, for it has compelled us to affirm His perfection. From its contrary proposition, we should clearly gather, as I have just shown, that God is not supremely perfect, for if things had been brought into being in any other way, we should have to assign to God a nature different from that which we are bound to attribute to Him from the consideration of an absolutely perfect being. 100. I do not doubt that many will see this claim as absurd, and will refuse to give their minds up to contemplating it, simply because they are accustomed to assign to God a freedom very different from that which we, definition 7, have deduced. They assign to Him, in short, absolute free will. However, I am also convinced that if such persons reflect on the matter, and duly weigh in their minds our series of propositions, they will reject such freedom as they now attribute to God, not only as nugatory, but also as a great impediment to organized knowledge. There is no need for me to repeat what I have said in the note to Proposition 17. But, for the sake of my opponents, I will show further, that although it be granted that will pertains to the essence of God, it nevertheless follows from His perfection, that things could not have been by Him created other than they are, or in a different order. This is easily proved, if we reflect on what our opponents themselves concede, namely, that it depends solely on the decree and will of God, that each thing is what it is. If it were otherwise, God would not be the cause of all things. Further, that all the decrees of God have been ratified from all eternity by God Himself. If it were otherwise, God would be convicted of imperfection or change. But in eternity there is no such thing as when, before, or after, hence it follows solely from the perfection of God, that God never can decree, or never could have decreed anything but what is, that God did not exist before His decrees, and would not exist without them. But, it is said, supposing that God had made a different universe, or had ordained other decrees from all eternity concerning nature and her order, we could not therefore conclude any imperfection in God. But persons who say this must admit that God can change His decrees. For if God had ordained any decrees concerning nature and her order, different from those which He has ordained, in other words, if He had willed and conceived something different concerning nature, He would perforce have had a different intellect from that which He has, and also a different will. But if it were allowable to assign to God a different intellect and a different will, without any change in His essence or His perfection, what would there be to prevent Him changing the decrees which He has made concerning created things, and nevertheless remaining perfect? For His intellect and will concerning things created and their order are the same, in respect to His essence and perfection, however they be conceived. Further, all the philosophers whom I have read admit that God's intellect is entirely actual, and not at all potential, as they also admit that God's intellect, and God's will, and God's essence are identical. It follows that, if God had had a different actual intellect and a different will, His essence would also have been different, and thus, as I concluded at first, if things had been brought into being by God in a different way from that which has obtained God's intellect and will, that is, as is admitted, His essence would perforce have been different, which is absurd. As these things could not have been brought into being by God in any but the actual way and order which has obtained, and as the truth of this proposition follows from the supreme perfection of God, we can have no sound reason for persuading ourselves to believe that God did not wish to create all the things which were in His intellect, and to create them in the same perfection as He had understood them. But, it will be said, there is in things no perfection nor imperfection, that which is in them, and which causes them to be called perfect or imperfect, good or bad, depends solely on the will of God. If God had so willed, He might have brought it about that. Chapter 5:101. What is now perfection should be extreme imperfection, and vice versa. What is such an assertion, but an open declaration that God, who necessarily understands that which He wishes, might bring it about by His will, that He should understand things differently from the way in which He does understand them? This, as we have just shown, is the height of absurdity. Wherefore, I may turn the argument against its employers, as follows: all things depend on the power of God. In order that things should be different from what they are, God's will would necessarily have to be different. but God's will cannot be different, as we have just most clearly demonstrated, from God's perfection. Therefore neither can things be different. I confess that the theory which subjects all things to the will of an indifferent deity, and asserts that they are all dependent on his fiat, is less far from the truth than the theory of those who maintain that God acts in all things with a view of promoting what is good. For these latter persons seem to set up something beyond God, which does not depend on God, but which God in acting looks to as an exemplar, or which he aims at as a definite goal. This is only another name for subjecting God to the dominion of destiny, an utter absurdity in respect to God, whom we have shown to be the first and only free cause of the essence of all things and also of their existence. I need, therefore, spend no time in refuting such wild theories. 3. God's power is identical with his essence. Proof from the sole necessity of the essence of God. It follows that God is the cause of himself, Proposition 11, and of all things, Proposition 16 and the corollary. Wherefore the power of God, by which he and all things are and act, is identical with his essence. Qed. 4. Whatsoever we conceive to be in the power of God, necessarily exists. Proof: whatsoever is in God's power, must, by the last proposition, be comprehended in his essence in such a manner, that it necessarily follows therefrom, and therefore necessarily exists. Qed. 5. There is no cause from whose nature some effect does not follow. Proof: whatsoever exists expresses God's nature or essence in a given conditioned manner, by the corollary to Proposition 25, that is, by Proposition 34, whatsoever exists, expresses in a given conditioned manner God's power, which is the cause of all things. Therefore an effect must, by Proposition 16, necessarily follow. Qed. 5.2.4 Appendix. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In the foregoing I have explained the nature and properties of God. I have shown that he necessarily exists, that he is one, that he is, and acts solely by the necessity of his own nature, that he is the free cause of all things, and how he is so, that all things are in God, and so depend on him, that without him they could neither exist nor be conceived. Lastly, that all things are predetermined by God, not through his free will or absolute fiat, but from the very nature of God or infinite power. 102. I have further, where occasion afforded, taken care to remove the prejudices, which might impede the comprehension of my demonstrations. Yet there still remain misconceptions not a few, which might and may prove very grave hindrances to the understanding of the concatenation of things, as I have explained it above. I have therefore thought it worth while to bring these misconceptions before the bar of reason. All such opinions spring from the notion commonly entertained, that all things in nature act as men themselves act, namely, with an end in view. it is accepted as certain that God himself directs all things to a definite goal, for it is said that God made all things for man, and man that he might worship him. I will, therefore, consider this opinion, asking first, why it obtains general credence, and why all men are naturally so prone to adopt it. Secondly, I will point out its falsity, and, lastly, I will show how it has given rise to prejudices about good and bad, right and wrong, praise and blame, order and confusion, beauty and ugliness, and the like. However, this is not the place to deduce these misconceptions from the nature of the human mind. It will be sufficient here, if I assume as a starting point, what ought to be universally admitted, namely, that all men are born ignorant of the causes of things, that all have the desire to seek for what is useful to them, and that they are conscious of such desire. Herefrom it follows, first, that men think themselves free inasmuch as they are conscious of their volitions and desires, and never even dream, in their ignorance, of the causes which have disposed them so to wish and desire. Secondly, that men do all things for an end, namely, for that which is useful to them, and which they seek. Thus it comes to pass that they only look for a knowledge of the final causes of events, and when these are learned, they are content, as having no cause for further doubt. If they cannot learn such causes from external sources, they are compelled to turn to considering themselves, and reflecting what end would have induced them personally to bring about the given event, and thus they necessarily judge other natures by their own. Further, as they find in themselves and outside themselves many means which assist them not a little in the search for what is useful. For instance, eyes for seeing, teeth for chewing, herbs and animals for yielding food, the sun for giving light, the sea for breeding fish, and see, they come to look on the whole of nature as a means for obtaining such conveniences. Now as they are aware that they found these conveniences and did not make them, they think they have cause for believing that some other being has made them for their use. As they look upon things as means, they cannot believe them to be self-created, but, judging from the means which they are accustomed to prepare for themselves, they are bound to believe in some ruler or rulers of the universe endowed with human freedom, who have arranged and adapted everything for human use. They are bound to estimate the nature of such rulers, having no information on the subject, in accordance with their own nature, and therefore they assert that the gods ordained everything for the use of man, in order to bind man to themselves and obtain from him the highest honor. Hence also it follows, that everyone thought out for himself, according to his abilities, a different way of worshipping God, so that God might love him more than his fellows, and direct the whole course of nature for the satisfaction of his blind cupidity and insatiable avarice. Thus the prejudice developed into superstition, and took deep root. Chapter 5103. In the human mind, and for this reason everyone strove most zealously to understand and explain the final causes of things, but in their endeavor to show that nature does nothing in vain, i.e., nothing which is useless to man, they only seem to have demonstrated that nature, the gods, and men are all mad together. Consider, I pray you, the result, among the many helps of nature they were bound to find some hindrances, such as storms, earthquakes, diseases, and see, so they declared that such things happen, because the gods are angry at some wrong done to them by men, or at some fault committed in their worship. Experience day by day protested and showed by infinite examples, that good and evil fortunes fall to the lot of pious and impious alike. Still they would not abandon their inveterate prejudice, for it was more easy for them to class such contradictions among other unknown things of whose use they were ignorant, and thus to retain their actual and innate condition of ignorance, than to destroy the whole fabric of their reasoning and start afresh. They therefore laid down as an axiom, that God's judgments far transcend human understanding. Such a doctrine might well have sufficed to conceal the truth from the human race for all eternity, if mathematics had not furnished another standard of verity in considering solely the essence and properties of figures without regard to their final causes. There are other reasons, which I need not mention here, besides mathematics, which might have caused men's minds to be directed to these general prejudices, and have led them to the knowledge of the truth. I have now sufficiently explained my first point. There is no need to show at length that nature has no particular goal in view, and that final causes are mere human figments. This, I think, is already evident enough, both from the causes and foundations on which I have shown such prejudice to be based, and also from Proposition 16, and the corollary of Proposition 32, and, in fact, all those propositions in which I have shown that everything in nature proceeds from a sort of necessity, and with the utmost perfection. However, I will add a few remarks, in order to overthrow this doctrine of a final cause utterly. That which is really a cause it considers as an effect, and vice versa. It makes that which is by nature first to be last, and that which is highest and most perfect to be most imperfect. Passing over the questions of cause and priority as self-evident, it is plain from Propositions 21, 22, and 23 that the effect is most perfect which is produced immediately by God, the effect which requires for its production several intermediate causes is, in that respect, more imperfect. But if those things which were made immediately by God were made to enable him to attain his end, then the things which come after, for the sake of which the first were made, are necessarily the most excellent of all. Further, this doctrine does away with the perfection of God, for, if God acts for an object, he necessarily desires something which he lacks. Certainly, theologians and metaphysicians draw a distinction between the object of want and the object of assimilation. Still they confess that God made all things for the sake of himself, not for the sake of creation. They are unable to point to anything prior to creation, except God himself, as an object for which God should act, and are therefore driven to admit, as they clearly must, that God lacked those things for whose attainment he created means, and further that he desired them. We must not omit to notice that the followers of this doctrine, anxious to display their talent in assigning final causes, have 104. Imported a new method of argument in proof of their theory, namely, a reduction not to the impossible, but to ignorance, thus showing that they have no other method of exhibiting their doctrine. For example, if a stone falls from a roof onto someone's head, and kills him, they will demonstrate by their new method, that the stone fell in order to kill the man, for, if it had not by God's will fallen with that object, how could so many circumstances, and there are often many concurrent circumstances, have all happened together by chance? Perhaps you will answer that the event is due to the facts that the wind was blowing, and the man was walking that way. But why, they will insist, was the wind blowing, and why was the man at that very time walking that way? If you again answer, that the wind had then sprung up because the sea had begun to be agitated the day before, the weather being previously calm, and that the man had been invited by a friend, they will again insist, but why was the sea agitated? And why was the man invited at that time? So they will pursue their questions from cause to cause, till at last you take refuge in the will of God, in other words, the sanctuary of ignorance. So, again, when they survey the frame of the human body, they are amazed, and being ignorant of the causes of so great a work of art, conclude that it has been fashioned, not mechanically, but by divine and supernatural skill, and has been so put together that one part shall not hurt another. Hence anyone who seeks for the true causes of miracles, and strives to understand natural phenomena as an intelligent being, and not to gaze at them like a fool, is set down and denounced as an impious heretic by those whom the masses adore as the interpreters of nature and the gods. Such persons know that, with the removal of ignorance, the wonder which forms their only available means for proving and preserving their authority would vanish also. But I now quit this subject, and pass on to my third point. After men persuaded themselves that everything which is created for their sake, they were bound to consider as the chief quality in everything that which is most useful to themselves, and to account those things the best of all which have the most beneficial effect on mankind. Further, they were bound to form abstract notions for the explanation of the nature of things, such as goodness, badness, order, confusion, warmth, cold, beauty, deformity, and so on, and from the belief that they are free agents arose the further notions of praise and blame, sin and merit. I will speak of these latter hereafter, when I treat of human nature, the former I will briefly explain here. Everything which conduces to health and the worship of God they have called good. Everything which hinders these objects they have styled bad, and inasmuch as those who do not understand the nature of things do not verify phenomena in any way, but merely imagine them after a fashion, and mistake their imagination for understanding, such persons firmly believe that there is an order in things, being really ignorant both of things and their own nature. When phenomena are of such a kind, that the impression they make on our senses requires little effort of imagination, and can consequently be easily remembered. We say that they are well ordered, if the contrary, that they are ill ordered or confused. Further, as things which are easily imagined are more pleasing to us, men prefer order to confusion, as though there were any order in nature, except in relation to our Chapter 5105 Imagination, and say that God has created all things in order, thus, without knowing it, attributing imagination to God, unless, indeed, they would have it that God foresaw human imagination, and arranged everything, so that it should be most easily imagined. If this be their theory, they would not, perhaps, be daunted by the fact that we find an infinite number of phenomena, far surpassing our imagination, and very many others which confound its weakness. But enough has been said on this subject. The other abstract notions are nothing but modes of imagining, in which the imagination is differently affected, though they are considered by the ignorant as the chief attributes of things, inasmuch as they believe that everything was created for the sake of themselves, and, according as they are affected by it, style it good or bad, healthy or rotten and corrupt. For instance, if the motion which objects we see communicate to our nerves be conducive to health, the objects causing it are styled beautiful; if a contrary motion be excited, they are styled ugly. Things which are perceived through our sense of smell are styled fragrant or fetid; if through our taste, sweet or bitter, full-flavored or insipid; if through our touch, hard or soft, rough or smooth; and see, whatsoever affects our ears is said to give rise to noise, sound, or harmony. In this last case, there are men lunatic enough to believe that even God himself takes pleasure in harmony, and philosophers are not lacking who have persuaded themselves that the motion of the heavenly bodies gives rise to harmony, all of which instances sufficiently show that everyone judges of things according to the state of his brain, or rather mistakes for things the forms of his imagination. We need no longer wonder that there have arisen all the controversies we have witnessed, and finally skepticism. For, although human bodies in many respects agree, yet in very many others they differ, so that what seems good to one seems bad to another, what seems well ordered to one seems confused to another, what is pleasing to one displeases another, and so on. I need not further enumerate, because this is not the place to treat the subject at length, and also because the fact is sufficiently well known. It is commonly said, so many men, so many minds, everyone is wise in his own way. Brains differ as completely as palates. All of which proverbs show that men judge of things according to their mental disposition, and rather imagine than understand, for if they understood phenomena, they would, as mathematicians attest, be convinced, if not attracted, by what I have urged. We have now perceived that all the explanations commonly given of nature are mere modes of imagining, and do not indicate the true nature of anything, but only the constitution of the imagination, and, although they have names, as though they were entities, existing externally to the imagination, I call them entities imaginary rather than real, and, therefore, all arguments against us drawn from such abstractions are easily rebutted. Many argue in this way. If all things follow from a necessity of the absolutely perfect nature of God, why are there so many imperfections in nature? Such, for instance, as things corrupt to the point of putridity, loathsome deformity, confusion, evil, sin, and c. But these reasoners are, as I have said, easily confuted, for the perfection of things is to be reckoned only from their own nature and power. Things are not more or less perfect, according as they delight or offend human senses, or according as they are serviceable or repugnant to mankind. To those who ask why God did not so create all 106 men, that they should be governed only by reason, I give no answer but this, because matter was not lacking to him for the creation of every degree of perfection from highest to lowest, or, more strictly, because the laws of his nature are so vast, as to suffice for the production of everything conceivable by an infinite intelligence, as I have shown in Proposition 16. Such are the misconceptions I have undertaken to note. If there are any more of the same sort, everyone may easily dissipate them for himself with the aid of a little reflection. 1. Why does Spinoza object to the anthropomorphic conception of God? 2. What does Spinoza think of the argument from design? 3. How does Spinoza reply to the problem of evil? Would this reply appeal to traditional theists? 4. What are we, according to Spinoza? Are we substances or modes? What consequences does Spinoza's view have for the notion of immortality? 5. Can you guess why this work is called the Ethics? Chapter 5 107. Chapter 6 John Locke's, 1632–1704. Essay concerning Human Understanding, 1689. 6.1 John Locke's, 1632–1704, Essay concerning Human Understanding, 1689. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. As Locke admits, his essay is something of a mess, from an editorial point of view. What follows are what I take to be some of the most important passages from the book, grouped under topical headings in an attempt to make a coherent and systematic whole. Parts and headings are given in bold and are purely my invention. Section headings are given in italics, and are Locke's. Otherwise, all material in italics is mine, not Locke's. Indicates an omission. The essay is organized into books, chapters, and sections. The start of each section cites book chapter section. For example, II5 means book I, chapter I, section 5. Textual note: the standard edition of the essay is that of P.H. Niditch, Oxford, 1975. But Roger Woolhouse's Penguin edition is superior in some respects. The headings are as follows: A. The project. B. Against innate knowledge. C. Ideas and their origin. D. Simple ideas. E. Primary and secondary qualities. F. Complex ideas. G. Substance/substratum. H. Natural kinds. I. Body. J. Mind. K. Personal identity. L. The limits of knowledge. M. God. 6.2 The project of the essay. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. From the Epistle to the Reader, were it fit to trouble thee with the history of this essay, I should tell thee, that 5 or 6 friends meeting at my chamber, and discoursing on a 108 subject very remote from this, found themselves quickly at a stand, by the difficulties that rose on every side. After we had a while puzzled ourselves, without coming any nearer a resolution of those doubts which perplexed us, it came into my thoughts that we took a wrong course, and that before we set ourselves upon inquiries of that nature, it was necessary to examine our own abilities, and see what objects our understandings were, or were not, fitted to deal with. The commonwealth of learning is not at this time without master builders, whose mighty designs, in advancing the sciences, will leave lasting monuments to the admiration of posterity, but every one must not hope to be a Boyle or a Sydenham. And in an age that produces such masters as the great Wigenius and the incomparable Mr. Newton, with some others of that strain, it is ambition enough to be employed as an under-laborer in clearing the ground a little, and removing some of the rubbish that lies in the way to knowledge. From II1 An inquiry into the understanding pleasant and useful, since it is the understanding that sets man above the rest of sensible beings, and gives him all the advantage and dominion which he has over them. It is certainly a subject, even for its nobleness, worth our labor to inquire into. The understanding, like the eye, whilst it makes us see and perceive all other things, takes no notice of itself, and it requires an art and pains to set it at a distance and make it its own object. From II2 Design, this, therefore, being my purpose to inquire into the original certainty and extent of human knowledge, together with the grounds and degrees of belief, opinion, and assent. From II3 Method, it is therefore worth while to search out the bounds between opinion and knowledge, and examine by what measures, in things whereof we have no certain knowledge, we ought to regulate our assent and moderate our persuasion. In order whereunto I shall pursue this following method. First, I shall inquire into the original of those ideas, notions, or whatever else you please to call them, which a man observes, and is conscious to himself he has in his mind, and the ways whereby the understanding comes to be furnished with them. Secondly, I shall endeavor to show what knowledge the understanding hath by those ideas, and the certainty, evidence, and extent of it. Thirdly, I shall make some inquiry into the nature and grounds of faith or opinion, whereby I mean that assent which we give to any proposition as true, of whose truth yet we have no certain knowledge. And here we shall have occasion to examine the reasons and degrees of assent. From II4, useful to know the extent of our comprehension, if we can find out how far the understanding can extend its view, how far it has faculties to attain certainty, and in what cases it can only judge and guess, we may learn to content ourselves with what is attainable by us in this state. From II5, our capacity suited to our state and concerns, it will be no excuse to an idle and untoward servant, who would not attend his business by candle light, to plead that he had not broad sunshine. The candle that is set up in us shines bright enough for all our purposes. From II6, knowledge of our capacity a cure of skepticism and idleness. When we know our own strength, we shall the better know what to undertake with hopes of success. Chapter 6 109. And when we have well surveyed the powers of our own minds, and made some estimate what we may expect from them, we shall not be inclined either to sit still, and not set our thoughts on work at all, in despair of knowing anything, nor on the other side, question everything, and disclaim all knowledge, because some things are not to be understood. It is of great use to the sailor to know the length of his line, though he cannot with it fathom all the depths of the ocean. It is well he knows that it is long enough to reach the bottom, at such places as are necessary to direct his voyage, and caution him against running upon shoals that may ruin him. Our business here is not to know all things, but those which concern our conduct. If we can find out those measures, whereby a rational creature, put in that state in which man is in this world, may and ought to govern his opinions, and actions depending thereon, we need not to be troubled that some other things escape our knowledge. 1. What is Locke's main project in the essay? 2. What's the point of pursuing it? What advantages does he expect to obtain from it? 3. What is distinctive about Locke's project? What would Locke think of the method of, say, Spinoza? 6.3 Against innate knowledge. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Given Locke's project, it makes sense that he begins by attacking the doctrine of innate knowledge. This attack was partly responsible for the essays being banned at Oxford in 1704. Can you think why these thoughts might sound dangerous, and why Locke's project begins where it does? From III5, not on mind naturally imprinted, because not known to children, idiots. And c. 4. First, it is evident that all children and idiots have not the least apprehension or thought of them, and the want of that is enough to destroy that universal assent, which must needs be the necessary concomitant of all innate truths. It seeming to me near a contradiction to say that there are truths imprinted on the soul, which it perceives or understands not, imprinting, if it signify anything, being nothing else but the making certain truths to be perceived. For to imprint anything on the mind without the mind's perceiving it, seems to me hardly intelligible. If therefore children and idiots have souls, have minds, with those impressions upon them, they must unavoidably perceive them. If the capacity of knowing be the natural impression contended for, all the truths a man ever comes to know will, by this account, be every one of them innate, and this great point will amount to no more, but only to a very improper way of speaking, which, whilst it pretends to assert the contrary, says nothing different from those who deny innate principles. For nobody, I think, ever denied that the mind was capable of knowing several truths. From II 15 the steps by which the mind attains several truths, the senses at first let in particular ideas, and furnish the yet empty cabinet, and the mind by degrees growing familiar with some of them, they are lodged in the memory, and names got to 110 them. Afterwards, the mind proceeding further, abstracts them, and by degrees learns the use of general names. In this manner the mind comes to be furnished with ideas and language, the materials about which to exercise its discursive faculty. And the use of reason becomes daily more visible, as these materials that give it employment increase. But though the having of general ideas, and the use of general words and reason usually grow together, yet I see not how this any way proves them innate. From IV 20 no innate ideas in the memory, to which let me add, if there be any innate ideas, any ideas in the mind which the mind does not actually think on, they must be lodged in the memory, and from thence must be brought into view by remembrance, i.e., must be known, when they are remembered, to have been perceptions in the mind before, unless remembrance can be without remembrance. For, to remember is to perceive anything with memory, or with a consciousness that it was perceived or known before. Without this, whatever idea comes into the mind is new, and not remembered, this consciousness of its having been in the mind before being that which distinguishes remembering from all other ways of thinking. Whatever idea was never perceived by the mind was never in the mind. Whatever idea is in the mind, is either an actual perception, or else, having been an actual perception, is so in the mind that, by the memory, it can be made an actual perception. Again, whenever there is the actual perception of any idea without memory, the idea appears perfectly new and unknown before to the understanding. Whenever the memory brings any idea into actual view, it is with a consciousness that it had been there before, and was not wholly a stranger to the mind. Whether this be not so, I appeal to every one's observation. And then I desire an instance of an idea, pretended to be innate, which, before any impression of it by ways hereafter to be mentioned, any one could revive and remember, as an idea he had formerly known, without which consciousness of a former perception there is no remembrance, and whatever idea comes into the mind without that consciousness is not remembered, or comes not out of the memory, nor can be said to be in the mind before that appearance. For what is not either actually in view or in the memory, is in the mind no way at all, and is all one as if it had never been there. Hatever idea, being not actually in view, is in the mind, is there only by being in the memory, and if it be not in the memory, it is not in the mind, and if it be in the memory, it cannot by the memory be brought into actual view without a perception that it comes out of the memory, which is this, that it had been known before, and is now remembered. If therefore there be any innate ideas, they must be in the memory, or else nowhere in the mind, and if they be in the memory, they can be revived without any impression from without, and whenever they are brought into the mind, they are remembered, i.e., they bring with them a perception of their not being wholly new to it. By this it may be tried whether there be any innate ideas in the mind before impression from sensation or reflection. I would fain meet with the man who, when he came to the use of reason, or at any other time, remembered any of them, and to whom, after he was born, they were never new. If anyone will say, there are ideas in the mind that are not in the memory, I desire him to explain himself, and make what he says intelligible. Chapter 6 111 1. Why is Locke concerned to deny the doctrine of innate principles? Can you connect this with Locke's project? 2. Can you extract an argument from these texts that might apply to innate ideas, as opposed to principles? There seem to be 3 possible ways to cash out what it means to say that an idea is innate. It might be innate as a capacity, it might always be present to the mind, or it might be lodged in the memory. What does Locke think is wrong with this last option, memory? See especially Chapter 4, Section 20 above. Hint: Locke seems to think there's something contradictory about innateness. Premise 1, an innate idea is in the memory. Premise 2, any idea in the memory, when recovered, brings with it 6.4 ideas and their origin. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. It's one thing to attack the doctrines of innate knowledge and innate ideas, it's another to come up with a replacement for them. Locke must explain how all our ideas are generated solely out of the materials given to us in experience, and how experience alone can justify our knowledge claims. From I-18 what idea stands for, thus much I thought necessary to say concerning the occasion of this inquiry into human understanding. But, before I proceed on to what I have thought on this subject, I must here in the entrance beg pardon of my reader for the frequent use of the word idea, which he will find in the following treatise. It being that term which, I think, serves best to stand for whatsoever is the object of the understanding when a man thinks, I have used it to express whatever is meant by phantasm, notion, species, or whatever it is which the mind can be employed about in thinking, and I could not avoid frequently using it. I presume it will be easily granted me, that there are such ideas in men's minds, every one is conscious of them in himself, and men's words and actions will satisfy him that they are in others. From 4xxi4, ints the things the mind contemplates are none of them, besides itself, present to the understanding. It is necessary that something else, as a sign or representation of the thing it considers, should be present to it, and these are ideas. From 2i2, all ideas come from sensation, or reflection. Let us then suppose the mind to be, as we say, white paper, void of all characters, without any ideas. How comes it to be furnished? To this I answer, in one word, from experience. In that all our knowledge is founded, and from that it ultimately derives itself. Our observation, employed either about external sensible objects, or about the internal operations of our minds perceived and reflected on by ourselves, is that which supplies our understandings with all the materials of thinking. These two are the fountains of knowledge, from whence all the ideas we have, or can naturally have, do spring. From 2i3, the objects of sensation. One source of ideas. First, our senses, conversant about particular sensible objects, do convey into the mind several distinct 112 perceptions of things, according to those various ways wherein those objects do affect them. And thus we come by those ideas we have of yellow, white, heat, cold, soft, hard, bitter, sweet, and all those which we call sensible qualities. From 2i4, the operations of our minds, the other source of them. Secondly, the other fountain from which experience furnisheth the understanding with ideas is the perception of the operations of our own mind within us, as it is employed about the ideas it has got. And such are perception, thinking, doubting, believing, reasoning, knowing, willing, and all the different actings of our own minds. From 2i5, all our ideas are of the one or of the other of these. These, when we have taken a full survey of them, and their several modes, and the compositions made out of them, we shall find to contain all our whole stock of ideas, and that we have nothing in our minds which did not come in one of these two ways. Let any one examine his own thoughts, and thoroughly search into his understanding, and then let him tell me, whether all the original ideas he has there, are any other than of the objects of his senses, or of the operations of his mind, considered as objects of his reflection. Locke thinks that sensation and reflection are our only sources of ideas. We should now look at his response to Descartes' argument for a third source of ideas, namely the intellect. See the second paragraph of the sixth meditation, of the existence of material things, and of the real distinction between the mind and body of man, page 75. From 2xxix13, complex ideas may be distinct in one part, and confused in another. Our complex ideas, being made up of collections, and so variety of simple ones, may accordingly be very clear and distinct in one part, and very obscure and confused in another. In a man who speaks of a kilogram, or a body of 1,000 sides, the ideas of the figure may be very confused, though that of the number be very distinct. So that he, being able to discourse and demonstrate concerning that part of his complex idea which depends upon the number of thousand, he is apt to think he has a distinct idea of a kilogram, though it be plain he has no precise idea of its figure, so as to distinguish it, by that, from one that has but 999 sides, the not observing whereof causes no small error in men's thoughts, and confusion in their discourses. 1. How does Locke respond to Descartes' argument in Sixth Meditation, of the existence of material things, and of the real distinction between the mind and body of man, page 75, for the distinction between the intellect and the imagination? Who is right? 6.5 Simple Ideas. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. From 2i1 Uncompounded Appearances, the better to understand the nature, manner, and extent of our knowledge, one thing is carefully to be observed concerning the ideas we have, and that is, that some of them are simple and some complex. Chapter 6 113. Though the qualities that affect our senses are, in the things themselves, so united and blended, that there is no separation, no distance between them, yet it is plain, the ideas they produce in the mind enter by the senses simple, and unmixed. For, though the sight and touch often take in from the same object, at the same time, different ideas, as a man sees at once motion and color, the hand feels softness and warmth in the same piece of wax, yet the simple ideas thus united in the same subject, are as perfectly distinct as those that come in by different senses. From 2i1 Division of simple ideas, the better to conceive the ideas we receive from sensation, it may not be amiss for us to consider them, in reference to the different ways whereby they make their approaches to our minds, and make themselves perceivable by us. First, then, there are some which come into our minds by one sense only. Secondly, there are others that convey themselves into the mind by more senses than one. Thirdly, others that are had from reflection only. Fourthly, there are some that make themselves way, and are suggested to the mind by all the ways of sensation and reflection. 1. Classify these ideas, according to the above system. 2i1. 1. The idea of blue ________________________ 2. The idea of square ________________________________________________________________________________________________________________________
_________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Fig. 6.1. As we'll see, some ideas turn out to be ideas of powers rather than of qualities. So, we'll need a story about how we get our idea of power as a building block, before we can move on to the primary/secondary quality distinction. From 2xxi1 This idea of power how got, the mind being every day informed, by the senses,
of the alteration of those simple ideas it observes in things without, and taking. Notice how one comes to an end, and ceases to be, and another begins to exist which was not before, reflecting also on what passes within itself, and observing a constant change of its ideas, sometimes by the impression of outward objects on the senses, and sometimes by the determination of its own choice, and concluding from what it has so constantly observed to have been, that the like changes will for the future be made in the same things, by like agents, and by the like ways, considers in one thing the possibility of having any of its simple ideas changed, and in another the possibility of making that change, and so comes by that idea which we call power. Thus we say, fire has a power to melt gold, i.e., to destroy the consistency of its insensible parts, and consequently its hardness, and make it fluid. In which, and the like cases, the power we consider is in reference to the change of perceivable ideas. For we cannot observe any alteration to be made in, or operation upon anything, but by observable change of its sensible ideas, nor conceive any alteration to be made, but by conceiving a change of some of its ideas. From 2xxi2, power, active and passive, power thus considered is twofold, viz. as able to make, or able to receive any change. The one may be called active, and the other passive power. Whether matter be not wholly destitute of active power, as its author, God, is truly above all passive power, and whether the intermediate state of created spirits be not that alone which is capable of both active and passive power, may be. 114. Worth consideration. I shall not now enter into that inquiry, my present business being not to search into the original of power, but how we come by the idea of it. But since active powers make so great a part of our complex ideas of natural substances, as we shall see hereafter, and I mention them as such, according to common apprehension, yet they being not, perhaps, so truly active powers as our hasty thoughts are apt to represent them, I judge it not amiss, by this intimation, to direct our minds to the consideration of God and spirits, for the clearest idea of active power. From 2xxi3, power includes relation, I confess power includes in it some kind of relation, a relation to action or change, as indeed which of our ideas of what kind soever, when attentively considered, does not. For, our ideas of extension, duration, and number, do they not all contain in them a secret relation of the parts? Figure and motion have something relative in them much more visibly. Our idea therefore of power, I think, may well have a place amongst other simple ideas, and be considered as one of them, being one of those that make a principal ingredient in our complex ideas of substances, as we shall hereafter have occasion to observe. From 2xxi4, the clearest idea of active power had from spirit, if we will consider it attentively. Bodies, by our senses, do not afford us so clear and distinct an idea of active power, as we have from reflection on the operations of our minds. For all power relating to action, and there being but two sorts of action whereof we have an idea, viz. thinking and motion, let us consider whence we have the clearest ideas of the powers which produce these actions. 1. Of thinking, body affords us no idea at all, it is only from reflection that we have that. 2. Neither have we from body any idea of the beginning of motion. A body at rest affords us no idea of any active power to move, and when it is set in motion itself, that motion is rather a passion than an action in it. 4. When the ball obeys the motion of a billiard stick, it is not any action of the ball, but bare passion. Also when by impulse it sets another ball in motion that lay in its way, it only communicates the motion it had received from another, and loses in itself so much as the other received, which gives us but a very obscure idea of an active power of moving in body, whilst we observe it only to transfer, but not produce any motion. 1. Is the idea of power a simple idea or not? What turns on this? 2. How does the mind form an idea of power? 3. Why does sensation not give us an idea of active power? 6.6 Primary and Secondary Qualities. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. 2 VIII is intended as a further discussion of simple ideas. Locke draws what should by now be a familiar distinction. Can you reconstruct Locke's argument? From 2 VIII 7 ideas in the mind, qualities in bodies, to discover the nature of our ideas the better, and to discourse of them intelligibly, it will be convenient to. Chapter 6 115. Distinguish them as they are ideas or perceptions in our minds, and as they are modifications of matter in the bodies that cause such perceptions in us. From 2 VIII 8 Our ideas and the qualities of bodies, whatsoever the mind perceives in itself, or is the immediate object of perception, thought, or understanding, that I call idea, and the power to produce any idea in our mind, I call quality of the subject, wherein that power is. Thus a snowball having the power to produce in us the ideas of white, cold, and round, the power to produce those ideas in us, as they are in the snowball, I call qualities, and as they are sensations or perceptions in our understandings, I call them ideas, which ideas, if I speak of sometimes as in the things themselves, I would be understood to mean those qualities in the objects which produce them in us. From 2 VIII 9 Primary Qualities of Bodies. Concerning these qualities, we, I think, observe these primary ones in bodies that produce simple ideas in us, viz. Solidity, extension, motion or rest, number or figure. These, which I call original or primary qualities of body, are wholly inseparable from it, and such as in all the alterations and changes it suffers, all the force can be used upon it, it constantly keeps, and such as sense constantly finds in every particle of matter which has bulk enough to be perceived, and the mind finds inseparable from every particle of matter, though less than to make itself singly be perceived by our senses. For example, take a grain of wheat, divide it into two parts, each part has still solidity, extension, figure, and mobility, divide it again, and it retains still the same qualities. From 20250711 How bodies produce ideas in us, the next thing to be considered is how bodies operate one upon another, and that is manifestly by impulse, and nothing else. It being impossible to conceive that body should operate on what it does not touch, which is all one as to imagine it can operate where it is not, or when it does touch, operate any other way than by motion. From 202513 How secondary qualities produce their ideas, after the same manner that the ideas of these original qualities are produced in us, we may conceive that the ideas of secondary qualities are also produced, viz. by the operation of insensible particles on our senses. Let us suppose at present that the different motions and figures, bulk and number, of such particles, affecting the several organs of our senses, produce in us those different sensations which we have from the colors and smells of bodies. It being no more impossible to conceive that God should annex such ideas to such motions, with which they have no similitude, than that he should annex the idea of pain to the motion of a piece of steel dividing our flesh, with which that idea hath no resemblance. From 202514 They depend on the primary qualities. What I have said concerning colors and smells may be understood also of tastes and sounds, and other the like sensible qualities, which, whatever reality we by mistake attribute to them, are in truth nothing in the objects themselves, but powers to produce various sensations in us, and depend on those primary qualities, viz. bulk, figure, texture, and motion of parts. And therefore I call them secondary qualities. From 202515 Ideas of primary qualities are resemblances, of secondary, not, from. Whence I think it easy to draw this observation, that the ideas of primary qualities of bodies are resemblances of them, and their patterns do really exist in the bodies. 116. Themselves, but the ideas produced in us by these secondary qualities have no resemblance of them at all. There is nothing like our ideas, existing in the bodies themselves. They are, in the bodies we denominate from them, only a power to produce those sensations in us. From 202517 The ideas of the primary alone really exist, the particular bulk, number, figure, and motion of the parts of fire or snow are really in them, whether any one's senses perceive them or no, and therefore they may be called real qualities, because they really exist in those bodies. But light, heat, whiteness, or coldness, are no more really in them than sickness or pain is in manna. Take away the sensation of them, let not the eyes see light or colors, nor the can hear sounds, let the palate not taste, nor the nose smell, and all colors, tastes, odors, and sounds, as they are such particular ideas, vanish and cease, and are reduced to their causes, i.e., bulk, figure, and motion of parts. From 2 VIII 19 Examples, let us consider the red and white colors in porphyry. Hinder light from striking on it, and its colors vanish, it no longer produces any such ideas in us. Upon the return of light it produces these appearances on us again. Can anyone think any real alterations are made in the porphyry by the presence or absence of light, and that those ideas of whiteness and redness are really in porphyry? In the light, when it is plain, it has no color. In the dark, it has, indeed, such a configuration of particles, both night and day, as are apt, by the rays of light rebounding from some parts of that hard stone, to produce in us the idea of redness, and from others the idea of whiteness, but whiteness or redness are not in it at any time, but such a texture that hath the power to produce such a sensation in us. From 2 VIII 20, pound an almond, and the clear white color will be altered into a dirty one, and the sweet taste into an oily one. What real alteration can the beating of the pestle make in an body, but an alteration of the texture of it? From 2 VIII 21 explains how water felt as cold by one hand may be warm to the other. Ideas being thus distinguished and understood, we may be able to give an account how the same water, at the same time, may produce the idea of cold by one hand and of heat by the other, whereas it is impossible that the same water, if those ideas were really in it, should at the same time be both hot and cold. For, if we imagine warmth, as it is in our hands, to be nothing but a certain sort and degree of motion in the minute particles of our nerves or animal spirits, we may understand how it is possible that the same water may, at the same time, produce the sensations of heat in one hand and cold in the other, which yet figure never does, that never producing the idea of a square by one hand which has produced the idea of a globe by another. Locke argues for 3 theses in this chapter. 1. Ideas of secondary qualities do not resemble anything in the objects that have them. 2. Secondary qualities depend on primary. 3. Secondary qualities are nothing but powers in objects to produce certain ideas in us. Chapter 6:117. If there were no observers, or perceivers, what would the world be like, according to Locke? That is, what qualities does a physical object have in itself? How does Locke argue for his 3 theses? Let's start with ideas of secondary qualities resemble nothing in the objects. Recall Aquinas's picture of bodily causation. One object, for example, fire, produces in another the same kind of quality it has in itself, for example, heat. Why does Locke think that there isn't really any heat in the first object? Let's take a case where fire produces a sensation of heat in a person. If our sensation of heat resembled any quality in the object, that quality would have to be the cause of the heat that it produces. 1. Why does Locke reject this? See especially 2 VIII 11 above. 2. Locke argues for a further thesis. 1. Secondary qualities depend on primary. Why think that the color of an object, i.e., the color ideas it produces in us, depends on Its primary qualities. Hint, use 2VIII-20. Finally, what about thesis? 3. Secondary qualities are nothing but powers in objects to produce certain ideas in us. Well, this is just to combine I and to. If they're not resemblances, and they depend on the primary qualities, then to say that a body has a particular color is just to say that its parts are so arranged as to produce a given idea in us. Note that primary qualities are powers and genuine qualities in objects. Secondary are merely powers. But as Locke points out, ideas of secondary qualities depend not just on the objects. They also depend on the perceivers. 1. Think of as many different ways to change the color of this room as you can. 6.7 Complex ideas. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. So far, we've dealt only with simple ideas. But our experience doesn't seem to come to us packaged in simple, discrete elements. So Locke needs to deal with how we generate experiences and thoughts of ordinary objects, what he calls substances, out of simple ideas. From 2xii1 made by the mind out of simple ones, we have hitherto considered those ideas, in the reception whereof the mind is only passive, which are those simple ones received from sensation and reflection before mentioned, whereof the mind cannot make one to itself, nor have any idea which does not wholly consist of them. Ideas thus made up of several simple ones put together, I call complex. From 2xii2 made voluntarily, in this faculty of repeating and joining together its ideas, the mind has great power in varying and multiplying the objects of its thoughts, infinitely beyond what sensation or reflection furnished it with, but all this still 118. Confined to those simple ideas which it received from those two sources, and which are the ultimate materials of all its compositions. From 2xii3, complex ideas are either of modes, substances, or relations. From 2xxii1, ideas of substances, how made, the mind being, as I have declared, furnished with a great number of the simple ideas, conveyed in by the senses as they are found in exterior things, or by reflection on its own operations, takes notice also that a certain number of these simple ideas go constantly together, which being presumed to belong to one thing, and words being suited to common apprehensions, and made use of for quick dispatch are called, so united in one subject, by one name, which, by inadvertency, we are apt afterward to talk of and consider as one simple idea, which indeed is a complication of many ideas together, because, as I have said, not imagining how these simple ideas can subsist by themselves, we accustom ourselves to suppose some substratum wherein they do subsist, and from which they do result, which therefore we call substance. 1. List the ideas necessary to construct an idea of a substance like Helga, a dog. 6.8 Substance/substratum. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Our simple ideas represent qualities. To think of a substance like a dog, however, we need to think of these qualities as inhering in or being unified by some underlying substratum, which he sometimes also calls pure substance in general. What is Locke's attitude toward this substratum, and our knowledge of it? From 2xiii19 Substance and Accidents of Little Use in Philosophy, they who first ran into the notion of accidents, as a sort of real beings that needed something to inhere in, were forced to find out the word substance to support them. Had the poor Indian philosopher, who imagined that the earth also wanted something to bear it up, but thought of this word substance, he needed not to have been at the trouble to find an elephant to support it, and a tortoise to support his elephant. The word substance would have done it effectually, and he that inquired might have taken it for as good an answer from an Indian philosopher that substance, without knowing what it is that which supports the earth, as take it for a sufficient answer. And good doctrine from our European philosophers that substance, without knowing what it is that which supports accidents. So that of substance, we have no idea of what it is, but only a confused obscure one of what it does. From 2xiii20 Sticking on and underpropping, whatever a learned man may do. Here, an intelligent American, who inquired into the nature of things, would scarce take it for a satisfactory account, if, desiring to learn our architecture, he should be told that a pillar is a thing supported by a basis, and a basis something that supported a pillar. Would he not think himself mocked, instead of taught, with such an account as this? Were the Latin words inherentia and substantio put into the plain English ones that answer them, and were called sticking on and underpropping, they would. Chapter 6:119. Better discover to us the very great clearness there is in the doctrine of substance and accidents, and show of what use they are in deciding of questions in philosophy. From 2xiii23 Our obscure idea of substance in general, so that if anyone will examine himself concerning his notion of pure substance in general, he will find he has no other idea of it at all, but only a supposition of he knows not what support of such qualities which are capable of producing simple ideas in us, which qualities are commonly called accidents. If anyone should be asked, what is the subject wherein color or weight inheres, he would have nothing to say, but the solid extended parts. And if he were demanded, what is it that solidity and extension adhere in, he would not be in a much better case than the Indian before mentioned who, saying that the world was supported by a great elephant, was asked what the elephant rested on, to which his answer was a great tortoise, but being again pressed to know what gave support to the broad-backed tortoise, replied something, he knew not what. 1. It's vital to see that by substance Locke means here substratum, that in which properties inhere. This notion is akin to Aristotle's notion of prime matter. Why might one say that Locke has a love/hate relationship with substratum? 6.9 Natural kinds.
Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Now that we know how we think about individual substances, for example, an elephant, we need to know how we can think about kinds or sorts of things. I'm not limited to thinking or talking about individual substances. I can make claims that apply to groups or sorts of substances. Locke's abstraction is the mechanism by which we move from purely determinate ideas to general ones. Keep in mind that Locke has two kinds of fish to fry in this context: the Cartesians, who think that the essence of body is just extension, and the Aristotelians, who think that the world presents itself to us as if it were carved at the joints into innumerable distinct natural kinds. In this context, Locke's role as an underlaborer to science is most in evidence. From 3ii6 How general words are made. Words become general by being made. The signs of general ideas, and ideas become general, by separating from them the circumstances of time and place, and any other ideas that may determine them to this or that particular existence. By this way of abstraction they are made capable of representing more individuals than one, each of which having in it a conformity to that abstract idea, is, as we call it, of that sort. From 3ii7 shown by the way we enlarge our complex ideas from infancy. Here is nothing more evident than that the ideas of the persons children converse with, to instance in them alone, are, like the persons themselves, only particular. The ideas of the nurse and the mother are well framed in their minds, and, like pictures of them, there, represent only those individuals. The names they first gave to them are confined to these individuals, and the names of nurse and mama, the child uses, determine themselves to those persons. Afterwards, when time and a larger acquaintance have made them observe that there are a great many other things in the 120 world, that in some common agreements off shape, and several other qualities, resemble their father and mother, and those persons they have been used to, they frame an idea, which they find those many particulars do partake in, and to that they give, with others, the name man, for example. And thus they come to have a general name, and a general idea, wherein they make nothing new, but only leave out of the complex idea they had of Peter and James, Mary and Jane, that which is peculiar to each, and retain only what is common to them all. From 3ii11 General and universal are creatures of the understanding, and belong not to the real existence of things. It is plain, by what has been said, that general and universal belong not to the real existence of things, but are the inventions and creatures of the understanding, made by it for its own use, and concern only signs, whether words or ideas. Ideas are general when they are set up as the representatives of many particular things, but universality belongs not to things themselves, which are all of them particular in their existence, even those words and ideas which in their signification are general.
When therefore we quit particulars, the generals that rest are only creatures of our own making, their general nature being nothing but the capacity they are put into, by the understanding, of signifying or representing many particulars. For the signification they have is nothing but a relation that, by the mind of man, is added to them. From 3:13 they are the workmanship of the understanding, but have their foundation in the similitude of things. I would not here be thought to forget, much less to deny, that nature, in the production of things, makes several of them alike. There is nothing more obvious, especially in the races of animals, and all things propagated by seed. But yet I think we may say, the sorting of them under names is the workmanship of the understanding, taking occasion, from the similitude it observes amongst them, to make abstract general ideas, and set them up in the mind, with names annexed to them, as patterns or forms, for, in that sense, the word form has a very proper signification, to which as particular things existing are found to agree, so they come to be of that species, have that denomination, or are put into that class. From 3:15 several significations of the word essence, but since the essences of things are thought by some, and not without reason, to be wholly unknown, it may not be amiss to consider the several significations of the word essence. 1. Real essences. First, essence may be taken for the very being of anything, whereby it is what it is, and thus the real internal, but generally, in substances, unknown constitution of things, whereon their discoverable qualities depend, may be called their essence. This is the proper original signification of the word, as is evident from the formation of it, essential in its primary notation, signifying properly being. And in this sense it is still used, when we speak of the essence of particular things, without giving them any name. 2. Nominal essences. Secondly, the learning and disputes of the schools having been much busied about genus and species, the word essence has almost lost its primary signification, and, instead of the real constitution of things, has been almost wholly applied to the artificial constitution of genus and species. It is true, there is ordinarily Chapter 6:121 supposed a real constitution of the sorts of things, and it is past doubt there must be some real constitution, on which any collection of simple ideas coexisting must depend. But, it being evident that things are ranked under names into sorts or species, only as they agree to certain abstract ideas, to which we have annexed those names, the essence of each genus, or sort, comes to be nothing but that abstract idea which the general, or sortal, if I may have leave so to call it from sort, as I do, general from genus, name stands for. And this we shall find to be that which the word essence imports in its most familiar use. These two sorts of essences, I suppose, may not unfitly be termed, the one the real, the other nominal essence. From 3:17 supposition, that species are distinguished by their real essences. Useless, the opinion that considers real essences as a certain number of forms or molds, wherein all natural things that exist are cast, and do equally partake, has, I imagine, very much perplexed the knowledge of natural things. The frequent productions of monsters, in all the species of animals, and of changelings, and other strange issues of human birth, carry with them difficulties, not possible to consist with this hypothesis, since it is as impossible that two things partaking exactly of the same real essence should have different properties, as that two figures partaking of the same real essence of a circle should have different properties. But were there no other reason against it, yet the supposition of essences that cannot be known, and the making of them, nevertheless, to be that which distinguishes the species of things, is so wholly useless and unserviceable to any part of our knowledge, that that alone were sufficient to make us lay it by. From III.vi6, even the real essences of individual substances imply potential sorts. It is true, I have often mentioned a real essence, distinct in substances from those abstract ideas of them, which I call their nominal essence. By this real essence I mean that real constitution of anything, which is the foundation of all those properties that are combined in, and are constantly found to coexist with the nominal essence, that particular constitution which everything has within itself, without any relation to anything without it. But essence, even in this sense, relates to a sort, and suppose a species. For, being that real constitution on which the properties depend, it necessarily supposes a sort of things, properties belonging only to species, and not to individuals. For example, supposing the nominal essence of gold to be a body of such a peculiar color and weight, with malleability and fusibility, the real essence is that constitution of the parts of matter on which these qualities and their union depend, and is also the foundation of its solubility in aqua regia and other properties. Accompanying that complex idea, are essences and properties, but all upon supposition of a sort or general abstract idea, which is considered as immutable, but there is no individual parcel of matter to which any of these qualities are so annexed as to be essential to it or inseparable from it. From III.vi.50, 4, let us consider, when we affirm that all gold is fixed, either it means that fixedness is a part of the definition, i.e., part of the nominal essence the word gold stands for, and so this affirmation, all gold is fixed, contains nothing but the signification of the term gold. Or else it means that fixedness, not being a part of the definition of gold, is a property of that substance itself, in which case it is plain that the word gold stands in the place of a substance, having the real essence of a species of things made by 122. Nature. In which way of substitution it has so confused and uncertain a signification, that, though this proposition, gold is fixed, be in that sense an affirmation of something real, yet it is a truth will always fail us in its particular application, and so is of no real use or certainty. For let it be ever so true, that all gold, i.e., all that has the real essence of gold, is fixed. What serves this for, whilst we know not, in this sense, what is or is not gold? For if we know not the real essence of gold, it is impossible we should know what parcel of matter has that essence, and so whether it be true gold or no. 1. In this passage, Locke argues that all general claims about kinds, for example, gold is fixed, are either trivial or uncertain. Using the gold example, explain each of these alternatives. In what way can it be taken as trivial? As uncertain? 6.10 Body. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Now that we have some story about how our ideas of substances are constructed, we need to look at the two main kinds of substance we seem to find in the world: mind and body. Notice Locke's argument against Descartes' conflation of body and extension. Locke also replies here to Leibniz's argument against Newtonian space, namely, that it must be either a substance or an accident, and neither makes much sense. From 2xiii17 Cohesion of solid parts and impulse, the primary ideas peculiar to body. The primary ideas we have peculiar to body, as contradistinguished to spirit, are the cohesion of solid, and consequently separable, parts, and a power of communicating motion by impulse. These, I think, are the original ideas proper and peculiar to body, for figure is but the consequence of finite extension. From 2xiii11 extension and body not the same, there are some that would persuade us that body and extension are the same thing. If, therefore, they mean by body and extension the same that other people do, viz. by body something that is solid and extended, whose parts are separable and movable different ways, and by extension, only the space that lies between the extremities of those solid coherent parts, and which is possessed by them, then they confound very different ideas one with another, for I appeal to every man's own thoughts, whether the idea of space be not as distinct from that of solidity, as it is from the idea of scarlet color? It is true. Solidity cannot exist without extension, neither can scarlet color exist without extension, but this hinders not, but that they are distinct ideas. And if it be a reason to prove that spirit is different from body, because thinking includes not the idea of extension in it, the same reason will be as valid, I suppose, to prove that space is not body, because it includes not the idea of solidity in it, space and solidity being as distinct ideas as thinking and extension, and as wholly separable in the mind one from another. Extension includes no solidity, nor resistance to the motion of body, as body does. From 2xiii3 space and extension, this space, considered barely in length between any two beings, without considering anything else between them, is called distance, if Chapter 6 123. Considered in length, breadth, and thickness, I think it may be called capacity. when considered between the extremities of matter, which fills the capacity of space with something solid, tangible, and movable, it is properly called extension. And so, extension is an idea belonging to body only, but space may, as is evident, be considered without it. From 20250711 substance, which we know not, no proof against space without body. If it be demanded, as usually it is, whether this space, void of body, be substance or accident, I shall readily answer I know not, nor shall be ashamed to own my ignorance, till they that ask show me a clear distinct idea of substance. 6.11 Mind. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Locke here sets out the constituent ideas that make up the complex idea of the mind. He also launches an attack against Descartes' claim that thought is the essence of the soul. Most famously, he denies that we can be sure that what thinks in us in an immaterial substance. From 2xxiii18. Thinking and motivity, the ideas we have belonging and peculiar to spirit, are thinking and will, or a power of putting body into motion by thought, and, which is consequent to it, liberty. For, as body cannot but communicate its motion by impulse to another body, which it meets with at rest, so the mind can put bodies into motion, or forbear to do so, as it pleases. The ideas of existence, duration, and mobility, are common to them both. From 2i10 The soul thinks not always, for this once proves. I confess myself to have one of those dull souls, that doth not perceive itself always to contemplate ideas, nor can conceive it any more necessary for the soul always to think, than for the body always to move, the perception of ideas being, as I conceive, to the soul, what motion is to the body, not its essence, but one of its operations. And therefore, though thinking be supposed never so much the proper action of the soul, yet it is not necessary to suppose that it should be always thinking, always in action. To say that actual thinking is essential to the soul, and inseparable from it, is to beg what is in question, and not to prove it by reason, which is necessary to be done, if it be not a self-evident proposition, but whether this, that the soul always thinks, be a self-evident proposition, that everybody assents to at first hearing, I appeal to mankind. It is doubted whether it thought at all last night or no. The question being about a matter of fact, it is begging it to bring, as a proof for it, an hypothesis, which is the very thing in dispute, by which way one may prove anything. But men in love with their opinions may not only suppose what is in question, but allege wrong matter of fact. How else could any one make it an inference of mine, that a thing is not, because we are not sensible of it in our sleep? I do not say there is no soul in a man, because he is not sensible of it in his sleep, but I do say, he cannot think at any time, waking or sleeping, without being sensible of it. Our being sensible of it is not necessary to anything but to our thoughts, and to them it is, and to them it always will be necessary, till we can think without being conscious of it. 124. 1. Locke begins with an argument from experience. How does it work? We can think of it as a reductio ad absurdum. Premise 1. The soul's essence is to think, Descartes' view. Premise 2. Given 1, it follows that the soul since this is part of what it is to be an essential property. Premise 3. But experience shows Conclusion Now, Locke realizes that the Cartesian will not leave things at that. He will insist that minds think even during sleep, though they do not remember it. Locke thinks this move has a heavy price. From 2i11 it is not always conscious of thinking. I grant that the soul, in a waking man, is never without thought, because it is the condition of being awake. But whether sleeping without dreaming be not an affection of the whole man, mind as well as body, may be worth a waking man's consideration, it being hard to conceive that anything should think and not be conscious of it. If the soul doth think in a sleeping man without being conscious of it, I ask whether, during such thinking, it has any pleasure or pain, or be capable of happiness or misery. I am sure the man is not, no more than the bed or earth he lies on. For to be happy or miserable without being conscious of it, seems to me utterly inconsistent and impossible. Or if it be possible that the soul can, whilst the body is sleeping, have its thinking, enjoyments, and concerns, its pleasures or pain, apart, which the man is not conscious of nor partakes in, it is certain that Socrates asleep and Socrates awake is not the same person, but his soul when he sleeps, and Socrates the man, consisting of body and soul, when he is waking, are two persons, since waking Socrates has no knowledge of, or concernment for that happiness or misery of his soul, which it enjoys alone by itself, whilst he sleeps, without perceiving anything of it, no more than he has for the happiness or misery of a man in the Indies, whom he knows not. For, if we take wholly away all consciousness of our actions and sensations, especially of pleasure and pain, and the concernment that accompanies it, it will be hard to know wherein to place personal identity. 1. What price does Locke think Descartes must pay, in order to hang on to his claim that the soul always thinks? From 2xxii5 as clear an idea of spiritual substance as of corporeal substance, the same thing happens concerning the operations of the mind, viz. thinking, reasoning, fearing, and which we concluding not to subsist of themselves, nor apprehending how they can belong to body, or be produced by it, we are apt to think these the actions of some other substance, which we call spirit, whereby yet it is evident that, having no other idea or notion of matter, but something wherein those many sensible qualities which affect our senses do subsist, by supposing a substance wherein thinking knowing, doubting, and a power of moving, and see, do subsist, we have as clear a notion of the substance of spirit, as we have of body, the one being supposed to be, without knowing what it is, the substratum to those simple ideas we have from without, and the other supposed, with a like ignorance of what it is, to be the substratum to those. Chapter 6 125 Operations we experiment in ourselves within. It is plain then, that the idea of corporeal substance in matter is as remote from our conceptions and apprehensions, as that of spiritual substance or spirit, and therefore, from our not having any notion of the substance of spirit, we can no more conclude its non-existence, than we can, for the same reason, deny the existence of body. From 2xxii16 no idea of abstract substance either in body or spirit, by the complex idea of extended, figured, colored, and all other sensible qualities, which is all that we know of it, we are as far from the idea of the substance of body, as if we knew nothing at all, nor after all the acquaintance and familiarity which we imagine we have with matter, and the many qualities men assure themselves they perceive and know in bodies, will it perhaps upon examination be found, that they have any more or clearer primary ideas belonging to body, than they have belonging to immaterial spirit. From 2xxii23 cohesion of solid parts in body as hard to be conceived as thinking in a soul. If a man says he knows not how he thinks, I answer, neither knows he how he is extended, how the solid parts of body are united or cohere together to make extension. For though the pressure of the particles of air may account for the cohesion of several parts of matter that are grosser than the particles of air, and have pores less than the corpuscles of air, yet the weight or pressure of the air will not explain, nor can be a cause of the coherence of the particles of air themselves. And if the pressure of the ether, or any subtler matter than the air, may unite, and hold fast together, the parts of a particle of air, as well as other bodies, yet it cannot make bonds for itself, and hold together the parts that make up every the least corpuscle of that materia subtilis. From 2xxii28 communication of motion by impulse, or by thought, equally unintelligible. Another idea we have of body is the power of communication of motion by impulse, and of our souls, the power of exciting motion thought. These ideas, the one of body, the other of our minds, every day's experience clearly furnishes us with. But if here again we inquire how this is done, we are equally in the dark. For, in the communication of motion by impulse, wherein as much motion is lost to one body as is got to the other, which is the ordinariest case, we can have no other conception, but of the passing of motion out of one body into another, which, I think, is as obscure and inconceivable as how our minds move or stop our bodies by thought, which we every moment find they do. We have by daily experience clear evidence of motion produced both by impulse and by thought, but the manner how hardly comes within our comprehension. We are equally at a loss in both. So that, however we consider motion, and its communication, either from body or spirit. The idea which belongs to spirit is at least as clear as that which belongs to body. And if we consider the active power of moving, or, as I may call it, motivity, it is much clearer in spirit than body, since two bodies, placed by one another at rest, will never afford us the idea of a power in the one to move the other, but by a borrowed motion. 1. Locke is here raising the problem of transference. How can one body give its motion to another? See Aquinas, Summa contra Gentiles chapter 69. Section 7, and Descartes' Principles, Part 2, Sections XXIVV. How would each react to what Locke says here? 126. From 4ii6 Our knowledge, therefore narrower than our ideas, from all which it is evident, that the extent of our knowledge comes not only short of the reality of things, but even of the extent of our own ideas. Though our knowledge be limited to our ideas, and cannot exceed them either in extent or perfection, yet it would be well with us if our knowledge were but as large as our ideas, and there were not many doubts and inquiries concerning the ideas we have, whereof we are not, nor I believe, ever shall be in this world resolved. Nevertheless, I do not question but that human knowledge, under the present circumstances of our beings and constitutions, may be carried much further than it has hitherto been, if men would sincerely, and with freedom of mind, employ all that industry and labor of thought, in improving the means of discovering truth, which they do for the coloring or support of falsehood, to maintain a system, interest, or party they are once engaged in. We have the ideas of a square, a circle, an equality, and yet, perhaps, shall never be able to find a circle equal to a square, and certainly know that it is so. We have the ideas of matter and thinking, but possibly shall never be able to know whether any mere material being thinks or know, it being impossible for us, by the contemplation of our own ideas, without revelation, to discover whether omnipotency has not given to some systems of matter, fitly disposed, a power to perceive and think, or else joined and fixed to matter, so disposed, a thinking immaterial substance, it being, in respect of our notions, not much more remote from our comprehension to conceive that God can, if he pleases, superadd to matter a faculty of thinking, than that he should superadd to it another substance with a faculty of thinking, since we know not wherein thinking consists, nor to what sort of substances the Almighty has been pleased to give that power, which cannot be in any created being, but merely by the good pleasure and bounty of the Creator. For I see no contradiction in it, that the first eternal thinking being, or omnipotent spirit, should, if he pleased, give to certain systems of created senseless matter, put together as he thinks fit, some degrees of sense, perception, and thought, though, as I think I have proved, Lib 4. Chapter 10, Section 14, and c. It is no less than a contradiction to suppose matter, which is evidently in its own nature void of sense and thought, should be that eternal first thinking being. What certainty of knowledge can any one have, that some perceptions, such as, for example, pleasure and pain, should not be in some bodies themselves, after a certain manner, modified and moved, as well as that they should be in an immaterial substance, upon the motion of the parts of body, as far as we can conceive, being able only to strike and affect body, and motion, according to the utmost reach of our ideas, being able to produce nothing but motion, so that when we allow it to produce pleasure or pain, or the idea of a color or sound, we are fain to quit our reason, go beyond our ideas, and attribute it wholly to the good pleasure of our Maker. For, since we must allow He has annexed effects to motion which we can no way conceive motion able to produce, what reason have we to conclude that He could not order them as well to be produced in a subject we cannot conceive capable of them, as well as in a subject we cannot conceive the motion of matter can any way operate upon? I say not this, that I would any way lessen the belief of the soul's immateriality. I am not here speaking of probability, but knowledge, and I think not only that it becomes the modesty of philosophy not to pronounce magisterially, where we want that evidence that can produce knowledge, but also, that it is of use to us to discern how far our knowledge does reach, for the state we are at present in, not being that of vision, we must in Chapter 6:127 many things content ourselves with faith and probability, and in the present question about the immateriality of the soul, if our faculties cannot arrive at demonstrative certainty, we need not think it strange. All the great ends of morality and religion are well enough secured, without philosophical proofs of the soul's immateriality, since it is evident that He who made us at the beginning to subsist here, sensible intelligent beings, and for several years continued us in such a state, can and will restore us to the like state of sensibility in another world, and make us capable there to receive the retribution He has designed to men, according to their doings in this life. And therefore it is not of such mighty necessity to determine one way or the other, as some, overzealous for or against the immateriality of the soul, have been forward to make the world believe, who, either on the one side, indulging too much their thoughts immersed altogether in matter, can allow no existence to what is not material, or who, on the other side, finding not cogitation within the natural powers of matter, examined over and over again by the utmost intention of mind, have the confidence to conclude that omnipotency itself cannot give perception and thought to a substance which has the modification of solidity. He that considers how hardly sensation is, in our thoughts, reconcilable to extended matter, or existence to anything that has no extension at all, will confess that he is very far from certainly knowing what his soul is. It is a point which seems to me to be put out of the reach of our knowledge, and he who will give himself leave to consider freely, and look into the dark and intricate part of each hypothesis, will scarce find his reason able to determine him fixedly for or against the soul's materiality, since, on which side soever he views it, either as an unextended substance, or as a thinking extended matter, the difficulty to conceive either will, whilst either alone is in his thoughts, still drive him to the contrary side. It is past controversy, that we have in us something that thinks, our very doubts about what it is, confirm the certainty of its being, though we must content ourselves in the ignorance of what kind of being it is, and it is in vain to go about to be skeptical in this, as it is unreasonable in most other cases to be positive against the being of anything, because we cannot comprehend its nature. For I would fain know what substance exists, that has not something in it which manifestly baffles our understandings. 6.12 Personal Identity. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Can Locke make good on his claim that all the great ends of religion and morality can be served, even without a proof of the soul's immortality? Both religion and morality require, Locke thinks, the certainty of post-mortem rewards and harms. But how can we make sense of the self surviving the death of the body, if we cannot show that the self is immaterial? From 2xxvii8 Idea of identity suited to the idea it is applied to, it is not therefore unity of substance that comprehends all sorts of identity, or will determine it in every case, but to conceive and judge of it aright, we must consider what idea the word it is. 128. Applied to stands for, it being one thing to be the same substance, another the same man, and a third the same person, if person, man, and substance are three names standing for three different ideas, for such as is the idea belonging to that name. Such must be the identity, which, if it had been a little more carefully attended to, would possibly have prevented a great deal of that confusion which often occurs about this matter, with no small seeming difficulties, especially concerning personal identity, which therefore we shall in the next place a little consider. From 2xxvii4, let suppose an atom, i.e., a continued body under one immutable superficies, existing in a determined time and place, it is evident, that, considered in any instant of its existence, it is in that instant the same with itself. For, being at that instant what it is, and nothing else, it is the same, and so must continue as long as its existence is continued, for so long it will be the same, and no other. In like manner, if two or more atoms be joined together into the same mass, every one of those atoms will be the same, by the foregoing rule, and whilst they exist united together, the mass, consisting of the same atoms, must be the same mass, or the same body, let the parts be ever so differently jumbled. But if one of these atoms be taken away, or one new one added, it is no longer the same mass or the same body. In the state of living creatures, their identity depends not on a mass of the same particles, but on something else. For in them the variation of great parcels of matter alters not the identity. An oak growing from a plant to a great tree, and then lopped, is still the same oak, and a colt grown up to a horse, sometimes fat, sometimes lean, is all the while The same horse, though, in both these cases, there may be a manifest change of the parts, so that truly they are not either of them the same masses of matter, though they be truly one of them the same oak, and the other the same horse. The reason whereof is, that, in these two cases a mass of matter and a living body identity is not applied to the same thing. From 2xxvii5 identity of vegetables, we must therefore consider wherein an oak differs from a mass of matter, and that seems to me to be in this, that the one is only the cohesion of particles of matter anyhow united, the other such a disposition of them as constitutes the parts of an oak, and such an organization of those parts as is fit to receive and distribute nourishment, so as to continue and frame the wood, bark, and leaves, and seed, of an oak, in which consists the vegetable life. That being then one plant which has such an organization of parts in one coherent body, partaking of one common life, it continues to be the same plant as long as it partakes of the same life. Though that life be communicated to new particles of matter vitally united to the living plant, in a like continued organization conformable to that sort of plants. For this organization, being at any one instant in any one collection of matter, is in that particular concrete distinguished from all other, and is that individual life, which, existing constantly from that moment both forwards and backwards, in the same continuity of insensibly succeeding parts united to the living body of the plant, it has that identity which makes the same plant, and all the parts of it, parts of the same plant, during all the time that they exist united in that continued organization, which is fit to convey that common life to all the parts so united. From 2xxvii6 identity of animals, the case is not so much different in brutes but that any one may hence see what makes an animal and continues it the same. Something we have like this in machines, and may serve to illustrate it. For example, Chapter 6:129. What is a watch? It is plain it is nothing but a fit organization or construction of parts to a certain end, which, when a sufficient force is added to it, it is capable to attain. If we would suppose this machine one continued body, all whose organized parts were repaired, increased, or diminished by a constant addition or separation of insensible parts, with one common life, we should have something very much like the body of an animal. From 2xxvii7 the identity of man, this also shows wherein the identity of the same man consists, viz. in nothing but a participation of the same continued life, by constantly fleeting particles of matter, in succession vitally united to the same organized body. From 2xxvii11 personal identity, this being premised, to find wherein personal identity consists, we must consider what person stands for, which, I think, is a thinking, intelligent being, that has reason and reflection, and can consider itself as itself, the same thinking thing, in different times and places, which it does only by that consciousness which is inseparable from thinking, and, as it seems to me, essential to it, it being impossible for any one to perceive without perceiving that he does perceive. When we see, hear, smell, taste, feel, meditate, or will anything, we know that we do so. Thus it is always as to our present sensations and perceptions, and by this every one is to himself that which he calls self, it not being considered, in this case, whether the same self be continued in the same or diverse substances. For, since consciousness always accompanies thinking, and it is that which makes every one to be what he calls self, and thereby distinguishes himself from all other thinking things. In this alone consists personal identity, i.e., the sameness of a rational being, and as far as this consciousness can be extended backwards to any past action or thought, so far reaches the identity of that person. It is the same self now it was then, and it is by the same self with this present one that now reflects on it, that that action was done. From 2xxvii12, consciousness makes personal identity, but it is further inquired whether it be the same identical substance. This few would think they had reason to doubt of, if these perceptions, with their consciousness, always remained present in the mind, whereby the same thinking thing would be always consciously present, and, as would be thought, evidently the same to itself. But that which seems to make the difficulty is this, that this consciousness being interrupted always by forgetfulness, there being no moment of our lives wherein we have the whole train of all our past actions before our eyes in one view, but even the best memories losing the sight of one part whilst they are viewing another, and we sometimes, and that the greatest part of our lives, not reflecting on our past selves, being intent on our present thoughts, and in sound sleep having no thoughts at all, or at least none with that consciousness which remarks our waking thoughts. I say, in all these cases, our consciousness being interrupted, and we losing the sight of our past selves, doubts are raised whether we are the same thinking thing, i.e., the same substance, or no, which, however reasonable or unreasonable, concerns not personal identity at all. For as far as any intelligent being can repeat the idea of any past action with the same consciousness it had of it at first, and with the same consciousness it has of any present action, so far it is the same personal self. For it is by the consciousness it has of its present thoughts and actions, that it is self to itself now, and so will be the same self, as far as the same consciousness can extend to actions past or to come, and 130 would be by distance of time, or change of substance, no more two persons, than a man be two men by wearing other clothes today than he did yesterday, with a long or a short sleep between, the same consciousness uniting those distant actions into the same person, whatever substances contributed to their production. From 2xxvii14 personality in change of substance, but the question is, whether if the same substance which thinks be changed, it can be the same person, or, remaining the same, it can be different persons? And to this I answer, first, this can be no question at all to those who place thought in a purely material animal constitution, void of an immaterial substance. For, whether their supposition be true or no, it is plain they conceive personal identity preserved in something else than identity of substance, as animal identity is preserved in identity of life, and not of substance. And therefore those who place thinking in an immaterial substance only, before they can come to deal with these men, must show why personal identity cannot be preserved in the change of immaterial substances, or variety of particular immaterial substances, as well as animal identity is preserved in the change of material substances, or variety of particular bodies. From 2xxvii 15 whether in change of thinking substances there can be one person. It must be allowed, that, if the same consciousness, which, as has been shown, is quite a different thing from the same numerical figure, or motion in body, can be transferred from one thinking substance to another, it will be possible that two thinking substances may make but one person. For the same consciousness being preserved, whether in the same or different substances, the personal identity is preserved. From 2xxvii 17 the body, as well as the soul, goes to the making of a man, and thus may we be able, without any difficulty, to conceive the same person at the resurrection, though in a body not exactly in make or parts the same which he had. Here, the same consciousness going along with the soul that inhabits it. But yet the soul alone, in the change of bodies, would scarce to any one but to him that makes the soul the man, be enough to make the same man. For should the soul of a prince, carrying with it the consciousness of the prince's past life, enter and inform the body of a cobbler, as soon as deserted by his own soul, every one sees he would be the same person with the prince, accountable only for the prince's actions, but who would say it was the same man? From 2xxvii 19 self depends on consciousness, not on substance. Self is that conscious thinking thing, whatever substance made up of, whether spiritual or material, simple or compounded, it matters not, which is sensible, or conscious of pleasure and pain, capable of happiness or misery, and so is concerned for itself, as far as that consciousness extends. From 2xxvii 20 persons, not substances, the objects of reward and punishment, in this personal identity is founded all the right and justice of reward and punishment. Happiness and misery being that for which everyone is concerned for himself, and not mattering what becomes of any substance, not joined to, or affected with that consciousness. From 2xxvii 21 which shows wherein personal identity consists, this may show us wherein personal identity consists, not in the identity of substance, but, as I have said, Chapter 6 131, in the identity of consciousness. If Socrates waking and sleeping do not partake of the same consciousness, Socrates waking and sleeping is not the same person. And to punish Socrates waking for what sleeping Socrates thought, and waking Socrates was never conscious of, would be no more of right, than to punish one twin for what his brother twin did, whereof he knew nothing, because their outsides were so like, that they could not be distinguished, for such twins have been seen. From 2xxvii 24 objection, but is not a man drunk and sober the same person? Why else is he punished for the fact he commits when drunk, though he be never afterwards conscious of it? Just as much the same person as a man that walks, and does other things in his sleep, is the same person, and is answerable for any mischief he shall do in it. Human laws punish both, with a justice suitable to their way of knowledge, because, in these cases, they cannot distinguish certainly what is real, what counterfeit, and so the ignorance in drunkenness or sleep is not admitted as a plea. But in the great day, wherein the secrets of all hearts shall be laid open, it may be reasonable to think, no one shall be made to answer for what he knows nothing of, but shall receive his doom, his conscience accusing or excusing him. 1. What is Locke's sordal relativity thesis? 2. Given this, what makes something the same? 1. Atom over time. 2. Mass of atoms. 3. Plant. 4. Animal. 5. Man. 6. Person. 3. What does Descartes think accounts for personal identity over time? 4. What does Locke think is wrong with Descartes' answer? 6.13 The limits of knowledge. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. It now makes sense to turn to Locke's official discussion of the limits of knowledge. Keep in mind that the two orders of classification Locke introduces, manners or degrees of knowledge and the objects known, cut across each other. I've chosen to frame the discussion in terms of the objects of knowledge, identity, known by intuition, relation, by demonstration, coexistence, and real existence, by sensation. From 4I1 Our knowledge conversant about our ideas only, since the mind, in all its thoughts and reasonings, hath no other immediate object but its own ideas, which it alone does or can contemplate, it is evident that our knowledge is only conversant about them. From 4I2 Knowledge is the perception of the agreement or disagreement of two ideas. Knowledge then seems to me to be nothing but the perception of the connection of an agreement or disagreement and repugnancy of any of our ideas. In this alone it consists. Where this perception is, there is knowledge, and where it is not, there, though we may fancy, guess, or believe, yet we always come 132 short of knowledge. For when we know that white is not black, what do we else but perceive that these two ideas do not agree? When we possess ourselves with the utmost security of the demonstration, that the three angles of a triangle are equal to two right ones, what do we more but perceive, that equality to two right ones does necessarily agree to, and is inseparable from, the three angles of a triangle? From 4I3 This agreement or disagreement may be any of four sorts, but to understand a little more distinctly wherein this agreement or disagreement consists, I think we may reduce it all to these four sorts: I. Identity, or diversity; 2. Relation; 3. Coexistence, or necessary connection. For real existence. From 4I4, first, of identity, or diversity in ideas, first, as to the first sort of agreement or disagreement, viz. identity or diversity. It is the first act of the mind, when it has any sentiments or ideas at all, to perceive its ideas, and so far as it perceives them, to know each what it is, and thereby also to perceive their difference, and that one is not another. From 4I5, secondly, of abstract relations between ideas, secondly, the next sort of agreement or disagreement the mind perceives in any of its ideas may, I think, be called relative, and is nothing but the perception of the relation between any two ideas, of what kind soever, whether substances, modes, or any other. From 4I6, thirdly, of their necessary coexistence in substances, the third sort of agreement or disagreement to be found in our ideas, which the perception of the mind is employed about, is coexistence or non-coexistence in the same subject. And this belongs particularly to substances. Thus when we pronounce concerning gold, that it is fixed, our knowledge of this truth amounts to no more but this, that fixedness, or a power to remain in the fire unconsumed, is an idea that always accompanies and is joined with that particular sort of yellowness, weight, fusibility, malleableness, and solubility in aqua regia, which make our complex ideas signified by the word gold. From 4I9 of their coexistence, extends only a very little way, as to the agreement or disagreement of our ideas in coexistence. In this our knowledge is very short, though in this consists the greatest and most material part of our knowledge concerning substances. For our ideas of the species of substances being, as I have showed, nothing but certain collections of simple ideas united in one subject, and so coexisting together. For example, our idea of flame is a body hot, luminous, and moving upward, of gold, a body heavy to a certain degree, yellow, malleable, and fusible. For these, or some such complex ideas as these, in men's minds, do these two names of the different substances, flame and gold, stand for. When we would know anything further concerning these, or any other sort of substances, what do we inquire, but what other qualities or powers these substances have or have not? Which is nothing else but to know what other simple ideas do, or do not coexist with those that make up that complex idea. From 4I10, because the connection between simple ideas in substances is for the most part unknown, this, how weighty and considerable a part soever of human science, is yet very narrow, and scarce any at all. The reason whereof is, that the simple ideas whereof our complex ideas of substances are made up are, for the most part, such as carry with them, in their own nature, no visible necessary connection or Chapter 6-133 inconsistency with any other simple ideas, whose coexistence with them we would inform ourselves about. From 4I25, if a great, nay, far the greatest part of the several ranks of bodies in the universe escape our notice by their remoteness, there are others that are no less concealed from us by their minuteness. These insensible corpuscles, being the active parts of matter, and the great instruments of nature, on which depend not only all their secondary qualities, but also most of their natural operations, our want of precise distinct ideas of their primary qualities keeps us in an incurable ignorance of what we desire to know about them. I doubt not but if we could discover the figure, size, texture, and motion of the minute constituent parts of any two bodies, we should know without trial several of their operations one upon another, as we do now the properties of a square or a triangle. Did we know the mechanical affections of the particles of rhubarb, hemlock, opium, and a man, as a watchmaker does those of a watch, whereby it performs its operations, and of a file, which by rubbing on them will alter the figure of any of the wheels, we should be able to tell beforehand that rhubarb will purge, hemlock kill, and opium make a man sleep, as well as a watchmaker can, that a little piece of paper laid on the balance will keep the watch from going till it be removed, or that, some small part of it being rubbed by a file, the machine would quite lose its motion, and the watch go no more. The dissolving of silver in aqua fortis, and gold in aqua regia, and not vice versa, would be then perhaps no more difficult to know than it is to a smith to understand why the turning of one key will open a lock, and not the turning of another. But whilst we are destitute of senses acute enough to discover the minute particles of bodies, and to give us ideas of their mechanical affections, we must be content to be ignorant of their properties and ways of operation, nor can we be assured about them any further than some few trials we make are able to reach. But whether they will succeed again another time, we cannot be certain. This hinders our certain knowledge of universal truths concerning natural bodies, and our reason carries us herein very little beyond particular matter of fact. From IV.vi9 No discoverable necessary connection between nominal essence gold and other simple ideas, as there is no discoverable connection between fixedness and the color, weight, and other simple ideas of that nominal essence of gold. So, if we make our complex idea of gold, a body yellow, fusible, ductile, weighty, and fixed, we shall be at the same uncertainty concerning solubility in aqua regia, and for the same reason, since we can never, from consideration of the ideas themselves, with certainty affirm or deny of a body whose complex idea is made up of yellow, very weighty, ductile, fusible, and fixed, that it is soluble in aqua regia, and so on of the rest of its qualities. I would gladly meet with one general affirmation concerning any will, no doubt, be presently objected, is not this an universal proposition, our gold is malleable? To which I answer, it is a very complex idea the word gold stands for. But then here is nothing affirmed of gold, but that sound stands for an idea in which malleableness is contained, and such a sort of truth and certainty as this it is, to say a centaur is four-footed. But if malleableness make not a part of the specific essence the name of gold stands for, it is plain, all gold is malleable, is not a certain proposition. Because, let the complex idea of gold be made up of whichsoever of its other qualities you please, malleableness will not appear to depend on that complex. 134. Idea, nor follow from any simple one contained in it, the connection that malleableness has, if it has any, with those other qualities being only by the intervention of the real constitution of its insensible parts, which, since we know not, it is impossible we should perceive that connection, unless we could discover that which ties them together. From 4i7. Fourthly, of real existence agreeing to any idea, the fourth and last sort is that of actual real existence agreeing to any idea. From 4i1. Of the degrees, or differences in clearness, of our knowledge. 1. Intuitive, the different clearness of our knowledge seems to me to lie in the different way of perception the mind has of the agreement or disagreement of any of its ideas. For if we will reflect on our own ways of thinking, we will find that sometimes the mind perceives the agreement or disagreement of two ideas immediately by themselves, without the intervention of any other, and this I think we may call intuitive knowledge. From 4i2. 1. Demonstrative, the next degree of knowledge is, where the mind perceives the agreement or disagreement of any ideas, but not immediately. Though wherever the mind perceives the agreement or disagreement of any of its ideas, there be certain knowledge, yet it does not always happen that the mind sees that agreement or disagreement, which there is between them, even where it is discoverable, and in that case remains in ignorance, and at most gets no further than a probable conjecture. In this case then, when the mind cannot so bring its ideas together as by their immediate comparison, and as it were juxtaposition or application one to another, to perceive their agreement or disagreement, it is fain, by the intervention of other ideas, one or more, as it happens, to discover the agreement or disagreement which it searches, and this is that which we call reasoning. From 4i14. 1. Sensitive knowledge of the particular existence of finite beings without us. These 2, viz. Intuition and demonstration, are the degrees of our knowledge. Whatever comes short of one of these, with what assurance soever embraced, is but faith or opinion, but not knowledge, at least in all general truths. There is, indeed, another perception of the mind, employed about the particular existence of finite beings without us, which, going beyond bare probability, and yet not reaching perfectly to either of the foregoing degrees of certainty, passes under the name of knowledge. There can be nothing more certain than that the idea we receive from an external object is in our minds. This is intuitive knowledge. But whether there be anything more than barely that idea in our minds, whether we can thence certainly infer the existence of anything without us, which corresponds to that idea, is that whereof some men think there may be a question made, because men may have such ideas in their minds, when no such thing exists, no such object affects their senses. But yet here I think we are provided with an evidence that puts us past doubting. For I ask anyone, whether he be not invincibly conscious to himself of a different perception, when he looks on the sun by day, and thinks on it by night, when he actually tastes wormwood, or smells a rose, or only thinks on that savor, or odor. Chapter 6 135. We as plainly find the difference there is between any idea revived in our minds by our own memory, and actually coming into our minds by our senses, as we do between any two distinct ideas. If any one say, a dream may do the same thing, and all these ideas may be produced in us without any external objects, he may please to dream. That I make him this answer. 1. That it is no great matter, whether I remove his scruple, or no, where all is but dream, reasoning and arguments are of no use, truth and knowledge nothing. 2. That I believe he will allow a very manifest difference between dreaming of being in the fire, and being actually in it. But yet if he be resolved to appear so skeptical as to maintain, that what I call being actually in the fire is nothing but a dream, and that we cannot thereby certainly know, that any such thing as fire actually exists without us, I answer, that we certainly finding that pleasure or pain follows upon the application of certain objects to us, whose existence we perceive, or dream that we perceive, by our senses, this certainty is as great as our happiness or misery, beyond which we have no concernment to know or to be. So that, I think, we may add to the two former sorts of knowledge this also, of the existence of particular external objects, by that perception and consciousness we have of the actual entrance of ideas from them. And allow these 3 degrees of knowledge, viz. Intuitive, demonstrative, and sensitive, in each of which there are different degrees and ways of evidence and certainty. From 4IV1 Objection, knowledge placed in our ideas may be all unreal or chimerical. I doubt not but my reader, by this time, may be apt to think that I have been all this while only building a castle in the air, and be ready to say to me, to what purpose all this stir? Knowledge, say you, is only the perception of the agreement or disagreement of our own ideas, but who knows what those ideas may be? Is there anything so extravagant as the imaginations of men's brains? Where is the head that has no chimeras in it? If it be true, that all knowledge lies only in the perception of the agreement or disagreement of our own ideas, the visions of an enthusiast and the reasonings of a sober man will be equally certain. From 4IV2 Answer not so, where ideas agree with things, to which I answer, that if our knowledge of our ideas terminate in them, and reach no further, where there is something further intended, our most serious thoughts will be of little more use than the reveries of a crazy brain. But I hope, before I have done, to make it evident, that this way of certainty, by the knowledge of our own ideas, goes a little further than bare imagination, and I believe it will appear that all the certainty of general truths a man has lies in nothing else. From 4IV3 But what shall be the criterion of this agreement? It is evident the mind knows not things immediately, but only by the intervention of the ideas it has of them. Our knowledge, therefore, is real only so far as there is a conformity between our ideas and the reality of things. But what shall be here the criterion? How shall the mind, when it perceives nothing but its own ideas, know that they agree with things themselves? This, though it seems not to want difficulty, yet, I think, there be two sorts of ideas that we may be assured agree with things. 136. From 4IV4 as, first all simple ideas are really conformed to things. First, the first are simple ideas, which since the mind, as has been showed, can by no means make to itself, must necessarily be the product of things operating on the mind, in a natural way, and producing therein those perceptions which by the wisdom and will of our Maker they are ordained and adapted to. From whence it follows, that simple ideas are not fictions of our fancies, but the natural and regular productions of things without us, really operating upon us, and so carry with them all the conformity which is intended, or which our state requires, for they represent to us things under those appearances which they are fitted to produce in us, whereby we are enabled to distinguish the sorts of particular substances, to discern the states they are in, and so to take them for our necessities, and apply them to our uses. Thus the idea of whiteness, or bitterness, as it is in the mind, exactly answering that power which is in any body to produce it there, has all the real conformity it can or ought to have, with things without us. And this conformity between our simple ideas and the existence of things, is sufficient for real knowledge. 1. What is the difference between knowledge and real knowledge? 2. How can we know whether we have real knowledge or not? 6.14 God. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Scholars disagree on just how Locke means to respond to skepticism. But it certainly looks as if he is invoking God at some crucial points in his defense of the reality of knowledge. What follows is Locke's sketch of his argument for God's existence. The details are to be found later in 4x. From 4x1 we are capable of knowing certainly that there is a God, though God has given us no innate ideas of himself, though he has stamped no original characters on our minds, wherein we may read his being, yet having furnished us with those faculties our minds are endowed with, he hath not left himself without witness. From 4x2, for man knows that he himself exists. I think it is beyond question that man has a clear idea of his own being. He knows certainly he exists, and that he is something. He that can doubt whether he be anything or no, I speak not to this. Then, I think I may take for a truth, which every one's certain knowledge assures him of, beyond the liberty of doubting, viz. that he is something that actually exists. From 4x3 he knows also that nothing cannot produce a being, therefore something must have existed from eternity. In the next place, man knows, by an intuitive certainty, that bare nothing can no more produce any real being, than neat can be equal to two right angles. It is thus an evident demonstration that from eternity there has been something, since what was not from eternity had a beginning, and what had a beginning must be produced by something else from 4x4, and that eternal being must be most powerful. Next, it is evident that what had its being and beginning from another, must also have all that which is in and belongs to its being from another too. All the powers it has must be owing to and received from the same source. This eternal source, then, of all being must also be the Chapter 6-137 source and original of all power, and so this eternal being must be also the most powerful. From 4x5 and most knowing, again, a man finds in himself perception and knowledge. We have then got one step further, and we are certain now that there is not only some being, but some knowing, intelligent being in the world. There was a time, then, when there was no knowing being, and when knowledge began to be, or else there has been also a knowing being from eternity. If it be said, there was a time when no being had any knowledge, when that eternal being was void of all understanding, I reply, that then it was impossible there should ever have been any knowledge, it being as impossible that things wholly void of knowledge, and operating blindly, and without any perception, should produce a knowing being, as it is impossible that a triangle should make itself 3 angles bigger than 2 right ones. For it is as repugnant to the idea of senseless matter, that it should put into itself sense, perception, and knowledge, as it is repugnant to the idea of a triangle, that it should put into itself greater angles than 2 right ones. From 4x6, and therefore God, thus, from the consideration of ourselves, and what we infallibly find in our own constitutions, our reason leads us to the knowledge of this certain and evident truth, that there is an eternal, most powerful, and most knowing being, which whether anyone will please to call God, it matters not. 1. Locke's argument for God's existence, as presented in these passages, looks pretty weak. What's wrong with it? 138. Chapter 7 George Berkeley 1685-1753 7.1 George Berkeley, 1685-1753 Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0 Born in Kilkenny, Ireland, George Berkeley was appointed Bishop of Cloyne, near Cork, in 1734. In 1709, he published an essay towards a new theory of vision, which lays the groundwork for his attack on the belief in material substance. His treatise concerning the principles of human knowledge, the main work excerpted here, appeared in 1710 and was revised in 1734. His views encountered resistance and sometimes mockery. In 1713, he restated his overall position and arguments again, this time in dialogue form, in 3 dialogues between Hylas and Philonous. In 1721, Berkeley published De Motu, on motion, a work that presents the earliest version of instrumentalism in philosophy of science. The introduction to the principles attacks abstract ideas. As you go, it is worth wondering why Berkeley is spending so much time on this issue, given his ultimate goal of establishing a world of only spirits and ideas. Part 1 of that work, There is no Part 2. Berkeley claims to have lost the manuscript in Italy, forms the main part of the work. Here is an outline, by section number, of the PHK, Part 1. 1. Sections 1 to 24, Arguments against Material Substance. Sections 25 to 33, Statement of Berkeley's Positive View. Sections 34 to 84, Objections and Replies. Sections 85 to 156, Attractive Consequences of Berkeley's View with regard to. Sections 101 to 117, Natural Science. Sections 118 to 132, Mathematics and Geometry. Sections 135 to 156, Spirits/Minds, include God. Textual note: the standard edition of Berkeley's works is that of Luce and Jessup. Modern editions are plentiful. Desmond Clark's anthology with Cambridge is especially useful. Berkeley's notebooks, sometimes called the Philosophical Commentaries, probably written in 1707-10, provide a fascinating insight into the development of Berkeley's thought. These are available in Luce and Jessup and in Michael Ayres's anthology of Berkeley's works, though not in Clark's. 1. In this outline, I mainly follow Jonathan Dancy's introduction to the Oxford edition of the Principles, OUP, 1998. Chapter 7 139. 7.28 Treatise concerning the Principles of Human Knowledge, 1710. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0, wherein the chief causes of error and difficulty in the sciences, with the grounds of skepticism, atheism, and irreligion, are inquired into. 7.2.1 Introduction, Section 1. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Philosophy being nothing else but the study of wisdom and truth, it may with reason be expected that those who have spent most time and pains in it should enjoy a greater calm and serenity of mind, a greater clearness and evidence of knowledge, and be less disturbed with doubts and difficulties than other men. Yet so it is, we see. The illiterate bulk of mankind that walk the high road of plain common sense, and are governed by the dictates of nature, for the most part easy and undisturbed. To them, nothing that is familiar appears unaccountable or difficult to comprehend. They complain not of any want of evidence in their senses, and are out of all danger of becoming skeptics. But no sooner do we depart from sense and instinct to follow the light of a superior principle, to reason, meditate, and reflect on the nature of things. But 1,000 scruples spring up in our minds concerning those things which before we seemed fully to comprehend. Prejudices and errors of sense do from all parts discover themselves to our view, and, endeavoring to correct these by reason, we are insensibly drawn into uncouth paradoxes, difficulties, and inconsistencies, which multiply and grow upon us as we advance in speculation, till at length, having wandered through many intricate mazes, we find ourselves just where we were, or, which is worse, sit down in a forlorn skepticism. 7.2.2 Introduction, Section 2. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The cause of this is thought to be the obscurity of things, or the natural weakness and imperfection of our understandings. It is said, the faculties we have are few, and those designed by nature for the support and comfort of life, and not to penetrate into the inward essence and constitution of things. Besides, the mind of man being finite, when it treats of things which partake of infinity, it is not to be wondered at if it run into absurdities and contradictions, out of which it is impossible it should ever extricate itself, it being of the nature of infinite, not to be comprehended by that which is finite. 140. 1. The view Berkeley sets out in Introduction, Section 2, page 140, is not his, as indicated by the passive voice, is thought to be, it is said, whose view, then, is he discussing? 7.2.3 Introduction, Section 3. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, perhaps, we may be too partial to ourselves in placing the fault originally in our faculties, and not rather in the wrong use we make of them. It is a hard thing to suppose that right deductions from true principles should ever end in consequences which cannot be maintained or made consistent. We should believe that God has dealt more bounty, fully with the sons of men than to give them a strong desire for that knowledge which he had placed quite out of their reach. This were not agreeable to the wonted indulgent methods of Providence, which, whatever appetites it may have implanted in the creatures, doth usually furnish them with such means as, if rightly made use of, will not fail to satisfy them. Upon the whole, I am inclined to think that the far greater part, if not all, of those difficulties which have hitherto amused philosophers, and blocked up the way to knowledge, are entirely owing to ourselves, that we have first raised a dust and then complain we cannot see. 7.2.4 Introduction, Section 4. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. My purpose therefore is, to try if I can discover what those principles are which have introduced all that doubtfulness and uncertainty, those absurdities and contradictions, into the several sects of philosophy, insomuch that the wisest men have thought our ignorance incurable, conceiving it to arise from the natural dullness and limitation of our faculties. And surely it is a work well deserving our pains to make a strict inquiry concerning the first principles of human knowledge, to sift and examine them on all sides, especially since there may be some grounds to suspect that those lets and difficulties, which stay and embarrass the mind in its search after truth, do not spring from any darkness and intricacy in the objects, or natural defect in the understanding, so much as from false principles which have been insisted on and might have been avoided. 7.2.5 Introduction, Section 5. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. How difficult and discouraging soever this attempt may seem, when I consider how many great and extraordinary men have gone before me in the like designs, yet I am not without some hopes upon the consideration that the largest views are not always the clearest, and that he who is short-sighted will be obliged to draw the object. Chapter 7 141 nearer, and may, perhaps, by a close and narrow survey, discern that which had escaped far better eyes. 7.2.6 Introduction, Section 6. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In order to prepare the mind of the reader for the easier conceiving what follows, it is proper to premise somewhat, by way of introduction, concerning the nature and abuse of language. But the unraveling this matter leads me in some measure to anticipate my design, by taking notice of what seems to have had a chief part in rendering speculation intricate and perplexed, and to have occasioned innumerable errors and difficulties in almost all parts of knowledge. And that is the opinion that the mind hath a power of framing abstract ideas or notions of things. He who is not a perfect stranger to the writings and disputes of philosophers must needs acknowledge that no small part of them are spent about abstract ideas. These are in a more especial manner thought to be the object of those sciences which go by the name of logic and metaphysics, and of all that which passes under the notion of the most abstracted and sublime learning, in all which one shall scarce find any question handled in such a manner as does not suppose their existence in the mind, and that it is well acquainted with them. 7.2.7 Introduction, Section 7. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. It is agreed on all hands that the qualities or modes of things do never really exist, each of them apart by itself, and September, arrayed from all others, but are mixed, as it were, and blended together, several in the same object. But, we are told, the mind being able to consider each quality singly, or abstracted from those other qualities with which it is united, does by that means frame to itself abstract ideas. For example, there is perceived by sight an object extended, colored, and moved, this mixed or compound idea the mind resolving into its simple, constituent parts, and viewing each by itself, exclusive of the rest, does frame the abstract ideas of extension, color, and motion. Not that it is possible for color or motion to exist without extension, but only that the mind can frame to itself by abstraction the idea of color exclusive of extension, and of motion exclusive of both color and extension. 7.2.8 Introduction, Section 8. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Again, the mind having observed that in the particular extensions perceived by sense, there is something common and alike in all, and some other things peculiar, as this or that figure or magnitude, which distinguish them one from another, it considers apart or singles out by itself that which is common, making thereof a most abstract. 142. Idea of extension, which is neither line, surface, nor solid, nor has any figure or magnitude, but is an idea entirely prescinded from all these. So likewise the mind, by leaving out of the particular colors perceived by sense that which distinguishes them one from another, and retaining that only which is common to all, makes an idea of color in abstract which is neither red, nor blue, nor white, nor any other determinate color. And, in like manner, by considering motion abstractedly not only from the body moved, but likewise from the figure it describes, and all particular directions and velocities, the abstract idea of motion is framed, which equally corresponds to all particular motions whatsoever that may be perceived by sense. 7.2.9 Introduction, Section 9. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. And as the mind frames to itself abstract ideas of qualities or modes, so does it, by the same precision or mental aeration, attain abstract ideas of the more compounded beings which include several coexistent qualities. For example, the mind having observed that Peter, James, and John resemble each other in certain common agreements of shape and other qualities, leaves out of the complex or compounded idea it has of Peter, James, and any other particular man, that which is peculiar to each, retaining only what is common to all, and so makes an abstract idea wherein all the particulars equally partake, abstracting entirely from and cutting off all those circumstances and differences which might determine it to any particular existence. And after this manner it is said we come by the abstract idea of man, or, if you please, humanity, or human nature, wherein it is true there is included color, because there is no man but has some color, but then it can be neither white, nor black, nor any particular color, because there is no one particular color wherein all men partake. So likewise there is included stature, but then it is neither tall stature, nor low stature, nor yet middle stature, but something abstracted from all these. And so of the rest. Moreover, there being a great variety of creatures that partake in some parts, but not all, of the complex idea of man, the mind, leaving out those parts which are peculiar to men, and retaining those only which are common to all the living creatures, frames the idea of animal, which abstracts not only from all particular men, but also all birds, beasts, fishes, and insects. The constituent parts of the abstract idea of animal are body, life, sense, and spontaneous motion. By body is meant body without any particular shape or figure, there being no one shape or figure common to all animals, without covering, either of hair or feathers or scales, and nor yet naked, hair, feathers, scales, and nakedness being the distinguishing properties of particular animals, and for that reason left out of the abstract idea. Upon the same account the spontaneous motion must be neither walking, nor flying, nor creeping, it is nevertheless a motion, but what that motion is it is not easy to conceive. Chapter 7 143 July 2, 10 Introduction, Section 10. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Whether others have this wonderful faculty of abstracting their ideas, they best can tell. For myself, I find indeed I have a faculty of imagining, or representing to myself, the ideas of those particular things I have perceived, and of variously compounding and dividing them. I can imagine a man with two heads, or the upper parts of a man joined to the body of a horse. I can consider the hand, the eye, the nose, each by itself, abstracted or separated from the rest of the body. But then whatever hand or eye I imagine, it must have some particular shape and color. Likewise the idea of man that I frame to myself must be either of a white, or a black, or a tawny, a straight, or a crooked, a tall, or a low, or a middle-sized man. I cannot by any effort of thought conceive the abstract idea above described. And it is equally impossible for me to form the abstract idea of motion distinct from the body moving, and which is neither swift nor slow, curvilinear nor rectilinear, and the like may be said of all other abstract general ideas whatsoever. To be plain, I own myself able to abstract in one sense, as when I consider some particular parts or qualities separated from others, with which, though they are united in some object, yet it is possible they may really exist without them. But I deny that I can abstract from one another, or conceive separately, those qualities which it is impossible should exist so separated, or that I can frame a general notion, by abstracting from particulars in the manner aforesaid, which last are the two proper acceptations of abstraction. And there are grounds to think most men will acknowledge themselves to be in my case the general idea of men which are simple and illiterate never pretend to abstract notions. It is said they are difficult and not to be attained without pains and study, we may therefore reasonably conclude that, if such there be, they are confined only to the learned. July 2, 11 Introduction, Section 11. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. I proceed to examine what can be alleged in defense of the doctrine of abstraction, and try if I can discover what it is that inclines the men of speculation to embrace an opinion so remote from common sense as that seems to be. There has been a late, deservedly esteemed philosopher who, no doubt, has given it very much countenance, by seeming to think the having abstract general ideas is what puts the widest difference in point of understanding betwixt man and beast. The having of general ideas, saith he, is that which puts a perfect distinction betwixt man and brutes, and is an excellency which the faculties of brutes do by no means attain unto. For, it is evident we observe no footsteps in them of making use of general signs for universal ideas, from which we have reason to imagine that they have not the faculty of abstracting, or making general ideas, since they have no use of words or any other general signs. And a little after, therefore, I think, we may suppose that it is in this, that the species of brutes are discriminated from men, and it is that proper difference, wherein they are wholly separated, and which at last widens to so wide a distance. 144. For, if they have any ideas at all, and are not bare machines, as some would have them, we cannot deny them to have some reason. It seems as evident to me that they do, some of them, in certain instances reason as that they have sense, but it is only in particular ideas, just as they receive them from their senses. They are the best of them tied up within those narrow bounds, and have not, as I think, the faculty to enlarge them by any kind of abstraction. Essay on Human Understanding, 2xi 10 and 11. I readily agree with this learned author, that the faculties of brutes can by no means attain to abstraction. But then if this be made the distinguishing property of that sort of animals, I fear a great many of those that pass for men must be reckoned into their number. The reason that is here assigned why we have no grounds to think brutes have abstract general ideas is, that we observe in them no use of words or any other general signs, which is built on this supposition that the making use of words implies the having general ideas, from which it follows that men who use language are able to abstract or generalize their ideas. That this is the sense and arguing of the author will further appear by his answering the question he in another place puts, since all things that exist are only particulars, how come we by general terms? His answer is, words become general by being made the signs of general ideas. Essay on Human Understanding, 4ii6. But it seems that a word becomes general by being made the sign, not of an abstract general idea, but of several particular ideas, any one of which it indifferently suggests to the mind. For example, when it is said the change of motion is proportional to the impressed force, or that whatever has extension is divisible, these propositions are to be understood of motion and extension in general, and nevertheless it will not follow that they suggest to my thoughts an idea of motion without a body moved, or any determinate direction and velocity, or that I must conceive an abstract general idea of extension, which is neither line, surface, nor solid, neither great nor small, black, white, nor red, nor of any other determinate color. It is only implied that whatever particular motion I consider, whether it be swift or slow, perpendicular, horizontal, or oblique, or in whatever object, the axiom concerning it holds equally true, as does the other of every particular extension. It matters not whether line, surface, or solid, whether of this or that magnitude or figure. July 2, 12 Introduction, Section 12. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. By observing how ideas become general we may the better judge how words are made so. And here it is to be noted that I do not deny absolutely there are general ideas, but only that there are any abstract general ideas, for, in the passages we have quoted wherein there is mention of general ideas, it is always supposed that they are formed by abstraction, after the manner set forth in sections Introduction, Section 8, page 142, and Introduction, Section 9, page 143. Now, if we will annex a meaning to our words, and speak only of what we can conceive, I believe we shall acknowledge that an idea which, considered in itself, is particular, becomes general by being made to represent or stand for all other particular ideas of the same sort. To make this plain by an example, suppose a geometrician is demonstrating the method of cutting a line in two equal parts. He draws, for instance, a black line of an inch in length. This, which in itself is a particular line, is nevertheless with regard to its Chapter 7 145 signification general, since, as it is there used, it represents all particular lines whatsoever, so that what is demonstrated of it is demonstrated of all lines, or, in other words, of a line in general. And, as that particular line becomes general by being made a sign, so the name line, which taken absolutely is particular, by being a sign is made general. And as the former owes its generality not to its being the sign of an abstract or general line, but of all particular right lines that may possibly exist, so the latter must be thought to derive its generality from the same cause, namely, the various particular lines which it indifferently denotes. July 2, 13 Introduction, Section 16. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But here it will be demanded, how we can know any proposition to be true of all particular triangles, except we have first seen it demonstrated of the abstract idea of a triangle which equally agrees to all? For because a property may be demonstrated to agree to some one particular triangle, it will not thence follow that it equally belongs to any other triangle, which in all respects is not the same with it. For example, having demonstrated that the three angles of an isosceles rectangular triangle are equal to two right ones, I cannot therefore conclude this affection agrees to all other triangles, which have neither a right angle nor two equal sides. It seems therefore that, to be certain this proposition is universally true, we must either make a particular demonstration for every particular triangle, which is impossible, or once for all demonstrate it of the abstract idea of a triangle, in which all the particulars do indifferently partake and by which they are all equally represented. To which I answer that, though the idea I have in view whilst I make the demonstration be, for instance, that of an isosceles rectangular triangle whose sides are of a determinate length, I may nevertheless be certain it extends to all other rectilinear triangles, of what sort or bigness soever, and that because neither the right angle, nor the equality, nor determinate length of the sides are at all concerned in the demonstration, it is true. The diagram I have in view includes all these particulars, but then there is not the least mention made of them in the proof of the proposition. It is not said the three angles are equal to two right ones, because one of them is a right angle, or because the sides comprehending it are of the same length, which sufficiently shows that the right angle might have been oblique, and the sides unequal, and for all that the demonstration have held good. And for this reason it is that I conclude that to be true of any obliquangular or scalenon which I had demonstrated of a particular right-angled equicrural triangle, and not because I demonstrated the proposition of the abstract idea of a triangle, and here it must be acknowledged that a man may consider a figure merely as triangular, without attending to the particular qualities of the angles, or relations of the sides. So far he may abstract, but this will never prove that he can frame an abstract, general, aerial, inconsistent idea of a triangle. In like manner we may consider Peter so far forth as man, or so far forth as animal without framing the mentioned abstract idea, either of man or of animal, inasmuch as all that is perceived is not considered. 146. July 2, 14 Introduction, Section 18. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. I come now to consider the source of this prevailing notion, and that seems to me to be language. And surely nothing of less extent than reason itself could have been the source of an opinion so universally received. The truth of this appears as from other reasons, so also from the plain confession of the ablest patrons of abstract ideas, who acknowledge that they are made in order to naming, from which it is a clear consequence that if there had been no such things as speech or universal signs there never had been any thought of abstraction. See III.vi.39, and elsewhere of the Essay on Human Understanding. Let us examine the manner wherein words have contributed to the origin of that mistake. First then, it is thought that every name has, or ought to have, one only precise and settled signification, which inclines men to think there are certain abstract, determinate ideas that constitute the true and only immediate signification of each general name, and that it is by the mediation of these abstract ideas that a general name comes to signify any particular thing. Whereas, in truth, there is no such thing as one precise and definite signification annexed to any general name, they all signifying indifferently a great number of particular ideas, all which doth evidently follow from what has been already said, and will clearly appear to anyone by a little reflection. To this it will be objected that every name that has a definition is thereby restrained to one certain signification. For example, a triangle is defined to be a plane surface, comprehended by 3 right lines, by which that name is limited to denote one certain idea and no other. To which I answer, that in the definition it is not said whether the surface be great or small, black or white, nor whether the sides are long or short, equal or unequal, nor with what angles they are inclined to each other, in all which there may be great variety, and consequently there is no one settled idea which limits the signification of the word triangle. It is one thing for to keep a name constantly to the same definition, and another to make it stand everywhere for the same idea. The one is necessary, the other useless and impracticable. July 2, 15 Introduction, Section 19. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, to give a farther account how words came to produce the doctrine of abstract ideas, it must be observed that it is a received opinion that language has no other end but the communicating our ideas, and that every significant name stands for an idea. This being so, and it being withal certain that names which yet are not thought altogether insignificant do not always mark out particular conceivable ideas, it is straightway concluded that they stand for abstract notions. That there are many names in use amongst speculative men which do not always suggest to others determinate, particular ideas, or in truth anything at all, is what nobody will deny. And a little attention will discover that it is not necessary, even in the strictest. Chapter 7 147. Reasonings. Significant names which stand for ideas should, every time they are used, excite in the understanding the ideas they are made to stand for in reading and discoursing. Names being for the most part used as letters, are in algebra, in which, though a particular quantity be marked by each letter, yet to proceed right it is not requisite that in every step each letter suggest to your thoughts that particular quantity it was appointed to stand for. July 2, 16 Introduction, Section 20. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Besides, the communicating of ideas marked by words is not the chief and only end of language, as is commonly supposed. There are other ends, as the raising of some passion, the exciting to or deterring from an action, the putting the mind in some particular disposition to which the former is in many cases barely subservient, and sometimes entirely omitted, when these can be obtained without it, as I think does not unfrequently happen in the familiar use of language. I entreat the reader to reflect with himself, and see if it doth not often happen, either in hearing or reading a discourse, that the passions of fear, love, hatred, admiration, disdain, and the like, arise immediately in his mind upon the perception of certain words, without any ideas coming between. At first, indeed, the words might have occasioned ideas that were fitting to produce those emotions, but, if I mistake not, it will be found that, when language is once grown familiar, the hearing of the sounds or sight of the characters is oft immediately attended with those passions which at first were wont to be produced by the intervention of ideas that are now quite omitted. May we not, for example, be affected with the promise of a good thing, though we have not an idea of what it is? Or is not the being threatened with danger sufficient to excite a dread, though we think not of any particular evil likely to befall us, nor yet frame to ourselves an idea of danger in abstract? If any one shall join ever so little reflection of his own to what has been said, I believe that it will evidently appear to him that general names are often used in the propriety of language without the speaker's designing them for marks of ideas in his own, which he would have them raise in the mind of the hearer. Even proper names themselves do not seem always spoken with a design to bring into our view the ideas of those individuals that are supposed to be marked by them. For example, when a schoolman tells me Aristotle hath said it, all I conceive he means by it is to dispose me to embrace his opinion with the deference and submission which custom has annexed to that name. And this effect is often so instantly produced in the minds of those who are accustomed to resign their judgment to authority of that philosopher, as it is impossible any idea either of his person, writings, or reputation should go before. Innumerable examples of this kind may be given, but why should I insist on those things which every one's experience will, I doubt not, plentifully suggest unto him? 148. July 2, 17 Introduction, Section 21. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. We have, I think, shown the impossibility of abstract ideas. We have considered what has been said for them by their ablest patrons, and endeavored to show they are of no use for those ends to which they are thought necessary. And lastly, we have traced them to the source from whence they flow, which appears evidently to be language. It cannot be denied that words are of excellent use, in that by their means all that stock of knowledge which has been purchased by the joint labors of inquisitive men in all ages and nations may be drawn into the view and made the possession of one single person. But at the same time it must be owned that most parts of knowledge have been strangely perplexed and darkened by the abuse of words, and general ways of speech wherein they are delivered. Since therefore words are so apt to impose on the understanding, whatever ideas I consider, I shall endeavor to take them bare and naked into my view, keeping out of my thoughts so far as I am able, those names which long and constant use hath so strictly united with them, from which I may expect to derive the following advantages. July 2, 18 Introduction, Section 22. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. First, I shall be sure to get clear of all controversies purely verbal, the springing up of which weeds in almost all the sciences has been a main hindrance to the growth of true and sound knowledge. Secondly, this seems to be a sure way to extricate myself out of that fine and subtle net of abstract ideas which has so miserably perplexed and entangled the minds of men. And that with this peculiar circumstance, that by how much the finer and more curious was the wit of any man, by so much the deeper was he likely to be ensnared and faster held therein. Thirdly, so long as I confine my thoughts to my own ideas divested of words, I do not see how I can easily be mistook, and the objects I consider, I clearly and adequately know. I cannot be deceived in thinking I have an idea which I have not. It is not possible for me to imagine that any of my own ideas are alike or unlike that are not truly so. To discern the agreements or disagreements there are between my ideas, to see what ideas are included in any compound idea, and what not, there is nothing more requisite than an attentive perception of what passes in my own understanding. 1. We have first raised a dust and then complain that we cannot see. Introduction. Section 3, page 141. Who is we? What is the dust? 2. What are Berkeley's targets? Abstraction 1, taking a simple idea, of a determinate shape, for example, and pairing it off from the other ideas with which it came into the mind. Chapter 7 149. Abstraction 2, taking a bunch of complex ideas, of extended objects, for example, and isolating what's calm, Monday to them, extension as a determinable, human being as a kind. By contrast, what is abstraction 3, and why is it fine? 3. There are two big puzzles posed by the introduction. First, what exactly is the argument against abstract ideas supposed to be? It looks as if introduction, section 10, page 144, goes something like this. 1. I, Berkeley, cannot abstract in sense 1 and 2. 2. Underscore 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 underscore. 3. Underscore 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 underscore. 4. Therefore, no one can abstract in senses 1 and 2. What weaknesses do you see in this argument? In a later work, Alciphron, or the Minute Philosopher, 1732, Berkeley offers a different argument against abstract ideas. In this dialogue, Euphranor is Berkeley's spokesman. Alciphron is supposed to represent Locke's views. Euphranor, pray, Alciphron, which are those things you would call absolutely impossible? Alciphron, such as include a contradiction. Euphranor, can you frame an idea of what includes a contradiction? Alciphron, I cannot. Euphranor, consequently, whatever is absolutely impossible you cannot form an idea of. Alciphron, this I grant. Euphranor, but can a color, or triangle, such as you describe their abstract general ideas, really exist? Alciphron, it is absolutely impossible such things should exist in nature. Euphranor, should it not follow, then, that they cannot exist in your mind, or, in other words, that you cannot conceive or frame an idea of them? 2. Reconstruct Euphranor's argument. Premise 1, if X is impossible, then X includes a contradiction. Premise 2, if X includes a contradiction, then underscore 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 underscore. Premise 3, it follows that if X is impossible, X is underscore 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 underscore. 2. Works, Volume 3, 333-334. 150. Premise 4, underscore 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 underscore. Conclusion, underscore 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 underscore. 4. The second puzzle, YISBRK so right about abstraction, keep this question in mind. Agiriad Thuristoff the Principles. July 2, 19 Part 1, Section 1. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. It is evident to anyone who takes a survey of the objects of human knowledge, that they are either ideas actually imprinted on the senses, or else such as are perceived by attending to the passions and operations of the mind, or lastly, ideas formed by help of memory and imagination either compounding, dividing, or barely representing those originally perceived in the aforesaid ways. By sight I have the ideas of light and colors, with their several degrees and variations. By touch I perceive hard and soft, heat and cold, motion and resistance, and of all these more and less either as to quantity or degree. Smelling furnishes me with odors, the palate with tastes, and hearing conveys sounds to the mind in all their variety of tone and composition. And as several of these are observed to accompany each other, they come to be marked by one name, and so to be reputed as one thing. Thus, for example, a certain color, taste, smell, figure, and consistence having been observed to go together, are accounted one distinct thing, signified by the name apple. Other collections of ideas constitute a stone, a tree, a book, and the like sensible things which as they are pleasing or disagreeable excite the passions of love, hatred, joy, grief, and so forth. July 2nd, 20 Part 1, Section 2. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, besides all that endless variety of ideas or objects of knowledge, there is likewise something which knows or perceives them, and exercises divers operations, as willing, imagining, remembering, about them. This perceiving, active being is what I call mind, spirit, soul, or myself. By which words I do not denote any one of my ideas, but a thing entirely distinct from them, wherein they exist, or, which is the same thing, whereby they are perceived, for the existence of an idea consists in being perceived. July 2nd, 21 Part 1, Section 3. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. That neither our thoughts, nor passions, nor ideas formed by the imagination, exist without the mind, is what every body will allow. And it seems no less evident that the various sensations or ideas imprinted on the sense, however blended or combined together, that is, whatever objects they compose, cannot exist otherwise than in a Chapter 7 151. Mind perceiving them. I think an intuitive knowledge may be obtained of this by any one that shall attend to what is meant by the term exists, when applied to sensible things. The table I write on I say exists, that is, I see and feel it, and if I were out of my study I should say it existed, meaning thereby that if I was in my study I might perceive it, or that some other spirit actually does perceive it. There was an odor. That is, it was smelled, there was a sound, that is, it was heard, a color or figure, and it was perceived by sight or touch. This is all that I can understand by these and the like expressions. For as to what is said of the absolute existence of unthinking things, without any relation to their being perceived, that seems perfectly unintelligible. Their esse is percipi, nor is it possible they should have any existence out of the minds or thinking things which perceive them. July 2nd, 22 Part 1, Section 4. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. It is indeed an opinion strangely prevailing amongst men, that houses, mountains, rivers, and in a word all sensible objects, have an existence, natural or real, distinct from their being perceived by the understanding. But, with how great an assurance and acquiescence soever this principle may be entertained in the world, yet whoever shall find in his heart to call it in question may, if I mistake not, perceive it to involve a manifest contradiction. For, what are the four men, Tionid objects but the things we perceive by sense? And what do we perceive besides our own ideas or sensations? And is it not plainly repugnant that any one of these, or any combination of them, should exist unperceived? July 2, 23 Part 1, Section 5. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. If we thoroughly examine this tenet, it will, perhaps, be found at bottom to depend on the doctrine of abstract ideas. For can there be a nicer strain of abstraction than to distinguish the existence of sensible objects from their being perceived, so as to conceive them existing unperceived? Light and colors, heat and cold, extension and figures, in a word, the things we see and feel, what are they but so many sensations, notions, ideas, or impressions on the sense? And is it possible to separate, even in thought, any of these from perception? For my part, I might as easily divide a thing from itself. I may, indeed, divide in my thoughts, or conceive apart from each other, those things which, perhaps I never perceived by sense so divided. Thus, I imagine the trunk of a human body without the limbs, or conceive the smell of a rose without thinking on the rose itself. So far, I will not deny, I can abstract, if that may properly be called abstraction, which extends only to the conceiving separately such objects as it is possible may really exist or be actually perceived asunder. But my conceiving or imagining power does not extend beyond the possibility of real existence or perception. Hence, as it is impossible for me to see or feel anything without an actual 152 sensation of that thing, so is it impossible for me to conceive in my thoughts any sensible thing or object distinct from the sensation or perception of it. July 2, 24 Part 1, Section 6. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Some truths there are so near and obvious to the mind that a man need only open his eyes to see them. Such I take this important one to be, viz., that all the choir of heaven and furniture of the earth, in a word all those bodies which compose the mighty frame of the world, have not any subsistence without a mind, that their being is to be perceived or known, that consequently so long as they are not actually perceived by me, or do not exist in my mind or that of any other created spirit, they must either have no existence at all, or else subsist in the mind of some eternal spirit, it being perfectly unintelligible, and involving all the absurdity of abstraction, to attribute to any single part of them an existence independent of a spirit, to be convinced of which the reader need only reflect, and try to separate in his own thoughts the being of a sensible thing from its being perceived. July 2, 25 Part 1, Section 7. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. From what has been said, it follows there is not any other substance than spirit, or that which perceives. But, for the fuller proof of this point, let it be considered the sensible qualities are color, figure, motion, smell, taste, etc., i.e., the ideas perceived by sense. Now, for an idea to exist in an unperceiving thing is a manifest contradiction, for to have an idea is all one as to perceive, that therefore wherein color, figure, and the like qualities exist must perceive them, hence it is clear there can be no unthinking substance or substratum of those ideas. July 2, 26 Part 1, Section 8. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, say you, though the ideas themselves do not exist without the mind, yet there may be things like them, whereof they are copies or resemblances, which things exist without the mind in an unthinking substance. I answer, an idea can be like nothing but an idea, a color or figure can be like nothing but another color or figure. If we look but never so little into our thoughts, we shall find it impossible for us to conceive a likeness except only between our ideas. Again, I ask whether those supposed originals or external things, of which our ideas are the pictures or representations, be themselves perceivable or no? If they are, then they are ideas and we have gained our point, but if you say they are not, I appeal to anyone whether it be sense to assert a color is like something which is invisible, hard or soft, like something which is intangible, and so of the rest. Chapter 7 153 July 2, 27 Part 1, Section 9. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Some there are who make a distinction betwixt primary and secondary qualities. By the former they mean extension, figure, motion, rest, solidity or impenetrability, and number. By the latter they denote all other sensible qualities, as colors, sounds, tastes, and so forth. The ideas we have of these they acknowledge not to be the resemblances of any thing existing without the mind, or unperceived, but they will have our ideas of the primary qualities to be patterns or images of things which exist without the mind, in an unthinking substance which they call matter. By matter, therefore, we are to understand an inert, senseless substance, in which extension, figure, and motion do actually subsist. But it is evident from what we have already shown that extension, figure, and motion are only ideas existing in the mind, and that an idea can be like nothing but another idea, and that consequently neither they nor their archetypes can exist in an unperceiving substance. Hence, it is plain that the very notion of what is called matter or corporeal substance involves a contradiction in it. July 2, 28 Part 1, Section 10. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. They who assert that figure, motion, and the rest of the primary or original qualities do exist without the mind in unthinking substances, do at the same time acknowledge that colors, sounds, heat cold, and such like secondary qualities, do not, which they tell us are sensations existing in the mind alone, that depend on and are occasioned by the different size, texture, and motion of the minute particles of matter. This they take for an undoubted truth, which they can demonstrate beyond all exception. Now, if it be certain that those original qualities are inseparably united with the other sensible qualities, and not, even in thought, capable of being abstracted from them, it plainly follows that they exist only in the mind. But I desire anyone to reflect and try whether he can, by any abstraction of thought, conceive the extension and motion of a body without all other sensible qualities. For my own part, I see evidently that it is not in my power to frame an idea of a body extended and moving, but I must withal give it some color or other sensible quality which is acknowledged to exist only in the mind. In short, extension, figure, and motion, abstracted from all other qualities, are inconceivable. Where therefore the other sensible qualities are, there must these be also, to wit, in the mind and nowhere else. July 2, 29 Part 1, Section 11. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Again, great and small, swift and slow, are allowed to exist nowhere without the mind. Being entirely relative, and changing as the frame or position of the organs of sense varies. The extension therefore which exists without the mind is neither great nor 154 small, the motion neither swift nor slow, that is, they are nothing at all. But, say you, they are exten, Zion in general, and motion in general. Thus we see how much the tenet of extended movable substances existing without the mind depends on the strange doctrine of abstract ideas. And here I cannot but remark how nearly the vague and indeterminate description of matter or corporeal substance, which the modern philosophers are run into by their own principles, resembles that antiquated, and so much ridiculed notion of materia prima, to be met with in Aristotle and his followers. Without extension solidity cannot be conceived, since therefore it has been shown that extension exists not in an unthinking substance, the same must also be true of solidity. July 2, 30 Part 1, Section 12. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. That number is entirely the creature of the mind, even though the other qualities be allowed to exist without, will be evident to whoever considers that the same thing bears a different denomination of number as the mind views it with different respects. Thus, the same extension is 1, or 3, or 36, according as the mind considers it with refer-ins to a yard, a foot, or an inch. Number is so visibly relative and dependent on men's understanding, that it is strange to think how anyone should give it an absolute existence without the mind. We say one book, one page, one line, etc. All these are equally units, though some contain several of the others. And in each instance, it is plain, the unit relates to some particular combination of ideas, arbitrarily put together by the mind. July 2, 31 Part 1, Section 13. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Unity. I know some will have to be a simple or uncompounded idea, accompanying all other ideas into the mind. That I have any such idea answering the word unity I do not find, and if I had, methinks I could not miss finding it. On the contrary, it should be the most familiar to my understanding, since it is said to accompany all other ideas, and to be perceived by all the ways of sensation and reflection. To say no more, it is an abstract idea. July 2, 32 Part 1, Section 14. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. I shall farther add, that, after the same manner as modern philosophers prove certain sensible qualities to have no exits, tense in matter, or without the mind, the same thing may be likewise proved of all other sensible qualities whatsoever. Thus, for instance, it is said that heat and cold are affections only of the mind, and not at all patterns of real beings, existing in the corporeal substances which excite them, for that the same body. Chapter 7 155. Which appears cold to one hand seems warm to another. Now, why may we not as well argue that figure and extension are not patterns or resemblances of qualities existing in matter, because to the same eye at different stations, or eyes of a different texture at the same time, they appear various, and cannot therefore be the images of anything settled and determinate without the mind? Again, it is proved that sweetness is not really in the sapid thing, because the thing remaining unaltered, the sweetness is changed into bitter, as in case of a fever or otherwise vitiated palate. Is it not as reasonable to say that motion is not without the mind, since if the succession of ideas in the mind becomes swifter, the motion, it is acknowledged, shall appear slower without any alteration in any external object? July 2, 33 Part 1, Section 15. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In short, let anyone consider those arguments which are thought manifestly to prove that colors and taste exist only in the mind, and he shall find they may with equal force be brought to prove the same thing of extension, figure, and motion. though it must be confessed this method of arguing does not so much prove that there is no extension or color in an outward object, as that we do not know by sense which is the true extension or color of the object. But the arguments foregoing plainly shew it to be impossible that any color, or extension at all, or other sensible quality whatsoever, should exist in an unthinking subject without the mind, or in truth, that there should be any such thing as an outward object. July 2, 34 Part 1, Section 16. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But let us examine a little the received opinion. It is said extension is a mode or accident of matter, and that matter is the substratum that supports it. Now I desire that you would explain to me what is meant by matters supporting extension. Say you, I have no idea of matter and therefore cannot explain it. I answer, though you have no positive, yet, if you have any meaning at all, you must at least have a relative idea of matter, though you know not what it is, yet you must be supposed to know what relation it bears to accidents, and what is meant by its supporting them. It is evident support cannot here be taken in its usual or literal sense, as when we say that pillars support a building. In what sense therefore must it be taken? 156. July 2, 35 Part 1, Section 17. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. If we inquire into what the most accurate philosophers declare themselves to mean by material substance, we shall find them acknowledge they have no other meaning annexed to those sounds but the idea of being in general, together with the relative notion of its supporting accidents. The general idea of being appeareth to me the most abstract and incomprehensible of all other, and as for its supporting accidents, this, as we have just now observed, cannot be understood in the common sense of those words. It must therefore be taken in some other sense, but what that is they do not explain. So that when I consider the two parts or branches which make the signification of the words material substance, I am convinced there is no distinct meaning annexed to them. But why should we trouble ourselves any farther in discussing this material substratum or support of figure and motion, and other sensible qualities? Does it not suppose they have an existence without the mind? And is not this a direct repugnancy, and altogether inconceivable? July 2, 36 Part 1, Section 18. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, though it were possible that solid, figured, movable substances may exist without the mind, corresponding to the ideas we have of bodies, yet how is it possible for us to know this? Either we must know it by sense or by reason. As for our senses, by them We have the knowledge only of our sensations, ideas, or those things that are immediately perceived by sense, call them what you will, but they do not inform us that things exist without the mind, or unperceived, like to those which are perceived. This the materialists themselves acknowledge. It remains therefore that if we have any knowledge at all of external things, it must be by reason, inferring their existence from what is immediately perceived by sense. But what reason can induce us to believe the existence of bodies without the mind, from what we perceive, since the very patrons of matter themselves do not pretend there is any necessary connection betwixt them and our ideas? I say it is granted on all hands, and what happens in dreams, frenzies, and the like, puts it beyond dispute, that it is possible we might be affected with all the ideas we have now, though there were no bodies existing without resembling them. Hence, it is evident the supposition of external bodies is not necessary for the producing our ideas, since it is granted they are produced sometimes, and might possibly be produced always in the same order we see them in at present, without their concurrence. Chapter 7 157 July 2, 37 Part 1, Section 19. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, though we might possibly have all our sensations without them, yet perhaps it may be thought easier to conceive and explain the manner of their production, by supposing external bodies in their likeness rather than otherwise, and so it might be at least probable there are such things as bodies that excite their ideas in our minds. But neither can this be said, for, though we give the materialists their external bodies, they by their own confession are never the nearer knowing how our ideas are produced, since they own themselves unable to comprehend in what manner body can act upon spirit, or how it is possible it should imprint any idea in the mind. Hence, it is evident the production of ideas or sensations in our minds can be no reason why we should suppose matter or corporeal substances, since that is acknowledged to remain equally inexplicable with or without this supposition. If therefore it were possible for bodies to exist without the mind, yet to hold they do so, must needs be a very precarious opinion, since it is to suppose, without any reason at all, that God has created innumerable beings that are entirely useless, and serve to no manner of purpose. July 2, 38 Part 1, Section 20. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In short, if there were external bodies, it is impossible we should ever come to know it. And if there were not, we might have the very same reasons to think there were that we have now. Suppose what no one can deny possible, an intelligence without the help of external bodies, to be affected with the same train of sensations or ideas that you are, imprinted in the same order, and with like vividness in his mind. I ask whether that intelligence hath not all the reason to believe the existence of corporeal substances, represented by his ideas, and exciting them in his mind, that you can possibly have for believing the same thing? Of this there can be no question, which one consideration were enough to make any reasonable person suspect the strength of whatever arguments he may think himself to have, for the existence of bodies without the mind. July 2, 39 Part 1, Section 21. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Were it necessary to add any farther proof against the existence of matter after what has been said, I could instance several of those errors and difficulties, not to mention impieties, which have sprung from that tenet. It has occasioned numberless controversies and disputes in philosophy, and not a few of far greater moment in religion. But I shall not enter into the detail of them in this place, as well because I 158. Think arguments a posteriori are unnecessary for confirming what has been, if I mistake not, sufficiently demonstrated a priori, as because I shall hereafter find occasion to speak somewhat of them. July 2, 40 Part 1, Section 22. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. I am afraid I have given cause to think I am needlessly prolix in handling this subject. For, to what purpose is it to dilate on that which may be demonstrated with the utmost evidence in a line or two, to any one that is capable of the least reflection? It is but looking into your own thoughts, and so trying whether you can conceive it possible for a sound, or figure, or motion, or color to exist without the mind or unperceived. This easy trial may perhaps make you see that what you contend for is a downright contradiction, insomuch that I am content to put the whole upon this issue. If you can but conceive it possible for one extended movable substance, or, in general, for any one idea, or anything like an idea, to exist otherwise than in a mind perceiving it, I shall readily give up the cause. And, as for all that compiges of external bodies you contend for, I shall grant you its existence, though you cannot either give me any reason why you believe it exists, or assign any use to it when it is supposed to exist. I say, the bare possibility of your opinions being true shall pass for an argument that it is so. July 2, 41 Part 1, Section 23. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, say you, surely there is nothing easier than for me to imagine trees, for instance, in a park, or books existing in a closet, and nobody by to perceive them. I answer, you may so, there is no difficulty in it, but what is all this, I beseech you, more than framing in your mind certain ideas which you call books and trees, and the same time omitting to frame the idea of any one that may perceive them? But do not you yourself perceive or think of them all the while. This therefore is nothing to the purpose, it only shews you have the power of imagining or forming ideas in your mind, but it does not shew that you can conceive it possible the objects of your thought may exist without the mind. To make out this, it is necessary that you conceive them existing, unconceived or unthought of, which is a manifest repugnancy. When we do our utmost to conceive the existence of external bodies, we are all the while only contemplating our own ideas. But the mind, taking no notice of itself, is deluded to think it can and does conceive bodies existing unthought of or without the mind, though at the same time they are apprehended by or exist in itself. A little attention will discover to any one the truth and evidence of what is here said, and make it unnecessary to insist on any other proofs against the existence of material substance. Chapter 7 159 July 2, 42 Part 1, Section 24. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. It is very obvious, upon the least inquiry into our thoughts, to know whether it is possible for us to understand what is meant by the absolute existence of sensible objects in themselves, or without the mind. To me it is evident those words mark out either a direct contradiction, or else nothing at all. And to convince others of this, I know no readier or fairer way than to entreat they would calmly attend to their own thoughts, and if by this attention the emptiness or repugnancy of those expressions does appear, surely nothing more is requisite for the conviction. It is on this therefore that I insist, to wit, that the absolute existence of unthinking things are words without a meaning, or which include a contradiction. This is what I repeat and inculcate, and earnestly recommend to the attentive thoughts of the reader. 1. Berkeley's arguments for immaterialism fall into two classes: a. Those that challenge the intelligibility of materialism, and b. Those that grant its intelligibility but try to show that it is unjustified. Mark each argument below with an A or B as you go. 2. Materialists think that objects can exist unperceived. But to say that an object exists is just to say what? From Part 1, Section 3, page 151. 3. This argument is from Part 1, Section 4, page 152. There's a parallel argument in Section 7. 1. An object is underscore 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 2. Underscore 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 3. Therefore, objects are ideas. 4. Locke used resemblance to account for the representative powers of ideas of primary qualities. But 1. Likeness principle, an idea can only be like underscore 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 2. The only way an idea can represent anything is by virtue of _________ it. 3. Therefore, no idea can represent anything but ____________. From Part 1. Section 8, page 153. 5. Locke restricts resemblance to ideas of primary qualities and says that secondary qualities exist only in the mind. But 1. This means that I must be able to think of an object that has ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________2. We can say that ____________160. 3. No object denuded of secondary qualities is even From Part 1, Section 10, page 154. 6. Locke says that matter is the substratum that supports the observable qualities of bodies. But in order to think of such a thing, we'd have to first understand what is meant by the word _____________ here. And From Part 1, Section 16, page 156. 7. Suppose matter exists. How could we be justified in believing in it? Either 1. By sensation, direct experience, or 2. Reason, i.e., a demonstration or a logically sound argument. Against 1. Against 2. If we could demonstrate the existence of matter, there would have to be a between our ideas and the objects they represent. But we can see that there is no such, simply by noticing that. In fact, even the proponents of matter grant that there is no between ideas and their objects. Now, a materialist might agree that we cannot prove by demonstration that matter exists. In fact, this seems to be Descartes' position. See the last paragraph of his synopsis of the Meditations. Still, the materialist might argue, we can be justified in believing in matter's existence by means of an inference to the best explanation. The best explanation for our experiences is that they are experiences of a real, mind-independent world. How does Berkeley challenge this move? From Part 1. Sections Part 1, Section 18, page 157, and Part 1, Section 19. Page 158. 8. The master argument, matter is by definition something that can exist even when no mind is thinking about it. What could be easier than conceiving of something that exists unconceived? To imagine, conceive, and perceive are all used here by Berkeley. Pretty much interchangeably, each means having a given idea in the mind. But 1. I think of X existing unperceived. The materialist's presupposition. 2. But this is the wrong description of what I have thought of, since underscore 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 underscore. 3. Therefore, no one can think of something that exists unperceived. Berkeley says in 3 dialogues that conceiving something unconceived is analogous to seeing something unseen. From Part 1, Section 22, page 159, Part 1. Section 23, page 159, and Part 1, Section 24, page 160, see also Part 1, Section 5, page 152. July 2, 43 Part 1, Section 25. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. All our ideas, sensations, notions, or the things which we perceive, by whatsoever names they may be distinguished, are visibly inactive. There is nothing of power or agency included in them, so that one idea or object of thought cannot produce or. Chapter 7 161. Make any alteration in another. To be satisfied of the truth of this, there is nothing else requisite but a bare observation of our ideas. For, since they and every part of them exist only in the mind, it follows that there is nothing in them but what is perceived, but whoever shall attend to his ideas, whether of sense or reflection, will not perceive in them any power or activity. There is, therefore, no such thing contained in them. A little attention will discover to us that the very being of an idea implies passiveness and inertness in it, in so much that it is impossible for an idea to do anything, or, strictly speaking, to be the cause of anything, neither can it be the resemblance or pattern of any active being, as is evident from Part 1, Section 8. Page 153. Whence it plainly follows that extension, figure, and motion cannot be the cause of our sensations. To say, therefore, that these are the effects of powers resulting from the configuration, number, motion, and size of corpuscles, must certainly be false. July 2, 44 Part 1, Section 26. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. We perceive a continual succession of ideas, some are anew excited, others are changed or totally disappear. There is therefore some cause of these ideas, whereon they depend, and which produces and changes them. That this cause can not be any quality or idea or combination of ideas, is clear from the preceding section. I must therefore be a substance, but it has been shown that there is no corporeal or material substance. It remains therefore that the cause of ideas is an incorporeal active substance or spirit. July 2, 45 Part 1, Section 27. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. A spirit is one simple, undivided, active being. As it perceives ideas it is called the understanding, and as it produces or otherwise operates about them it is called the will. Hence there can be no idea formed of a soul or spirit, for all ideas whatever, being passive and inert, see Part 1, Section 25, page 161, they cannot represent unto us, by way of image or likeness, that which acts. A little attention will make it plain to anyone, that to have an idea which shall be like that active principle of motion and change of ideas is absolutely impossible. Such is the nature of spirit, or that which acts, that it cannot be of itself perceived, but only by the effects which it produceth. If any man shall doubt of the truth of what is here delivered, let him but reflect and try if he can frame the idea of any power or active being, and whether he has ideas of two principal powers, marked by the names will and understanding, distinct from each other, as well as from a third idea of substance or being in general, with a relative notion of its supporting or being the subject of the aforesaid powers, which is signified by the name soul or spirit. This is what some hold, but, so far as I can see, the words will, soul, spirit, do not stand for different ideas, or, in truth, for any idea at all, but for something which is very different from ideas, and which, being an agent. 162. Cannot be like unto, or represented by, any idea whatsoever, though it must be owned at the same time that we have some notion of soul, spirit, and the operations of the mind, such as willing, loving, hating, inasmuch as we know or understand the meaning of these words. July 2, 46 Part 1, Section 28. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. I find I can excite ideas in my mind at pleasure, and vary and shift the scene as oft as I think fit. It is no more than willing, and straightway this or that idea arises in my fancy, and by the same power it is obliterated, and makes way for another. This making and unmaking of ideas doth very properly denominate the mind active. Thus much is certain and grounded on experience, but when we think of unthinking agents or of exciting ideas exclusive of volition, we only amuse ourselves with words. July 2, 47 Part 1, Section 29. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, whatever power I may have over my own thoughts, I find the ideas actually perceived by sense have not a like dependence on my will. When in broad daylight I open my eyes, it is not in my power to choose whether I shall see or know, or to determine what particular objects shall present themselves to my view, and so, likewise as to the hearing and other senses, the ideas imprinted on them are not creatures of my will. There is therefore some other will or spirit that produces them. July 2, 48 Part 1, Section 30. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The ideas of sense are more strong, lively, and distinct than those of the imagination. They have likewise a steadiness, order, and coherence, and are not excited at random, as those which are the effects of human wills often are, but in a regular train or series. The admirable connection whereof sufficiently testifies the wisdom and benevolence of its author. Now the set rules or established methods wherein the mind we depend on excites in us the ideas of sense, are called the laws of nature, and these we learn by experience, which teaches us that such and such ideas are attended with such and such other ideas, in the ordinary course of things. Chapter 7 163 July 2, 49 Part 1, Section 31. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. This gives us a sort of foresight which enables us to regulate our actions for the benefit of life. And without this we should be eternally at a loss. We could not know how to act anything that might procure us the least pleasure, or remove the least pain of sense. That food nourishes, sleep refreshes, and fire warms us, that to sow in the seed time is the way to reap in the harvest, and in general that to obtain such or such ends, such or such means are conducive. All this we know, not by discovering any necessary connection between our ideas, but only by the observation of the settled laws of nature, without which we should be all in uncertainty and confusion, and a grown man no more know how to manage himself in the affairs of life than an infant just born. July 2, 50 Part 1, Section 32. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. And yet this consistent uniform working, which so evidently displays the goodness and wisdom of that governing spirit whose will constitutes the laws of nature, is so far from leading our thoughts to him, that it rather sends them wandering after second causes. For, when we perceive certain ideas of sense constantly followed by other ideas and we know this is not of our own doing, we forthwith attribute power and agency to the ideas themselves, and make one the cause of another, than which nothing can be more absurd and unintelligible. Thus, for example, having observed that when we perceive by sight a certain round, luminous figure, we at the same time perceive by touch the idea or sensation called heat, we do from thence conclude the sun to be the cause of heat. And in like manner, perceiving the motion and collision of bodies to be attended with sound, we are inclined to think the latter the effect of the former. July 2, 51 Part 1, Section 33. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. The ideas imprinted on the senses by the author of nature are called real things, and those excited in the imagination, being less regular, vivid, and constant, are more properly termed ideas, or images of things, which they copy and represent. But then, our sensations, be they never so vivid and distinct, are nevertheless ideas, that is, they exist in the mind, or are perceived by it, as truly as the ideas of its own framing. The ideas of sense are allowed to have more reality in them, that is, to be more strong, orderly, and coherent than the creatures of the mind, but this is no argument that they exist without the mind. They are also less dependent on the spirit, or thinking substance which perceives them, in that they are excited by the will of another and 164 more powerful spirit, yet still they are ideas, and certainly no idea, whether faint or strong, can exist otherwise than in a mind perceiving it. July 2, 52 Part 1, Section 34. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Before we proceed any farther, it is necessary we spend some time in answering objections which may probably be made against the principles we have hitherto laid down. In doing of which, if I seem too prolix to those of quick apprehensions, I hope it may be pardoned, since all men do not equally apprehend things of this nature, and I am willing to be understood by everyone. First, then, it will be objected that by the foregoing principles all that is real and substantial in nature is banished out of the world, and instead thereof a chimerical scheme of ideas takes place. All things that exist only in the mind, that is, they are purely notional. What therefore becomes of the sun, moon, and stars? What must we think of houses, rivers, mountains, trees, stones, nay, even of our own bodies? Are all these but so many chimeras and illusions on the fancy? To all which, and whatever else of the same sort may be objected, I answer, that by the principles premised we are not deprived of any one thing in nature. Whatever we see, feel, hear, or anywise conceive or understand remains as secure as ever, and is as real as ever. There is a rerum natura, and the distinction between realities and chimeras retains its full force. This is evident from Part 1, Section 29, page 163, Part 1, Section 30. Page 163, and Part 1, Section 33, page 164, where we have shown what is meant by real things in opposition to chimeras or ideas of our own framing, but then they both equally exist in the mind, and in that sense they are alike ideas. July 2nd, 53 Part 1, Section 35. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. I do not argue against the existence of any one thing that we can apprehend either by sense or reflection. That the things I see with my eyes and touch with my hands do exist, really exist, I make not the least question. The only thing whose existence we deny is that which philosophers call matter or corporeal substance. And in doing of this there is no damage done to the rest of mankind, who, I dare say, will never Mississippi it. The atheist indeed will want the color of an empty name to support his impiety. And the philosophers may possibly find they have lost a great handle for trifling and disputation. Chapter 7 165 July 2nd, 54 Part 1, Section 36. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. If any man thinks this detracts from the existence or reality of things, he is very far from understanding what hath been premised in the plainest terms I could think of. Take here an abstract of what has been said. There are spiritual substances, minds, or human souls, which will or excite ideas in themselves at pleasure, but these are faint, weak, and unsteady in respect of others they perceive by sense which, being impressed upon them according to certain rules or laws of nature, speak themselves. The effects of a mind more powerful and wise than human spirits. These latter are said to have more reality in them than the former, by which is meant that they are more affecting, orderly, and distinct, and that they are not fictions of the mind perceiving them. And in this sense the sun that I see by day is the real sun, and that which I imagine by night is the idea of the former. In the sense here given of reality it is evident that every vegetable, star, mineral, and in general each part of the mundane system, is as much a real being by our principles as by any other. Whether others mean anything by the term reality different from what I do, I entreat them to look into their own thoughts and see. July 2nd, 55 Part 1, Section 38. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But after all, say you, it sounds very harsh to say we eat and drink ideas, and are clothed with ideas. I acknowledge it does so, the word idea not being used in common discourse to signify the several combinations of sensible qualities which are called things, and it is certain that any expression which varies from the familiar use of language will seem harsh and ridiculous. But this doth not concern the truth of the proposition, which in other words is no more than to say, we are fed and clothed with those things which we perceive immediately by our senses. The hardness or softness, the color, taste, warmth, figure, or such like qualities, which combined together constitute the several sorts of victuals and apparel, have been shown to exist only in the mind that perceives them, and this is all that is meant by calling them ideas, which word, if it was as ordinarily used as thing, would sound no harsher nor more ridiculous than it. I am not for disputing about the propriety, but the truth of the expression. If therefore you agree with me that we eat and drink and are clad with the immediate objects of sense, which cannot exist unperceived or without the mind, I shall readily grant it is more proper or conformable to custom that they should be called things rather than ideas. 166. July 2, 56 Part 1, Section 39. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. If it be demanded why I make use of the word idea, and do not rather in compliance with custom call them things, I answer, I do it for two reasons. First, because the term thing in contradistinction to idea, is generally supposed to denote somewhat existing without the mind. Secondly, because thing hath a more comprehensive signification than idea, including spirit or thinking things as well as ideas. Since therefore the objects of sense exist only in the mind, and are withal thoughtless and inactive, I chose to mark them by the word idea, which implies those properties. July 2, 57 Part 1, Section 40. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, say what we can, someone perhaps may be apt to reply, he will still believe his senses, and never suffer any arguments, how plausible soever, to prevail over the certainty of them. Be it so, assert the evidence of sense as high as you please, we are willing to do the same. That what I see, hear, and feel doth exist, that is to say, is perceived by me, I no more doubt than I do of my own being. But I do not see how the testimony of sense can be alleged as a proof for the existence of anything which is not perceived by sense. We are not for having any man turn skeptic and disbelieve his senses, on the contrary, we give them all the stress and assurance imaginable, nor are there any principles more opposite to skepticism than those we have laid down, as shall be hereafter clearly shown. July 2, 58 Part 1, Section 41. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Secondly, it will be objected that there is a great difference betwixt real fire, for instance, and the idea of fire, betwixt dreaming or imagining oneself burnt, and actually being so. If you suspect it to be only the idea of fire which you see, do but put your hand into it and you will be convinced with a witness. This and the like may be urged in opposition to our tenets. To all which the answer is evident from what hath been already said, and I shall only add in this place, that if real fire be very different from the idea of fire, so also is the real pain that it occasions very different from the idea of the same pain, and yet nobody will pretend that real pain either is, or can possibly be, in an unperceiving thing, or without the mind, any more than its idea. 1. What is the second objection? Part 1, Section 41, page 167, Berkeley entertains. Berkeley says that the answer is evident from what hath been already said. What answer can you construct for him, based on the earlier sections of the Principles? Chapter 7 167. July 2, 59 Part 1, Section 42. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Thirdly, it will be objected that we see things actually without or at a distance from us, and which consequently do not exist in the mind, it being absurd that those things which are seen at the distance of several miles should be as near to us as our own thoughts. In answer to this, I desire it may be considered that in a dream we do oft perceive things as existing at a great distance off, and yet for all that, those things are acknowledged to have their existence only in the mind. July 2, 60 Part 1, Section 43. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, for the fuller clearing of this point, it may be worth while to consider how it is that we perceive distance and things placed at a distance by sight. For, that we should in truth see external space, and bodies actually existing in it, some nearer, others farther off, seems to carry with it some opposition to what hath been said of their existing nowhere without the mind. The consideration of this difficulty it was that gave birth to my essay towards a new theory of vision, which was published not long since, wherein it is shown that distance or outness is neither immediately of itself perceived by sight, nor yet apprehended or judged of by lines and angles, or anything that hath a necessary connection with it, but that it is only suggested to our thoughts by certain visible ideas and sensations attending vision, which in their own nature have no manner of similitude or relation either with distance or things placed at a distance, but, by a connection taught us by experience, they come to signify and suggest them to us, after the same manner that words of any language suggest the ideas they are made to stand for, in so much that a man born blind and afterwards made to see would not, at first sight, think the things he saw to be without his mind, or at any distance from him. See Section 41 of the forementioned treatise. July 2, 61 Part 1, Section 44. Available under Creative Commons Sharealike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. the ideas of sight and touch make two species entirely distinct and heterogeneous. The former are marks and prognostics of the latter. That the proper objects of sight neither exist without mind, nor are the images of external things, was shown even in that treatise. Though throughout the same the contrary be supposed true of tangible objects, not that to suppose that vulgar error was necessary for establishing the notion therein laid down, but because it was beside my purpose to examine and refute it in a discourse concerning vision. So that in strict truth the ideas of sight, when we apprehend by them distance, and things placed at a distance, do not suggest or mark out to us things actually existing at a distance, but only admonish us what? 168. Ideas of touch will be imprinted in our minds at such and such distances of time, and in consequence of such or such actions. It is, I say, evident from what has been said in the foregoing parts of this treatise, and in section 147 and elsewhere of the essay concerning vision, that visible ideas are the language whereby the governing spirit on whom we depend informs us what tangible ideas he is about to imprint upon us, in case we excite this or that motion in our own bodies. July 2, 62 Part 1, Section 45. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Fourthly, it will be objected that from the foregoing principles it follows things are every moment annihilated and created anew. The objects of sense exist only when they are perceived. The trees therefore are in the garden, or the chairs in the parlor, no longer than while there is somebody by to perceive them. Upon shutting my eyes, all the furniture in the room is reduced to nothing, and barely upon opening them it is again created. In answer to all which, I refer the reader to what has been said in Sections Part 1, Section 3, page 151, Part 1, Section 4, page 152, and c. And desire he will consider whether he means anything by the actual existence of an idea distinct from its being perceived. For my part, after the nicest inquiry I could make, I am not able to discover that anything else is meant by those words, and I once more entreat the reader to sound his own thoughts, and not suffer himself to be imposed on by words. If he can conceive it possible either for his ideas or their archetypes to exist without being perceived, then I give up the cause, but if he cannot, he will acknowledge it is unreasonable for him to stand up in defense of he knows not what, and pretend to charge on me as an absurdity the not assenting to those propositions which at bottom have no meaning in them. July 2, 63 Part 1, Section 46. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. It will not be amiss to observe how far the received principles of philosophy are themselves chargeable with those pretended absurdities. It is thought strangely absurd that upon closing my eyelids all the visible objects around me should be reduced to nothing, and yet is not this what philosophers commonly acknowledge, when they agree on all hands that light and colors, which alone are the proper and immediate objects of sight, are mere sensations that exist no longer than they are perceived. Again, it may to some perhaps seem very incredible that things should be every moment creating, yet this very notion is commonly taught in the schools. For the schoolmen, though they acknowledge the existence of matter, and that the whole mundane fabric is framed out of it, are nevertheless of opinion that it cannot subsist without the divine conservation, which by them is expounded to be a continual creation. Chapter 7 169 July 2, 64 Part 1, Section 47. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Farther, a little thought will discover to us that though we allow the existence of matter or corporeal substance, yet it will unavoidably follow, from the principles which are now generally admitted, that the particular bodies, of what kind soever, do none of them exist whilst they are not perceived. For, it is evident from Part 1, Section 2, page 151, and the following SEC, tie-ins, that the matter philosophers contend for is an incomprehensible somewhat, which hath none of those particular qualities whereby the bodies falling under our senses are distinguished one from another. But, to make this more plain, it must be remarked that the infinite divisibility of matter is now universally allowed, at least by the most approved and considerable philosophers, who on the received principles demonstrate it beyond all exception. Hence, it follows there is an infinite number of parts in each particle of matter which are not perceived by sense. The reason therefore that any particular body seems to be of a finite magnitude, or exhibits only a finite number of parts to sense, is, not because it contains no more, since in itself it contains an infinite number of parts, but because the sense is not acute enough to discern them. In proportion therefore as the sense is rendered more acute, it perceives a greater number of parts in the object, that is, the object appears greater, and its figure varies, those parts in its extremities which were before unperceivable appearing now to bound it in very different lines and angles from those perceived by an obtuser sense. And at length, after various changes of size and shape, when the sense becomes infinitely acute, the body shall seem infinite, during all which there is no alteration in the body, but only in the sense. Each body, therefore, considered in itself, is infinitely extended, and consequently void of all shape or figure. From which it follows that, though we should grant the existence of matter to be never so certain, yet it is withal as certain. The materialists themselves are by their own principles forced to acknowledge that neither the particular bodies perceived by sense, nor anything like them, exists without the mind. Matter, I say, and each particle thereof, is according to them infinite and shapeless, and it is the mind that frames all that variety of bodies which compose the visible world. Any one whereof does not exist longer than it is perceived. July 2, 65 Part 1, Section 48. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. If we consider it, the objection proposed in Part 1, Section 45, page 169, will not be found reasonably charged on the principles we have premised, so as in truth to make any objection at all against our notions. For, though we hold indeed the objects of sense to be nothing else but ideas which cannot exist unperceived, yet we may not hence conclude they have no exits, tense except only while they are perceived by us, since there may be some other spirit that perceives them though we do not. Wherever bodies are said to have no existence without the mind, I would not be understood to mean this or that particular mind, but all minds whatsoever. It does not therefore 170 follow from the foregoing principles that bodies are annihilated and created every moment, or exist not at all during the intervals between our perception of them. July 2, 66 Part 1, Section 49. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Fifthly, it may perhaps be objected that if extension and figure exist only in the mind, it follows that the mind is extended and figured, since extension is a mode or attribute which, to speak with the schools, is predicated of the subject in which it exists. I answer, those qualities are in the mind only as they are perceived by it, that is, not by way of mode or attribute, but only by way of idea, and it no more follows the soul or mind is extended, because extension exists in it alone, than it does that it is red or blue, because those colors are on all hands acknowledged to exist in it, and nowhere else. As to what philosophers say of subject and mode, that seems very groundless and unintelligible. For instance, in this proposition, a die is hard, extended, and square, they will have it that the word die denotes a subject or substance, distinct from the hardness, extension, and figure which are predicated of it, and in which they exist. This I cannot comprehend. To me a die seems to be nothing distinct from those things which are termed its modes or axes, dense. And, to say a die is hard, extended, and square is not to attribute those qualities to a subject distinct from and supporting them, but only an explication of the meaning of the word die. July 2, 67 Part 1, Section 50. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Sixthly, you will say there have been a great many things explained by matter and motion. Take away these and you destroy the whole corpuscular philosophy, and undermine those mechanical principles which have been applied with so much success to account for the phenomena. In short, whatever advances have been made, either by ancient or modern philosophers, in the study of nature do all proceed on the supposition that corporeal substance or matter doth really exist. To this I answer that there is not any one phenomenon explained on that supposition which may not as well be explained without it, as might easily be made appear by an induction of particulars. To explain the phenomena is all one as to shew why, upon such and such occasions, we are affected with such and such ideas. But how matter should operate on a spirit, or produce any idea in it, is what no philosopher will pretend to explain. It is therefore evident there can be no use of matter in natural philosophy. Besides, they who attempt to account for things do it not by corporeal substance, but by figure, motion, and other qualities, which are in truth no more than mere ideas, and therefore can not be the cause of anything, as hath been already shown. See Part 1, Section 25, page 161. Chapter 7 171. July 2, 68 Part 1, Section 51. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Seventhly, it will upon this be demanded whether it does not seem absurd to take away natural causes, and ascribe everything to the immediate operation of spirits? We must no longer say upon these principles that fire heats, or water cools, but that a spirit heats, and so forth. Would not a man be deservedly laughed at, who should talk after this man? Nah. I answer, he would so. In such things we ought to think with the learned, and speak with the vulgar. They who to demonstration are convinced of the truth of the Copernican system do nevertheless say the sun rises, the sun sets, or comes to the meridian, and if they affected a contrary style in common talk it would without doubt appear very ridiculous. A little reflection on what is here said will make it manifest that the common use of language would receive no manner of alteration or disturbance from the admission of our tenets. July 2, 69 Part 1, Section 52. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In the ordinary affairs of life, any phrases may be retained, so long as they excite in us proper sentiments, or dispositions to act in such a manner as is necessary for our well-being, how false soever they may be if taken in a strict and speculative sense. Nay, this is unavoidable, since, propriety being regulated by custom, language is suited to the received opinions, which are not always the truest. Hence it is impossible, even in the most rigid, philosophic reasonings, so far to alter the bent and genius of the tongue we speak, as never to give a handle for cavillers to pretend difficulties and inconsistencies. But a fair and ingenuous reader will collect the sense from the scope and tenor and connection of a discourse, making allowances for those inaccurate modes of speech which use has made inevitable. July 2, 70 Part 1, Section 53. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. As to the opinion that there are no corporeal causes, this has been heretofore maintained by some of the schoolmen, as it is of late by others among the modern philosophers, who though they allow matter to exist, yet will have God alone to be the immediate efficient cause of all things. These men saw that amongst all the objects of sense there was none which had any power or activity included in it, and that by consequence this was likewise true of whatever bodies they supposed to exist without the mind, like unto the immediate objects of sense. But then, that they should suppose an innumerable multitude of created beings, which they acknowledge are not capable of producing any one effect in nature, and which therefore are made to no manner of purpose, since God might have done everything as well without them, this I 172 say, though we should allow it possible, must yet be a very unaccountable and extravagant supposition. July 2, 71 Part 1, Section 54. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In the eighth place, the universal concurrent assent of mankind may be thought by some an invincible argument in behalf of matter, or the existence of external things. Must we suppose the whole world to be mistaken? And if so, what cause can be assigned of so widespread and predominant an error? I answer, first, that, upon a narrow inquiry, it will not perhaps be found so many as is imagined do really believe the existence of matter or things without the mind. Strictly speaking, to believe that which involves a contradiction, or has no meaning in it, is impossible, and whether the foregoing expressions are not of that sort, I refer it to the impartial examination of the reader. In one sense, indeed, men may be said to believe that matter exists, that is, they act as if the immediate cause of their sensations, which affects them every moment, and is so nearly present to them, were some senseless unthinking being. But, that they should clearly apprehend any meaning marked by those words, and form thereof a settled speculative opinion, is what I am not able to conceive. This is not the only instance wherein men impose upon themselves, by imagining they believe those propositions which they have often heard, though at bottom they have no meaning in them. July 2, 72 Part 1, Section 55. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But secondly, though we should grant a notion to be never so universally and steadfastly adhered to, yet this is weak argument of its truth to whoever considers what a vast number of prejudices and false opinions are everywhere embraced with the utmost tenaciousness, by the unreflecting, which are the far greater part of mankind. There was a time when the antipodes and motion of the earth were looked upon as monstrous absurdities even by men of learning, and if it be considered what a small proportion they bear to the rest of mankind, we shall find that at this day those notions have gained but a very inconsiderable footing in the world. July 2nd, 73 Part 1, Section 56. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But it is demanded that we assign a cause of this prejudice, and account for its obtaining in the world. To this I answer, that men knowing they perceived several ideas, whereof they themselves were not the authors, as not being excited from within nor depending on the operation of their wills, this made them maintain those ideas, or objects of perception, had an existence independent of and without the. Chapter 7 173. Mind, without ever dreaming that a contradiction was involved in those words. But philosophers, having plainly seen that the immediate objects of perception do not exist without the mind, they in some degree corrected the mistake of the vulgar, but at the same time run into another which seems no less absurd, to wit, that there are certain objects really existing without the mind, or having a subsistence distinct from being perceived, of which our ideas are only images, or resemblances, imprinted by those objects on the mind. And this notion of the philosophers owes its origin to the same cause with the former, namely, their being conscious that they were not the authors of their own sensations, which they evidently knew were imprinted from without, and which therefore must have some cause distinct from the minds on which they are imprinted. July 2nd, 74 Part 1, Section 57. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But why they should suppose the ideas of sense to be excited in us by things in their likeness, and not rather have recourse to spirit which alone can act, may be accounted for, first, because they were not aware of the repugnancy there is, as well in supposing things like unto our ideas existing without, as in attributing to them power or activity. Secondly, because the Supreme Spirit which excites those ideas in our minds, is not marked out and limited to our view by any particular finite collection of sensible ideas, as human agents are by their size, complexion, limbs, and motions. And thirdly, because his operations are regular and uniform. Whenever the course of nature is interrupted by a miracle, men are ready to own the presence of a superior agent. But when we see things go on in the ordinary course, they do not excite in us any reflection. Their order and concatenation, though it be an argument of the greatest wisdom, power, and goodness in their Creator, is yet so constant and familiar to us that we do not think them the immediate effects of a free spirit, especially since inconsistency and mutability in acting, though it be an imperfection, is looked on as a mark of freedom. July 2nd, 75 Part 1, Section 58. Available under Creative Commons Share-alike 4.0 International License, http:// creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. Tenthly, it will be objected that the notions we advance are inconsistent with several sound truths in philosophy and mathematics. For example, the motion of the Earth is now universally admitted by astronomers as a truth grounded on the clearest and most convincing reasons. But, on the foregoing principles, there can be no such thing. For, motion being only an idea, it follows that if it be not perceived it exists not, but the motion of the Earth is not perceived by sense. I answer, that tenet, if rightly understood, will be found to agree with the principles we have premised, for, the question whether the Earth moves or no amounts in reality to no more than this, to wit, whether we have reason to conclude, from what has been observed by astronomers, that if we were placed in such and such circumstances, and such or such 174 a position and distance both from the Earth and Sun, we should perceive the former to move among the choir of the planets, and appearing in all respects like one of them, and this, by the established rules of nature which we have no reason to mistrust, is reasonably collected from the phenomena. July 2, 76 Part 1, Section 59. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. We may, from the experience we have had of the train and succession of ideas in our minds, often make, I will not say uncertain conjectures, but sure and well-grounded predictions concerning the ideas we shall be affected with pursuant to a great train of actions, and be enabled to pass a right judgment of what would have appeared to us in case we were placed in circumstances very different from those we are in at present. Herein consists the knowledge of nature, which may preserve its use and certainty very consistently with what hath been said. It will be easy to apply this to Waitaf, objections of the like sort may be drawn from the magnitude of the stars, or any other discoveries in astronomy or nature. July 2, 77 Part 1, Section 60. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. In the 11th place, it will be demanded to what purpose serves that curious organization of plants, and the animal mechanism in the parts of animals, might not vegetables grow, and shoot forth leaves of blossoms, and animals perform all their motions as well without as with all that variety of internal parts so elegantly contrived and put together, which, being ideas, have nothing powerful or operative in them, nor have any necessary connection with the effects ascribed to them? If it be a spirit that immediately produces every effect by a fiat or act of his will, we must think all that is fine and artificial in the works, whether of man or nature, to be made in vain. By this doctrine, though an artist hath made the spring and wheels, and every movement of a watch, and adjusted them in such a manner as he knew would produce the motions he designed, yet he must think all this done to no purpose, and that it is an intelligence which directs the index, and points to the hour of the day? If so, why may not the intelligence do it, without his being at the pains of making the movements, and putting them together? Why does not an empty case serve as well as another? And how comes it to pass that whenever there is any fault in the going of a watch, there is some corresponding disorder to be found in the movements, which being mended by a skillful hand all is right again? The like may be said of all the clockwork of nature, great part whereof is so wonderfully fine and subtle as scarce to be discerned by the best microscope. In short, it will be asked, how, upon our principles, any tolerable account can be given, or any final cause assigned of an innumerable multitude of bodies and machines, framed with the most exquisite art, which in the common philosophy have very apposite uses assigned them, and serve to explain abundance of phenomena. Chapter 7 175 July 2nd, 78 Part 1, Section 61. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. To all which I answer, first, that though there were some difficulties relating to the administration of Providence, and the uses by it assigned to the several parts of nature, which I could not solve by the foregoing principles, yet this objection could be of small weight against the truth and certainty of those things which may be proved a priori, with the utmost evidence and rigor of demonstration. Secondly, but neither are the received principles free from the like difficulties, for it may still be demanded to what end God should take those roundabout methods of effecting things by instruments and machines, which no one can deny might have been effected by the mere command of his will without all that apparatus. Nay, if we narrowly consider it, we shall find the objection may be retorted with greater force on those who hold the existence of those machines without of mind, for it has been made evident that solidity, bulk, figure, motion, and the like have no activity or efficacy in them, so as to be capable of producing any one effect in nature. See Part 1, Section 25. Page 161. Whoever therefore supposes them to exist, allowing the supposition possible, when they are not perceived, does it manifestly to no purpose, since the only use that is assigned to them, as they exist unperceived, is that they produce those perceivable effects which in truth cannot be ascribed to anything but spirit. July 2nd, 79 Part 1, Section 62. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. But, to come nigher the difficulty, it must be observed that, though the fabrication of all those parts and organs be not absolutely necessary to the producing any effect, yet it is necessary to the producing of things in a constant regular way according to the laws of nature. There are certain general laws that run through the whole chain of natural effects. These are learned by the observation and study of nature, and are by men applied as well to the framing artificial things for the use and ornament of life as to the explaining various phenomena, which explication consists only in shewing the conformity any particular phenomenon hath to the general laws of nature, or, which is the same thing, in discovering the uniformity there is in the production of natural effects, as will be evident to whoever shall attend to the several instances wherein philosophers pretend to account for appearances, that there is a great and conspicuous use in these regular constant methods of working observed by the Supreme Agent hath been shown in Part 1, Section 31, page 164. And it is no less visible that a particular size, figure, motion, and disposition of parts are necessary, though not absolute, lead to the producing any effect, yet to the producing it, according to the standing mechanical laws of nature. Thus, for instance, it cannot be denied that God, or the intelligence that sustains and rules the ordinary course of things, might, if he were minded to produce a miracle, cause all the motions on the dial plate of a watch, though nobody had ever made the movements and put them in it, but yet, if he will act agreeably to the rules of mechanism, by him for wise ends. 176. Established and maintained in the creation, it is necessary that those actions of the watchmaker, whereby he makes the movements and rightly adjusts them, precede the production of the aforesaid motions, as also that any disorder in them be attended with the perception of some corresponding disorder in the movements, which being once corrected, all is right again. July 2, 80 Part 1, Section 63. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. It may indeed on some occasions be necessary that the author of nature display his overruling power in producing some appearance out of the ordinary series of things. Such exceptions from the general rules of nature are proper to surprise and awe men into an acknowledgement of the divine being, but then they are to be used but seldom, otherwise there is a plain reason why they should fail of that effect. Besides, God seems to choose the convincing our reason of his attributes by the works of nature, which discover so much harmony and contrivance in their make, and are such plain indications of wisdom and beneficence in their author, rather than to astonish us into a belief of his being by anomalous and surprising events. July 2, 81 Part 1, Section 64. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. To set this matter in a yet clearer light, I shall observe that what has been objected in Part 1, Section 60, page 175, amounts in reality to no more than this: ideas are not anyhow and at random produced, there being a certain order and connection between them, like to that of cause and effect. There are also several combinations of them made in a very regular and artificial manner, which seem like so many instruments in the hand of nature that, being hid as it were behind the scenes, have a secret operation in producing those appearances which are seen on the theatre of the world, being themselves discernible only to the curious eye of the philosopher. But, since one idea cannot be the cause of another, to what purpose is that connection? And, since those instruments, being barely inefficacious perceptions in the mind, are not subservient to the production of natural effects, it is demanded why they are made, or, in other words, what reason can be assigned why God should make us. Upon a close inspection into his works, behold so great variety of ideas so artfully laid together, and so much according to rule, it not being credible that he would be at the expense, if one may so speak, of all that art and regularity to no purpose. July 2, 82 Part 1, Section 65. Available under Creative Commons Share Alike 4.0 International License, http://creativecommons.org/licenses/by-sa/4.0. To all which my answer is, first, that the connection of ideas does not imply the relation of cause and effect, but only of a mark or sign with the thing signified. The fire which I Chapter 7